Whoa, girl, shake that body. Show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party. Don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to the music, you know that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body. Shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it all night. We're going down to the nightclub in my stretch SUV. 'Cause you know, girl, when we're dancing, there's no place I'd rather be. Yeah, yeah. Girl, shake that body. Ooh, girl, shake that body. Yeah. Ooh, 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 don't be late to the party. Don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance, dance to the music, we're gonna know what it's all about. Hey, hey, girl, shake that body. Ooh, girl, shake that body. Oh,
Well, I can tell just by the way that you're smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can promise you forever. Right now I only know that we should be together. Because it's now or it's never, so won't you take a chance on me? Well, it's fine if all your previous guys, they made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow. But today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me?
I took a walk down Pico, heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time.
stepping out of line. What will they do when the people are stepping out of line? What will they do when the people are stepping out of line? Stepping out of line. I wanna know when they're stepping out of line.
How I used to be was so good for me. In my mind all the time, no one I could turn to. Now that I can see your love has set me free. You came along, made me strong. I've waited such a long time, and I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. Oh, I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Feeling this good. Feeling this good. Ooh, feeling this good.
If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want. I'll satisfy your need. We can have a good time. Don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it?
solution. I got just what you need. I got just what you need. I got just what you need.
the best of me, and every
heart and then you ran away. Now it's been 16 hours and 7 days. And now the hardest part is begging, baby. Begging, baby. Ooh, baby. People say it's just a waste of time and you don't get it. But I'm holding on and hoping that will be another chance for what we had, what we had. Never gonna be another way. No more waiting.
in my chest. It's so hard to sleep, baby. I can't get no rest. All sorrow and sadness. Tell me what I'm gonna do.
A warm welcome back, everybody, to DreamLeague Division 2. We are on what feels like day 4, day 5. It's been so many games of exciting Dota 2 action. Permasneeze and Winter taking you through the festivities today on the main stream, at least for the first few games. We got ourselves a bit of a double header. We haven't had the chance to cast Team Yandex just yet. That's the new team with Watson, Melody, and they should be explosive. I think they're one of the best teams coming into this tournament. I think they stand one of the best chances of making it through to the main Dream League event. But what do you think, Winter? Have you had the chance to catch many of their games?
No, didn't really get to catch much of their games, but I know they're players. I think
sure.
this is definitely going to be a spicy one, against Team T. Both teams are very, I think, well-rounded, versatile. They have, I think, a mix of veteran players, and it's probably going to be a very spicy one here.
Yeah, for those of you who aren't so familiar with Team T, there are some, I want to say, Eastern European regulars there. We got Shigetsu, Warwick, Cloud, Desire, and Suneko. Now, Suneko is one of the most veteran captains that exist. I think he goes way back, right? It's interesting that he has this setup of players that all seem pretty, I want to say, apart from Desire, a bit like moldable, right? I think that's the way I would describe Cloud, the way I would describe Warwick, the way I describe Shigetsu. These guys have had their time in some tier 2 teams, but never really found the peaks of success just yet. So hopefully Suneko can take them there. This should be a pretty exciting matchup. But before we talk a bit more about the match in front of us, let's first take a quick look. Jeez, it's too early for this. But the group stage ranking so far, Group A and Group B, of course, 16 teams split 2 ways. And we're already seeing some immediate winners and losers of the current standings, right? 1 win. They've got more than just 1 win. 3-0 on the board right now. I think we had the chance to watch Kamachata yesterday. They showed that they're a very formidable team. On the flip side, Group B, Pipsqueak +4 quickly emerging as one of the most dominant rosters on that list. But Team T, they haven't played many of their games just yet, coming in as a last-minute replacement for Mouse. Any major impressions that you, have from the standings right now?
I mean, I think the teams that are doing really well are the ones that I expected kind of them to do well. I think one being Kamchata, Pipsqueak, Team Yandex. Those are the teams that I think even Raw Gaming, I think they're quite stable as a team. They have a very clear game plan. I think they play the laning phase well. I think at this phase of teams in this stage, laning is very, very important. It just makes the game very, very simple. I think yesterday we saw a couple of games where it was just really decided by the lanes, I think you build an advantage in the lane and you just snowball from it. It's very, very easy to execute, right? You don't have to complicate things. Just pick good lanes and play simple Dota.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that signifies what the dominant teams are doing the most, right? Pipsqueak +4 especially, they seem to have a great understanding of the support heroes that they're picking and how to get the most juice out of them. Hopefully, this is something that we see the teams near the bottom of the standings adapt to, though, because Navi Junior, I think we managed to watch a few of their games coming in here as a completely fresh set of players to the competitive scene. There's a lot more for them to learn clearly before they're even at the tier 2 level. At least that's what the standings are telling us right now. But without further ado, we have a draft, so let's hop into it. And I see a very interesting name on one of the sides. Is that Saksa I see?
10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
You're getting trolled. That's not him.
Dire team ban.
I mean, if it is actually problems here and he's just named himself Saksa officially, that would be pretty funny, but I wouldn't mind being wrong either, and that's actual Saksa standing in. Gotta quickly check to see whether... Oh, no, it is real Saksa. Okay, so I'm checking the tournament overview. And for today, at least, Saksa is standing in. So this certainly, I want to say, puts a big boost to the power level of Team Yandex.
Team ban.
Is he like officially joining the team, or is he like?
No, it's a stand-in. It's listed as a stand-in. The same way that Team T has a stand-in. They have, I guess Shigetsu isn't available, and they got V-Tune instead. V-Tune, of course, most notable for his time at Navi, and I think most recently had a nice time standing in for Liquid at some in-person online tournaments as well. So he's gathered a lot of experience, at least in the past 6 months. Let's see how it all pans out here.
Stand in Dota, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's going to be very, very interesting, this series. I think both teams they're very, very good players that have been in tier 1 teams. And right now, it's all about, I guess, guiding, your least experienced teammates. You just have to try to hold their hands a little bit, guide them,
Yeah.
tell them what to do in some ways. As a lot of the younger players, it's not about the skill, they have the skill. They just don't have the direction in the game, How are you going to make the 5 players in the team work well as one unit?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I guess the biggest glaring quote-unquote young player from each team happens to be from the offlane, right? I think Cloud, his only notable tenure was on 1 win for what felt like the better part of 1.5 seasons, and then he got replaced by Triple S. So he's sort of been floating around somewhat teamless for a long time now. It's nice to see Soneko pick him up. He's always impressed on the Beastmaster, at least those summoned heroes from the offlane. But that's going to go into the hands of Team Yandex to start. Team T will select the Warlock as a, I guess, response in the lane. Fatal Bonds the boss.
Fatal Bonds. I mean, Warlock is always, I think, very nice against Beastmaster. I think even in the later portions of the game, I think the Rock is pretty useful. Like, you want to initiate with Beastmaster, and the Rock is perfect for counter-initiating. Yeah, but like you said, the lane, I think is the main reason why you pick Warlock against the Beastmaster. You can take out the boss quite easily with the bonds. You pair out with something like a gyrocopter. I mean, it's still available, So I think that the fact that they didn't ban the gyro in the second phase means that his beast is going mid.
Okay. I'm not too worried about this at the moment. I guess later on in the game, whoever gets wrought, you just drop a rock. And then it's kind of hard for the Beastmaster and his team to continue progressing on that kill. Like every time they... But Warlock doesn't really strike me as the best hero to deal with this split push, right? When you have a Beastmaster, the biggest thing I'm worried about is that Helm Overlord, and then you suddenly get a Black Dragon flying all across the map. It's kind of hard for the Warlock to deal with.
It could be an Axe build as well from the mid lane.
True?
Let's see what they decide to do. They want to keep things open-ended here. They pick a Pango, which is, I think, a very nice pick here in this junction. You don't really reveal too much. It gives you some sort of team fight. It gives you a little bit of flexibility since you can put him on the mid lane and you can put him on the off lane. And it kind of doesn't reveal too much, So I think this is a very solid second hero, second pick for Team T, Warlock plus Pangolier. And now Yandex is going to probably reveal their 2 supports here, so they don't have to show where the Beastmaster is going yet, which I think is most likely going to go mid, unless Team T doesn't pick the gyro. Maybe then they'll keep it on the off lane. But for now, they are probably going to reveal both their supports here to keep everything like considerably open.
Yeah. Play a game of guess where this core is going. Seems to be the trend for both these squads at the moment. Warwick and Cloud both enjoy playing the Pangolier. It's not even that big of a flex, right? Cloud is a Pangolier offlane enjoyer. Slark comes through. This, I want to say, has to be the Satsa hero for sure.
4 and 5, Snap and Slark. I think they have pretty decent synergy. Snap is the team fighter, damage dealer. You push out waves. Slark is kind of like the scout. They already have initiation from Beastmaster. So the gyro does indeed still come out. So this is going to dissuade the beast from going to the off lane. So right now you want to pick something to counteract that.
What is this Tusk about? I guess with a Warlock kind of being more of a backline spellcaster, you want someone to help you with the catch. But I'm just thinking when Tusk rolls in or jumps in on the target, he is going to be subjected to so much damage at the moment, right? If you're thinking about the Axe, Beastmaster, Snapfire, Mortimer's Kisses, how is he going to survive that?
It's not your job to survive. You are just going to
True.
go
You
in.
go in, you die. It's vibes. Okay,
No,
my
actually
bad.
with
Sorry.
Actually with Tusk, it's not exactly that, clear, what you have to do. Sometimes you have to start the fights. Sometimes you just have to wait for the Beastmaster to roll and then you snowball to save, right? I think in the
Yeah.
team fights right now with these 3 current heroes, I think there's 2 ways you play the team fight. Either you find the snap and stop the kiss, or you just wait behind, let the Pangolier find him, and you just wait for the beast to roll your gyro, most likely. And then you snowball.
Right. And there's a lot of
those
different
are-
things this task could do. Depends on
Yeah,
what his
those are the
assigned job
2
is.
main things you can play the team fights. I think the other thing about this hero is just like he's very useful in the early game. It's like a decent laner. You can pull creeps, you can gank. There's a lot of things you can do. And right now, Yandex, they show the Bristleback. This is probably going to be the hero that they are putting on the off lane here, or maybe carry. We are unsure yet, but looks like a decent Bristleback plus Snapfire lane if they want to do that on the safe lane, on the off lane. Probably the safe lane, yeah, because the Slug wants to play the off lane. He doesn't want to be a safe lane support.
Yeah, you can't do a Slug Bristleback off
Slug,
lane.
can
Slug
you
Bristleback.
do Slug BB? I mean, the lane can be tricky. Level 1, level 2, you don't do much, but later when you start to have the ghoul, then maybe you can pressure with the ghoul plus right-clicking Slug with the stealing stats, right? So maybe you can play around that, or you just completely ignore the lane and you're just pulling and stacking for the BB to clear the camps, right? That is probably what we are most likely going to see.
Team Yandex have done a great job keeping their options open at the moment. Covering their bases by banning out the Timbersaw as well would absolutely shred their draft into bits. Team T taking out some of the carries. They believe this Bristleback is going on the off lane. I would probably agree with them. I think the Bristleback has a chill time into Warlock Gyro, because you can't really stop him from just walking away from you, right? At most, you homing missile, but he's got to get back to his tower in time and whatnot. Slug can pull creeps. It's hard for Warlock to play against that play style.
5 seconds remaining.
You're gonna free farm. And I think at the end of the day, because they're pushing the wave with the Fatal Bonds and Flag Cannon, I think you want to just place a hero there that will benefit with soaking up all the farm,
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna take some harass, but I think the trade-off will be good. You get XP on your Slug, you get some farm on your Bristleback, and then the Slug
Yeah.
can just run around to make stacks for the BB to clear later.
5 seconds.
Or the
How
beast,
does this equation balance out, Winter? Because I think you've talked about it before. We had this discussion where, the gyrocopter always just shoves out the wave and then he min-maxes his own farm. Some off-laners don't match that farming potential, but if there's any off-laner who could, it might just be Bristleback or Beastmaster. They're gonna last pick the Terrorblade. That's a Watson classic, so still, I guess it has to be an off-lane Bristleback now and mid Beastmaster with the way things have shaken out. But yeah, back to my question. Is it okay for the Bristleback to just let the Gyro free farm?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, I don't see what else you can do, right? I mean, your Slug and BB, you can't really pressure him, so you're just trading farm. I don't think it's the matter of whether it's okay or not. It's just the lane matchup. You don't really
You
get
don't have a
any-
damn choice.
Yeah, you don't really get any opportunities to pressure him, right? Because they just Fatal Bond and Gyrocopter is gonna flag everything. I think the best thing you can do is just make sure you don't take a lot of damage from the flag and the Fatal Bonds and try to dodge it if you can, and just secure your own CS and send more regen to the lane. You can't really force this lane too much, If you force, you're gonna die, and that's gonna be worse, right? You're gonna give the Warlock his charges, and right now they're gonna need probably. I would like to have some aura heals, Underlords kind of seems nice here. It's the TB. I mean, they banned out the TB counter already. One of them, 2 of them actually, the Timber and the Dark Seer. There are still like other Underlord, or recently we've seen our Tide Hunters coming back into the game. Nope, they're gonna go with the mid lane. That means the Pango is going to go to the off lane against the TB. Not the best matchup for Pango. I mean, Pango you're gonna farm, but you can't really have any kill threat onto TB.
Yeah.
He's very, very high armor, and you do mostly physical damage. Actually, everything is physical damage, not mostly.
Yeah. I was a bit worried because this last pick, Terrorblade, looks excellent into the heavy physical damage lineup of Team T, right? You usually consider the Warlock to be able to supply a little bit through Fatal Bonds, but that's an easy Manta-style Dispel. So they last pick the Storm, that gives them a bit more catch, someone for Desire to play with, and a secondary initiation. Any draft you like a bit more, because just straight off the bat, at least for me, Yandex looks really solid.
I kind of like the pacing of Team T though. They have very, very fast paced draft, Gyro plus 4 heroes that are really good in the early game. I think the Storm has a very, very good matchup against the enemy heroes. Team Yandex, they are light on catch, right? They don't really have anything outside the raw from Beastmaster, which generally you don't really get to rely on that happening much on the Storm. A very good Storm Spirit is very hard to raw. You raise your hand, the Storm is gone. It's very difficult to raw him. So I think the Storm is going to definitely have a chance of running rampant in this game, just as long as you secure the runes for him, and you combine that with the Pangolier. You have 2 heroes just running around creating kills all the time, not really relying on too long of a cooldown.
Sure.
So I think this is a very, very nice draft for Team T to play. Yandex on the other hand, they have a much slower draft, requiring them to defend their towers and clear stacks. Right, Beast, Bristleback, and TB, they don't really have a lot of synergy in the early game, apart from like the Beast and the BB just going for pickouts on the map, defending towers to create time for TB to farm, right? And you have this annoying slug scouting heroes out, so it's more of like to geared towards macro game and trying to play for more scaling.
Yeah, it does feel pretty greedy for Team Yandex, not gonna lie, but Satsa feels like a lot of weight on his shoulders as the Slug, right? He's going to have to play ahead of the moves that Team T want to make, try and scout them out, and prevent his cause from dying in that way. A lot of early game, just kind of mind games going on already. The Slug Night Vision being taken fully advantage of. He's just running up because he doesn't feel like he can die. You're placing wards, checking for wards, using the Terrorblade illusions to scout. Yandex seem to have some sort of a plan of what they want to do. Right now, it's back up. Okay. So they've smoked up and just split up across the map here. V-Tune will find Saksa. Just put some rocket barrage damage in. Notice gonna tank one as well if V-Tune just wants to use that mana. There we go. Why not? Okay. 2 for 2. Nothing crazy. Do you reckon we'll see much in the way of action in the early stage of the game?
Yandex doesn't really want to fight. It's Team T that wants to fight. I think especially the runes with the Tusk, you want to secure the Storm. I think the bottle refill, that is going to be the key thing. I mean, if you look at the 2 supports, Slug and Snapfire against Warlock and Tusk, I think they are quite evenly matched. I probably favor the Warlock and Tusk a little bit more. And then you look at the cost, right? It's going to be Storm against Beastmaster. I think Beastmaster is also incredibly strong at securing runes with the ball. So
Yeah.
I think the laning is definitely going to matter, whether the Storm can get level 6 fast enough. Because once you get level 6 on Storm, then the runes become a lot easier. You get the runes and you run around and then you set up kills, Yandex is going to, I think, struggle if the Storm has the first couple of runes in this game.
Let's see whether the spots can help him make that happen. For now, should just be trading farm with Jira Jr. Don't think the Beastmaster realistically has kill threat unless Warwick finds himself slowed down by 2 balls and way too far away from his tower. I guess the one thing is Warwick can invade those stacks, right? That's one of the powers of the Storm. If you're trying to farm the triangle as the Beastmaster or the Bristleback, he can just zip on in there, backed up by a Warlock or a Tusk, and get some free and easy kills.
I mean, I think early game it's more going to be like just a lot of farming, I don't think kills are going to happen on the side lanes. I mean, the key thing is just the runes, level 6 on the Storm, level 6 on Beast, and then who gets the power runes. I think early game is going to be a little bit more...
Commitment in the bot lane, Maladich ending up going down. The Tusk Pango, not really something we discussed, but a classic combination, right? The tag team and the swashbuckle, it's just oodles and oodles of damage.
Yeah, I mean they just didn't really respect that. You know, the snap was like contesting the Tusk a lot. He was like trying to fight him, just not being careful enough. I mean, now he has the cookie, you know, at level 2, so he should be able to survive in most cases when he gets trapped by the shots.
Yeah. That was just one awkward situation where he cookied before the shots came out, so he ended up getting caught there. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. You don't want to be giving this duo too many kills. That's boots for the task. That's earn, maybe, if that's what he wants to go for. Faster to the Blink Dagger means more action happening. That's not what Yandex want. They want to keep things chill, want to pump up the stocks into their cause and come out to a favorable situation where they end up with somewhat tri-core, right? You were talking about it. The Beast Bristle, it's not like they enable the Terrorblade. It's not like this 4 Protect 1 strategy. Sure, you got the Beast Aura and minus armor, yeah, whatever, but there's no apparent synergy with this lineup. It just feels like we're going to end up with 3 carries.
Yeah, TB probably has to like come out and help with the meta later. Either you come through the gate and you push some towers, or you just show up, you know. You probably can't play that, I guess, passive and more like farming style of usually you want to be on TB. I think in this game, he has to choose 1 or 2 early game moments, you know, to help his team, especially if they contest the stacks, you know.
Watson is a Terrorblade master, Grandmaster actually, level 30 on that bad boy, rocking the nice old Arcana. You know how it is, he's got to have that shit on. Pango honestly doing not too well. I guess he spent a lot of his time chasing the Snapfire around on the side of the lane. So he's not hitting as many creeps as he otherwise would.
I mean, it's also difficult against TB. He's going to deny creeps with the illusions, you know. Every single time you don't have a spell up to get the last hit, it's like it's very difficult to contest the TB, you know. He always has to use the jump to secure the range creep, you know. Some of the melee creeps get denied. You see the TB he has 8 denies right now, so that is definitely going to add up, you know, at some point.
Out of ditch. Again, contesting the task, getting Desire pretty low here. Still is a blast in 2 seconds that might knock him out. Nice Fairy Fire at the very last moment, time to perfection. Maladich not going to find much purchase there.
Yeah, things are still definitely going to build up, you know. Top lane just slug, you know, doing slug things. Now it's going to be nighttime. He's going to be able to use his night vision, but he's still not really that useful on the slug. He just wants to just move around, just keep tabs of other stacks being made, control the runes, and unfortunately the Tusk rotated here and the slug. Like, even if he's in the lane, he's not going to be too helpful, you know. He needs to make sure that he sees these moves coming from a mount, you know. He has to scout them out, you know. Definitely did not expect the Tusk to TP down here.
Yeah. Very nice play there. We saw Desire being pushed out of the bot lane by Melody, but maybe just a slight lapse in the comms. Nobody really fishing that over as a possibility. But that's one of the main powers of the Tusk, right? You talked about his early game potential. Once he has all 3 of his spells up, kills can happen all over the map.
Yeah, now it comes the most important sequence of the game. The runes. The power runes. They have to be able to... The Storm is not level 6 yet. Wow. Guess the Beastmaster denied... Well, the Beastmaster denied 10 creeps. Okay, that's why he's level 6.
Roll out. Gotta try and put some damage into the Storm, but there's a nice bit of healing and a huge Fatal Bond snowball forward. They got a bit too antsy with that kill. They could not burst through Warwick, who still had a Fairy Fire in the back pocket to boot.
Yeah, that is actually a massive blunder there by the Beastmaster. Totally underestimating them, you know. He gave away his lead basically, and now Storm is also level 6. Good news is at least they denied the rune. They picked up the Shield rune on Maladich, so the Storm doesn't get to refill, so probably has to... He's gonna walk back to base, I guess. Yeah, either you jungle or you... Yeah, he's gonna send clarities in jungle maybe. Or he's gonna walk back to base and prepare for the 7 minutes.
Cloud in the bot lane has a swashbuckle, trying to hide out into the trees here in the bot lane. Being aggressed upon, Maladich beats him to the jump. You might have 2 jumps, but I got 2 bodies, and now I'm going for your Wisdom Shrine. The Snapfire trying to make a play here, but the 2 supports of the side of Team T are already guarding their territory. Don't think this is very possible. Melody will try, though. Start to fight up against Desire. Warwick's on his way. quite a lot of
he did.
HP, but yeah, I think he might have
That was
sacrificed
not-
his life for that.
Not a very, not a very smart move there. That was a very low chance of him getting the shrine anyway. I mean, maybe he felt like he had the shield rune, but again, you know, Storm is like, he's very happy to get that kill because of the stacks of Galvanizer. Some heroes just benefit so much from getting kills.
Oh, for sure. Storm is the classic snowball hero, it feels like. Especially the old Bloodstone. Once you get charges on that bad boy, man, feels like it's impossible to play. To a lesser extent, Galvanized is kind of just a reincarnation of Bloodstone charges, right? Just giving you that extra regen. Malady coming to the mid lane. They might try for another Raw, but Warwick, fast with the zip, not going to take any chances there. Just trying to pressure him back to push him away from the bot side. And Arcane Rune, of course it goes to him.
And both runes going to Team T. So this is going to be a very useful one. Yandex has to be very careful next 2 minutes. Play a little bit more defensive. It's going to be up to Saksa to kind of make sure that he keeps checking what are they trying to do, right? Where is the aggression coming from, so that they can react to it.
He's kind of been playing on the other side of the map though when nothing's happening. He's spent a large point of his time running up and down this sort of dire jungle area. Storm zip in, found Malady again. No punch needed, but with the shots, should be able to finish the job. Didn't expect the stick charges from coming out, but Warwick with another kill. So 3 members of Team T, this is what you talked about. This trio can be deadly. Saksa has to pounce down to the low ground, just relinquishing this area. Meanwhile, the gyrocopter clears out so many of those creeps, pushing Shira Jr. away. He'll zip forward. Warwick doesn't really have a lot of mana to work with. They'll even drop the rock. Soneko coming through with the golem, and this is Carnage. Watson, this is the fight that he chooses to join in on, and will at least take down Soneko on the sideline. Slowed down by the ball, the Warlock doesn't stand a chance. Warwick, slightly low on mana as well, but managing to get the Soul Ring, a little bit more juice thanks to the Arcane Rune. Notice, trying to chase through, but a nice dodge away, can't out of the last quill. Double jump, Cloud finally joins the fray. Had the Rolling Thunder the whole time, but only now manages to connect to the fight, and will at least get V-Tune another kill. So a bloodbath up here in the top lane. Watson almost drops to the deck because he gets so low, but both carries showing up and claiming some kills.
It's important that Watson showed up. These are the fights that I mentioned, that if your stacks is under danger, you have to show up as the carry. You can't just let them take it, right? The Storm, Warlock, and the Tusk that were really strong, they wanted to just contest the stacks, and he was there. And yeah, I mean, even if he dies there, I think that he still made the right move, you know. They picked up the haste on the Beastmaster here, so denying the Storm the 3rd consecutive rune. So that is definitely good news for the Team Yandex side. The game is not going to snowball too quickly. You have some time to finish your items, and especially get your level 6, you know, on the support. Multimus Kiss, rather important. So they can actually take fights with the Beastmaster. I mean, they have landed a couple of Raws, but I don't think they've killed heroes with the Raws yet, you know. With the level 6 from the Snapfire, this is going to change. Smoking in. The Tusk, the Storm, the Warlock. They don't have a rock, but they still want to fight, you know. Probably going to run into a Blister back here, you know. He has to stay here and guard the tower. Doesn't seem like he has anywhere else he can go.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Notice participate in the game other than sort of being there for that top engagement. It's just deciding to dodge, come through the twin gates, and they're pinging out the gyro. V-Tune's up here alone, but do they really have enough damage between the two of them? I don't think so. Was going to keep farming as the tower takes some pressure from Cloud in the bot lane. I mean, apart from that fight, I think Yandex, the way it seems is almost... After that engagement, they were like, okay, look guys, let's just chill. We don't need to try and fight them. Let's just try and play keep away. Where we see them on the map, we just go to the opposite side. The last thing we want to do is give this Storm more galvanized charges, but unfortunately, there have to be sacrifices, and Malady will make another one.
Yeah, this is definitely not looking good. You know, Storm is getting so many of these kills. Now he's going to move to the 12-minute rune. I mean, the thing with the kills is like you can't fight for the rune, you know. It's not just one kill. You lose a support, like it looks like, oh, it's just a support, right? But you're losing, more or less going to lose the rune too, you know. Like, how are you going to contest the rune?
Yeah.
when you have one less hero. I mean, in this instance, they managed to somehow pick up the rune, right? But all this death, it kind of will matter, at some point, even on the support.
Oh, for sure. Warwick back down to 5 galvanized because of that death in the top lane, but you keep giving over Melody for free. He's gonna have mad mana regen. So Neko coming through, just gonna drop the rock. Shira Jr. has an invis though, not gonna expect this.
Snowball?
Need a snowball save. It's quite a lot of damage coming out though. Shira Jr. still can turn around and maybe able to finish the storm. Saksa coming in just completely misses the storm on the pounce. Meanwhile, Cloud on the back line looking for the roll. Watson trying to put some damage into the tango. It's something he has to respect. The physical can still kill him. V-Tune and Watson again showing up for the engagement. But Cloud, what was that?
That was a clear disrespect to TB.
Yeah, he's gonna pay with his life there. If the TB shows up in the fight and he pops meta, unless you are already winning the fight, the last thing you want to do is make it worth his time.
Yeah, he didn't get the memo, yeah? You're not invulnerable during Rolling Thunder.
Yeah. Well, bit of a reality check there for Cloud. Unfortunate. And he ends up being the only casualty in the fight somehow.
That's what I call driving past the red light.
Yeah.
Deserve a fine there.
Or the purple light in this case, because Watson's glowing purple.
Yeah, sure, Mike. Purple light.
Yeah. Okay, well, Saksa, hasn't really been able to enter the game, like we said. That was the first time in the, I want to say, skirmishes that he has been somewhat useful, able to latch on to the front line and hold them in place at least so that the Beastmaster could get out. 40-minute Wisdom Shrines here. Saksa was thinking about it, but again, not going to make the same mistake that Melody did at the 7-minute mark. Things kind of slowing down a bit for Team T, right? I think it's a mix of reasons. They haven't been getting these runes as much on Warwick, and some of the moves that they're making at these tier 1s, like the mid move, Yandex seem to be a bit happier to respond with their full numbers.
Also, farming a lot more efficiently on the map, right? With the TB illusions, Bristleback clearing stacks and all. The same goes for the Beastmaster. So they are happy when nothing is going on, right? If you're not getting kills with the Tusk, Warlock, and Storm, they are definitely getting out farm on the map.
Saksa has to pop the ultimate, will lose his courier though. Still, a lot of wasted time, I think, in the past 2-3 minutes for Team T. It feels like there's almost a bit of pressure to keep putting kills on the board, keep action happening. Every moment that passes, the Terrorblade, the Bristleback, the Beastmaster, they're just getting fatter and fatter and fatter.
Yeah, they have heroes placed all across all 3 lanes on the map to farm, And if you look at Team T, they are more grouped up looking for aggressive plays. Here, even if they kill the Snapfire, it definitely does not feel good. Like you see the Bristol clearing the top wave, TB's going to shove out the bottom wave. And mid wave is already cleared, right? Because the Snapfire kind of went up and cleared the wave before he died. So things are definitely looking steady right now for Yandex. They have the map, they are dragging on the wave. They're defending their towers, or at least trying to delay the towers, as much as possible. The Beastmaster has his Aghanim's completed, but it's still not go time, right? You get Axe, you still want to keep farming, you keep scaling. The TB has Manta done, he also wants to keep farming. Bristleback has Lotus, building into a Crimson, which is going to deal with the massive physical damage coming out from the Gyro. So they're just happy to just trade farm and keep getting their items, right? Because they know they have the better scaling lineup in the form of the TB and the Beast and the Bristleback.
Sure, yeah. And you can kind of see that reflected in the Watson item build as well. He's going for that immediate shard pickup. I feel like sometimes if TBs, they feel the need to fight, stand their ground, they go for 1 or 2 more stat items, maybe something like the Dragon Lance to siege towers, no such thing. He's just going Demon Zeal, he's gonna run these illusions all around and be unstoppable. But it's still not going to prevent him from helping out Chira Jr. claim this Aegis though. That's a mandatory Beastmaster play. Saksa getting caught in the mid lane again. Nice Shadow Dance. He's going to be able to get out of there. Cloud thinking about the roll, but this is not looking like a very bright prospect for them. They just have to roll and disengage. Suneko loses the Golem. Keep in mind, all of this is happening while the Beast is still soloing Roche. So you've used your Rock, you've used your roll, and now you might just lose control of the mid lane.
Not something that they want to give up, this early on. 16 minutes, you lose the Aegis and you lose use your Warlock Rock. They're going to jump in on the snap, but just doesn't feel like they're committing wholeheartedly. You know, the Tusk is not moving in. He's afraid. And if your Storm is in, everyone has to go, you know, and they kind of hesitated there because the Pango wasted his roll, you know. They need to throw everything at the same time. The Rolling Thunder, the Call Down, the Rock, everything needs to go in, you know. I think that they are just kind of not really on the same page there in that fight, you know. Very, very split on their heroes.
Yeah, it
I
was
think
a
the
bit
Pango
awkward
kind
there.
of wants to avoid the TV, you know, at this point. Like, he wanted to roll in, and then he realized that was how he died the last time. And then he
He had some
wanted to
PTSD,
roll,
right? He was like, ah,
and
shit, I can't do that.
he made a U-turn, so that was already really, really bad, you know, for them. You know, I don't think they're weak. They just need to have enough heroes at the same place. Go with the Storm initiation and just drop your Rock and your Rolling Thunder in, right? And then everything should, I think, go well for them, you know. They're
Melody
getting a
in the
lot of
mid
this
lane, getting caught
singular
out.
pickoffs, but they're not really getting like the team fights that they need, you know, the team fight victories, you know. They need to go together to win those fights together.
And AD Rune might open up some opportunities for Warwick here. Saksa, now with the Helm Down completed, will start using the creeps to drag the wave to him. Speaking of Dragon, found themselves a Desire Tusk for free up here in the top lane, try to finish up his Blink. Doesn't manage to get it before he goes down, unfortunately, so we'll have to wait just a bit for that last remaining bit of gold. I mean, 4k gold lead now for Yandex. They have successfully survived the onslaught of the early game, it feels like. I look at
And
the
that's
cost.
kind of insane, right? 6
Yeah.
kills to 10, and then they're 4k ahead, just based
Yeah.
on farm efficiency on the map and the supports being richer because they're pushing out lanes more on the Slug and the Snapfire.
It's just taking a lot more of an investment for...
The Snapfire has 7 death, right? And if you compare him to the Warlock, he's what, 1.5k ahead of the Warlock. Which,
He's richer than the Slug, actually.
Which only died one time, you know. The Warlock only died one time. 7 assists. I mean, this is why it's really, really important to have a good management of resource on the map, right? How many heroes you are delegating to push out which area. You do not want to commit too many heroes to kill a support. And you want to make sure you spread your heroes across the map, right? To get all the farms on the edge of the maps. Right now, they're going to smoke with the Storm, with the DD rune, AD rune. They have Rock up. They want to get some kills here.
I mean, if it's just Melody again, I think Yandex will be very pleased. But Warwick looking for more. They drop the Rock onto Melody. Meanwhile, Storm trying to commit onto Chira, but he's the one dropping low. They end up losing out on the opportunity to keep the fight going because Desire, he's just way too low. So is Warwick. And another Rolling Thunder where you need to retreat.
It is always Melodich, right? I feel bad for the guy. His 8th death so far. But all those deaths are kind of like inconsequential, you know. A lot of the deaths, they are not random deaths, you know. He's actually gaining something out of it. He blocked the smoke, he blocked the 80 rune gank from the Storm, which kind of felt like it definitely should have gone way better than just one kill, you know. They were coming in so strong with the Storm, but they just got one kill.
Now the shard picked up for the Bristleback, perhaps one of the best ones you can get for free this game. Slug and Bristleback would both enjoy that greatly. And of course the Snap bought her own, so she's not part of that consideration. But yeah, everything going according to Yandex's plan, it feels like. The Bristleback has now reached a territory where he can very reliably be on the front line. And it doesn't feel like Team T has enough damage to take him out. You have a second life on the Beastmaster, there's a Sunder on the TB that you need to worry about. How are you going to get a kill on any of these heroes of Yandex?
I mean, they're trying. The Storm is trying to get the shrine here. He might get in trouble here. Actually, no. They don't have enough stuns, you know. Oh my... He really wanted to defend the Wisdom Shrine there, Saksa.
He did. And he pays with his life for it. So 11 Galvanized now for the Storm Spirit. Again, even though it's only support kills, we did mention that kills like this are more important for heroes like Storm. So there is a small silver lining there, although it does feel still like Team T are not brewing enough action on the map right now.
Yeah, this is a sign of a team that's like really understanding like how strong they are right now, but they're getting like thwarted, right? Because their enemies, they're playing the map so well, they're just pushing out waves. Like now you have to try to kick the Bristleback out of the lane, but he's so tanky, right? You need to bring, even if you bring 3 people, it's unsure that is it going to be safe enough to kill the Bristleback? And here
Yeah,
comes the
literally.
cavalry, the
Going to
backup.
go on to Chira Jr., but there's a BKB on him. He is dropping low though, but again, he has that Aegis, so he's still going to be
Sunder,
able to
aim
walk
him.
this one off. They don't want to bother to Sunder because they think he's fine, and they would be right. Turning around with the snot ball, there's Saksa on the back line, holding on to Cloud for Watson. And this Pango, no more mana to get away. A second leash, and Watson will get the job done. Very nicely done. High value on the meta pop, and they're going to look for more objectives with this mid lane tier 1.
Dire's middle
Yeah, I mean, Watson has been just very, very active on the TV, right? Shows up almost at every single fight, you know. Every time Team T, they are trying to contest the Bristol, they're trying to contest the Beastmaster. He's always there, you know, just in case anything goes wrong, he's able to help his team, you know. So I really like that he's actually showing up to all of
for
these
sure.
fights, you know.
At the start, you were telling us that Watson, he needs to pick and choose the fights that he shows up to. That will be integral
He
to
hasn't really
Yandex
been
being able.
picking and choosing.
Yeah,
He's
he
just
just
been
shows up. He just shows up. He decides that every single fight is good enough for him to show. And he, I think, is right in this case. Saksa, gonna get caught by the blink of the task and not able to pop any of his spells. So that is a kill for VTune.
Yeah,
But
but then
speaking of
again, it's
carries-
like a smoke to get just one support, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I just... You know, we talk about how the scaling for Yandex is clearly better in the late game. Is there a timing still for this gyro? Because we haven't talked about VTune much, but he's still hitting a pretty nice lick. Maladich, though, will hit a punch to the face from Desire. Again, more support kills that don't really progress the map. But maybe the side of Team T can turn this into a tier 2.
Meta is kind of still down, so I guess this should give them enough time to finish the tower here. Yeah, this is definitely not really like feeling too good. You know, you have so many kills, but you know that the gyro, he is not going to match up against the TB in the late game. You know, you get outranged by the TB, and TB has Sunder. You know, and he has so much armor.
Yeah.
Here we go. Blink, punch, snowball. Nice Lotus.
Oh no,
Gonna buy
Lotus,
a lot
yeah.
of time.
Gonna turn things around here. Saksa able to pounce down to the low ground, and Cloud, another retreating rolling thunder all the way back up. Desire might have just been caught here by the reflection. They don't see the
he's
Warlock
been-
TPing on the tree line. Desire, yep. Slowed down. We'll just try and buy time with the snowball. Nice little blink though.
Okay.
They're gonna
Should be
Mortimer's
fine.
Kisses in. Notice this actually just walking in like this. Desire on the sideline will end up going down. They turn around with the
Oh,
Raw as
Gyro
they
is in
use the
trouble.
Raw on the Gyro. They need to get VTune out of here, but he's tanking auto attack after auto attack from this Terrorblade. Managing to escape with the movement speed, but Yandex, they're still on the hunt. Notice slowing him down with the goo, and he doesn't care. He's going up to the high ground. Is he gonna get the kill? Noticed gets a double, and Team T just get completely wiped out on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, this is a complete disaster, you know. Last fight. I mean, that was like the BKB on the gyro, the first BKB charge. They couldn't really find the initiation because the Pangolier had to roll. Like he needs to, I feel like he needs to be more patient with his roll, right? He can't really just roll in like too early. He needs to wait for the fight to kind of play out a little bit, let the Tusk and Storm do their thing, and then he rolls in. You know, he has to ideally help them control the Snapfire. The Kisses has been like really destroying them in the team fight, so he needs to really cancel that and try to find a way to not also die to the physical damage, right, from the TB and the Bristleback. Like, I think he just needs to be more patient with how he starts the roll. Like, so many times he starts the roll and then it feels like, oh, he took too much damage, he has to run, you know, so it basically did nothing in the team fights, you know.
Yeah, it does feel that way. The Rolling Thunder has been ineffective to say the least. I feel like sometimes in team fights we see Pangos hit these god rolls, right? Lock up like 3 to 4 enemy heroes, but at the moment there's just way too much physical coming out from the Yandex side. And it's not even just the Terrorblade, right? Notice this pumping out quite a lot of damage as well. Not only that, he's so difficult to get through. Warwick in the mid lane. Yandex are looking at the target, eyeing up the prize here. Saksa on the front lines again will just use his ultimate to bait. The Rolling Thunder only hits on some illusions. Cloud, he's not getting any connections again, and he just gets wrought. The snowball saves him momentarily, but he can't move. Desire now locked in by his own shards, and the Mortimer's Kisses again. No one to stop that from happening. Saksa coming through, using the Yules to keep V-Tune up in the sky. Saksa might pay with his life for it. The cookie doesn't save him, but if they get a kill on the opposing carry, Yandex will be very happy with that sacrifice. The gyro goes down again, and it's another team fight, Winter, where Cloud just can't get a touch.
Basically like a non-factor, like almost the whole game, you know, on the Pango. Just couldn't really do anything, you know, like just messing up the initiations one after the other. I mean, I think that's just it, you know, like this TB, Bristol, and Beastmaster, they literally have 3 carries right now that have come online. Gyro is, I mean, you can't even deal with the TB as a 1v1 matchup carry against carry, and now there's 3 carries, you know. And so this is kind of like, this is too much.
Yeah, I'm trying to think right now. V-Tune, level 17 Gyrocopter. He has an Axe, he has a BKB, Crystallis. I don't know which core he can kill. I don't think he kills Bristleback. I don't think he kills Beastmaster. And he sure as hell is not killing Terrorblade. I don't even know if he kills Malady. Because Malady has a Ghost Scepter. So, this whole idea with picking the Bristleback Warlock, it worked out for them somewhat in the early stages of the game, at least getting the Gyro farm. But does the Gyro farm really matter? Doesn't seem like it, because he can't actually carry this game.
I mean, it's not just the Gyro, it's just the overall lineup. I mean, they have a Pango and Storm Gyro Tricore, right? You're supposed to be very, very strong, and you're supposed to come online and supposed to win the early fights, right? Against Bristol, Beast, and TB. I mean, if you get to this stage of the game, you don't even have any lead, and you're now down 20k, there's no chance. There's no hope.
It's kind of ridiculous. 15 to 15 and a 20k gold deficit just goes to show the macro game from Yandex was superior. Right, they were able to split the map, get the farm, scale up. Meanwhile, members of Team T struggling. Gyro, he's just getting gunned down. The rock comes out far too late, but narrowly surviving there. Able to survive thanks to the Shadow Word, but not so lucky for Cloud as he just gets roared up and the Rags to fall as well. I think you're right, Winter. This one might be over. We knew Yandex were going to be dominant, but up against Team T, I think there was an expectation that this might be a bit more even. It just felt like Yandex had them in the palm of their hands the whole time.
Yeah, this is absolutely getting outclassed, you know, by Yandex. I mean, they're trying to kill this TB, but still, he has an Aegis, still on 0 death. Sunders the Slug. Thank you very much, Saksa. Thank you for standing in for us. I just need you to Sunder.
Yeah. Lotus for the snowball. Turn around. Noticed is fine. He's just gonna start walking this one off. Nice Fatal Bonds though. Onto 3 heroes. They could do something with this if they could find some sort of damage, but V-Tune, he just can't enter the fight. Being used up and controlled by the supporting cast. Punch out. Looks like they've killed off Saksa, but that's all they'll find. Again, the theme of this game, Winter, all Team T are allowed to get is support kills.
The Slug and the Snapfire has combined of 13 deaths. And the enemy team has 16 kills.
That's tough. That's tough. Oh, man. Okay.
I mean, this is ideally what you want in a game. Your support's tanking all the ganks. I mean, some of them, maybe you could argue they're not exactly tanking deaths, but they are pushing out waves and they're dying, but they're also dying because they're doing something useful for the game, right? Sometimes you die and it's really bad for the game. I think when you die as a support and it leads to like a +1 kill, or it leads to the enemy taking a tower, losing Roshan, those are like really bad deaths, right? But I think on Yandex's support side, this game, they are really, really good at, I think, either securing the wave, pushing it out the lane before dying, or like Saksa, what he's doing in the game, you know, he's like just scouting, being annoying, and he's dying for information, so he's always dying for something.
Yeah. Either dying for information or dying to set up another successful fight, right? He just pounces in, uses a Yules on one, catches the other, and the rest of Yandex comes streaming in for the free kills. Coming down to the bot side now. Oh, the Rolling Thunder being pumped up. Is this really where you want to fight? The Illusions are just on the verge of scouting out the whole team of T, and this is no longer a position that feels good. Chira Jr. coming in with the Raw, and the Gyro is just gone. You don't have the Rock to save him this time, and the shards will help Desire die a little bit slower, not that much. Soneko in the tree line, Watson on the hunt. Just needs some vision of the Warlock, but he's able to truck on out of there, luckily. Fortunately, you can't say the same for his teammates. It's now onto the high ground, onto the third lane. Still have 1 Rex remaining in the mid, but no doubt that that will go down as well. And 30k gold lead at 32 minutes. GG is called. Team T tap out, and understandably so. They've just been completely outclassed by Yandex in this game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, just utter demolition, you know. They kind of had a decent start. I think the way they started the game, they set up a lot of kills with the Warlock and Tusk, but when it comes down to the mid game, when they needed to coordinate well with the Pango and the Storm, they need to do everything together. I think they kind of didn't really get to execute that part of the game. I think the early game they had it done, but they needed the mid game team fights to be working well with the Pango role and the Storm jumping in. You know, they needed all those to kind of connect. You know, we've seen so many Warlock Rock drop, and then they either only get 1 kill or get 0 kills, and they're only killing the Snap and the Slug, right? They're not really getting important kills, you know. I think that was like the main issue, you know. They needed to be, I think, a lot more deadly with their attacking moves, connect better, and have the whole team be there using their spells on the right heroes, you know. I don't feel like it was like, oh, their draft just couldn't really match up against what Yandex were doing the whole game. I felt it was just the execution that kind of failed them a lot.
Yeah, hopefully tightening up the screws here in this upcoming game number 2, but we'll have that for you after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
You crack the ceiling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be. These myths are busted, the grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted, I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden, so how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. Oh, yeah. Got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better, gotta be you. Got to be you. Voices, yeah. 'Cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Yeah. It's gotta be you. Gotta be you.
you caught my eye. Yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right.
Well, we are back for game number 2. Winter, do you want to bring up a special guest or you good? Should we just move
it's
on?
okay. The special
Okay,
guest
special
is the
guest.
Dota.
Okay, the special guest, in fact, is the Dota, and the special guests are the stand-ins that we have for today. I think coming into this series, Team T versus Team Yandex here at DreamLeague Division 2, we were hoping, as we always do, that the lineups would be a bit more evenly matched, but I don't think it's fair. You know, I just don't think it's fair when you call on the stand-in, you look at the stand-in, the guy's Saksa, literal TI winner, here to play position 4 slug and ruin your day. Of course, we say that, but even without Saksa, I think Yandex just looked head and shoulder above their opponent, at least in that game 1, right? They out-macroed them on the map, farmed with 3 cores. It was like kill disparity, but still 4K gold lead at the early stage of the game.
I mean, every kill they got didn't really matter much, right? If out of 16 kills, they had like 13 on supports, so they didn't really get any meaningful kills on the cause. I do feel like it's just mainly the execution in some of the team fights. They definitely could have gotten a lot more out of the specific team fights when they hit their power spikes with the Warlock, Pango plus Storm. I think the moment they have their spells, and especially with BTune also joining the team fights, they should have been able to execute better in the clashes to secure more advantage, right? But they just end up always killing either just the snap or the snap and the slug, right? They didn't really get to kill important heroes most of the time, you know. So I think it just came down to execution for them in the team fights. I think at some point you're gonna have to accept the fact that you are going to be outmaneuvered on the map by the slug plus the snipe by pushing out, but then you have to make sure you execute in the team fights.
Actually, we didn't mention that, but the combination of the Slug being able to gather such deep information on where the opposing heroes are probably helped Yandex manipulate the map so well, right? Because I know it goes without saying, obviously, that is a cause and effect that is straightforward. But I was just wondering to myself, every single move that Team T were making, it felt like the cause on Yandex just knew what to avoid, knew where to farm to be safe, which creep wave they could cut, which wave they could go in and maybe take 1 or 2 and then duck out to one corner of the jungle where they wouldn't be spotted. They just managed to dodge just about everything. It was kind of impressive, honestly. I wonder what the comms were like, because as we know, this is Saksa standing in. I saw an announcement on X, and Tandra posted Saksa is standing in for Team Yandex, but they didn't say whether he's standing in for one match, the event, perpetually. Not really sure what's going on, but if Saksa actually joins Team Yandex, that's going to be a huge power level increase.
I mean, any team would be happy to have Saksa in your squad. You know, I think he just understands like the macro of the map, what you have to do as a team, I
Yeah.
think supports like him are very valuable. Like overall, like he has a very similar playstyle, I think, to Nine Class. I think both of them are really good at creating space by getting information on the map and just playing according to it. And I think those are the players that would, I think, make a difference in the team.
Yeah. It's funny that you mentioned that because it almost feels like these days the position 4 is a lot more space makey and sacrificial, right? We're seeing that trend kind of come to fruition for a lot of the top tier teams. The position 5s are picking these greedier heroes. I think back when Tundra was on he was on Tundra, Whitemon was also always a bit greedier on his Phoenixes, on his Chens. He would be farming up, and then you have this pos 4, Saksa would be tanking devs, running around, but then it just creates so much space for the team. When you put that into perspective, I guess it makes sense that Saksa succeeded or is succeeding on Yandex right now, because you look at Watson and notice these are very greedy core players.
10 seconds remaining.
And somebody's got to make space for the greedy core players. But yeah, you just have to figure out how to play as a team. I think you need to just make sure that you're farming the right places, you're pushing out the right creep waves. There's a lot of like small details that you have to iron out. It looks simple, like just shoving out waves and using the supports to tank devs, but it also requires a lot of like small little detail that you have to really get down to the T, right? Like people are moving to which areas. I think if you don't do that as a unit, like if only a few people wants to push out waves and the other two they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, then it doesn't really work out. Everybody needs to know their job. If you're pushing out waves, the other person has to be scouting, and then the other guy has to be like trying to set up kills. Because usually there's like this 2-man team like running around either to kill heroes or to find information, or a 1-man team, right, which is Saksa. And then there's like the Snapfire pushing out the dead lane, and usually that creates like 2 safe zones to farm, and who is getting farm on the safe zone, right? Usually it will be your mid and your carry, and the offlaner kind of needs to like somehow tank some ganks or defend some towers.
Yeah. We saw Noticed very successfully just wedge himself in the top lane the previous game, farming away on the Bristleback, getting to that Lotus, getting to the Vanguard, and becoming a iron wall for Yandex. Team T, though, they're going to start things off with a different pace. They're going with the Naga Siren that has slipped its way through the draft. Yandex electing to ban the Lycan, Chen, Ench, and Beastmaster. So they're saying, screw you to summon heroes, which makes sense when you're playing against Soneko and Cloud. Shadow Fiend will be the response, though, for Team Yandex. We saw Hunters, another team that really like this hero. They usually start out with it on the position 2, and that's kind of where they've kept it. I do know Watson plays this hero a bit as well, but you mentioning, Winter, you like the core pick on 9 to respond to a support pick on 8. What do you think the sort of idea is here with this SF?
Yeah, I think Naga SF is also really like good together, right? So you don't want to give them away if you can help it. Either you have to ban it or you have to. And in this case, they pick it. I mean, Shadowfiend is, I think, one of the heroes that you just want to buy BKB on. I think against Naga, you kind of want heroes that by default wants to buy BKB to deal with the song. So SF, I think, is kind of good against that. And you also clear out the illusions quickly. It's not a very, very big problem. Yeah, I think overall, it's just a very, I think, overall solid hero. Good hero for Watson. I think we are most likely going to see, there's a high chance that he's going to play this. Some teams like to use SF on mid, as we've already seen a lot, in the previous series. But I'm hoping that we get to see some, SF carry here, pair with like, say, a Tars or a Bane, for example.
Yeah. Well, you kind of need a specific set of bodyguards. You were saying that this SF carry has somewhat fallen out of favor just because the usual partners have received some nerfs. We'll see what Melody will pick up for himself here to try and help this SF out. Whether it is a mid or a safe lane still remains to be seen. I guess that's the privilege of it as well, right? You have that flex potential. Ban out on the Noticed, Bristleback, and Dawnbreaker, so targeting the off-laner of Yandex just a little bit. Meanwhile, Yandex take out the Dusa. Okay. Well, I mean, when you ban a hero like that, it makes me feel like, okay, but I guess this SF is more likely to be potentially on this position 1, because the Medusa SF matchup can't be too good.
And there's still like TB, right? I think I mentioned yesterday. TB is one of the better matchups against SF. Carry SF, in the late game because of the reflection.
Seconds remaining.
So we'll just have to see, what is going to happen. Obviously, the SF will remain as an ambiguous pick. You still don't really know which route the SF is going to be taking. And with the Hoodwink, it definitely also kind of suggests that the mid SF could be a thing, right? Because Hoodwink with high magic burst heroes with the shard is always going to be amazing, So it's going to be up to Team T to kind of build their lineup and try to not to reveal too much. They already have a Naga, so you kind of want like a sort of initiating heroes to come and pair with the Naga Siren. So they go with the Snap and Mars, very solid. Naga, Mars, and Snap, very very strong team fight. So what do you actually do now? Do you feel comfortable with the SF being on a carry here against the Mars Snap Fire lane? Do you need the right bodyguard in this lane, or else the SF is going to die a lot?
Yep, looks like it might be Feed City for Shadow Fiend if he doesn't have someone to help him tank some of these Mars and Snapfire spells. I was quite surprised that Yandex chose to go for the Hoodwink over the Snapfire. I feel like in some Southeast Asian close qualifier games, we saw Naga Siren somewhat answered, because if you go for the mirror image in the lane, you just eat a Scatter Blast and all your illusions are dead instantly. Here's the Satsa hero though, Tiny coming out. So if this Shadow Fiend is still going to the safe lane, it's gonna be a Hoodwink or a Tiny accompanying it, and we have a Timbersaw coming through for Team Yandex.
Yeah, this is the Naga sort of counter in the lane, Naga doesn't like to play against Timber, Bristleback, Darkseer type of offlaners because they kill your illusions very easily. So your illusions don't really work in the lane, I mean, the only thing that could be annoying is if it's the Hoodwink coming into a gank and the Timber might kill off the Bushwhack tree, and then you kind of ruin your gank, That is like the only... actually, even the toss, like Hoodwink with Tiny and Timber, I think it's going to be quite annoying to play the team fights and the ganks,
So, small note about the Timber. Of course, there is also a concurrent tournament Blast Slam happening right now, the group stages in Europe. And one of the trends that I've noticed is a large amount of Timbersaw picked with power treads. And I think I might have an idea why. Seems like the slight buff to reactive armor is enough to make this hero's laning feel pretty nice again.
I like the Gleipnir. I don't know if you managed to catch the Gleipnir.
Oh, yeah. It's really cool, honestly.
It's nice, I had a friend 2 months ago, I think. He told me, you need to buy Gleipnir on Timbersaw. I was like, you out of your mind or something.
He was ahead of the curve, man. He was ahead of the curve.
It was before the buff to the armor, but the buff is actually quite... It's not really that significant. It's nice, but it's not really gonna change a lot. So I think it already shows that the power of the build was already kind of, I think, useful on this hero, because you kind of need to set up. You don't want to rely on your teammates a lot, and the Gleipnir kind of also amplifies the AoE of your spells, which helps the hero a lot. The only downside about getting a Gleipnir on Timber is you don't really get a mana regen or HP regen. In general, you like to get items that give you mana and health regen, so you fight, you go in and out, right? So you have regen to kind of sustain it.
Yeah. Kind of very much like a Storm loves to keep the tap flowing with spells after spell after spell. The more chakram you can throw out in the fight, the more successful likely to be. But here comes a TA from Team T on the 18 to counter the Timbersaw in lane. Very low armor on the Tiny as well. And just, if this ends up being a Shadow Fiend carry, the TA is a fantastic matchup into that hero. You can block out most of the damage from his huge auto attacks from the refraction. It's not much else to really lock him down. And then you're going to end the draft with a Lesh coming out for Warwick. Very clean and
solid,
concise.
very solid.
Yeah, very nice draft, I think.
It's very similar to the first game where they have team fight. A lot of team fight with some magic damage from the mid laner, some scaling from the carries. Very all-rounded fight draft, for Team T. For Yandex right now, seems like they have to decide, okay, where is this SF going, right? With the Lash, do you want to put the SF mid? Is the SF safe in the lane against Mars Snapfire with Holding? I am actually not so sure about it, so I probably would end up putting the SF mid and maybe picking something like some melee hero, some Ursa, some Sven to lane into this Mars Snapfire, so it's actually a lot more stable. Probably Ursa, because Ursa is like I guess the stable carry right now.
Sure.
Like I think there's three heroes, either Ursa, Sven, or Juggernaut. I think these three heroes seem like they could work out in this current setup. Lifestealer maybe, but I don't really like Lifestealer into the TA. I think it's a lot harder as Lifestealer. You don't really match up well into TA.
Yeah, the Juggernaut seems enticing at this moment, right? The Omni Slash is going to be really nice into some of these Team T heroes until they get defensive items. You can spin away from the net, you can spin away from the spear, you can spin off the arena. The only downside is that it doesn't really strike me as the most favorable matchup versus the TA, but I don't even know what your options are against the TA at this point.
And they could go for the TB again, but it's very greedy.
Yeah. They don't really have the same level of information gathering, right, from Saksa this game. Okay, Morphling. I kind of forgot about
And
this
this is-
guy, but
This is like the TB in a way, and you can kind of wave away from the arena. You have a good
Yeah.
matchup into TA, but it's a lot more greedier, right? Like you take a long time to come on. I think it's very similar to last game where that this tri-core setup, where
Yeah.
they need to rely on playing on the map, and they have to try to like go for pickoffs with the mid laner, the SF, this time. And SF with Hoodwink, so I think they basically will kill anyone they find, right, with the shot. I don't really expect people to survive unless there's a song to kind of bail you out. And you have the Timber to anchor yourself on a location on the map to defend the towers and to be that target, right? Like the Bristleback he was playing the last game. So I think Yandex have a very, very similar setup, but this time I think it's a whole lot greedier than the last game. Last game, at least it was a beast. You had a beast mid, right, which can kind of kill hero setup kills and try to pressure towers. Right? With SF, it's you can still pressure towers as SF, but it's not as potent as a Beastmaster pressuring towers. You kind of take a longer time to come online. But on the other hand, you do offer a substantial amount more damage in the early game with your spells compared to Beasts. So they have to probably try to use it to their advantage, at least combine the SF with either the Tiny or the Hoodwink to take heroes out in the map.
I kind of like the draft from Team T a lot more, mostly because it feels more balanced, right? It doesn't feel like if they lose one or two early game team fights, they're going to get so far outscaled that they can't come back. I think the Lash and the TA scale very nicely into the game. I just wonder what the plan is this time round for Team Yandex, because last game, like we said, they had Saksa scout everything coming out. This game, the Saksa hero feels a lot more kill oriented, right? Like he's probably going to try and run around with Chira and Melody, make things happen on the map in terms of kills. I don't know how these three heroes are going to get away with securing farm though.
It's gonna be a lot harder than the last game for sure. Tiny is not very useful in the lane. Hoodwink with Morphling seems rather strange as well on the safe lane. I don't know how the lane is going to play out. Hoodwink is still definitely a strong laner. We've seen Liquid do it on the position 5, I think last couple of days. I don't want to say like I'm a big fan of it, but it can get the job done. You're a lane bully. You have very strong spells at level 1, level 2, especially with your Aecon shot. So you trade very effectively. It's just that you need farm on this hero. Tiny also needs farm, right? So it creates kind of a situation where all your heroes need some sort of net worth to be useful in the game.
Yeah. I guess you could say that, but on the flip side, maybe as position 5 Hoodwink, you just get regular support items when you can, and then you play on the go nuts.
On Hoodwink, regular support items?
Yeah,
What are
I've
the
seen it.
flashy
Like
support items, and what are the regular support items?
the flashy. Okay, hear me out. I feel like something you would get if you are having a good game would be something like an Aether Lens. You know what I mean? Like if you're making some money, you're getting some kills, it's feeling good, you get an Aether Lens, you initiate from further range, get some juicy mana regen. That's nice. You poverty mode, you need to survive, you just, okay, well, I'm not going to do anything other than land my spells in the fight, so I get a Solar Crest so my Morphling doesn't die, I get a Glimmer Cape maybe so I survive a bit longer versus the Mars Arena. That's like regular support items in my mind. You're rich, maybe you buy your own shard, maybe you get like a 4-star or something like that, I don't know. Maybe even a Yules if you're feeling fancy. No such thing. We have seen some position 5 hoodwinks. I think Miposhka was one of the players who brought it out at times, and Panto sort of continuing that trend, at least in the games that I saw from Spirit yesterday.
You're basically saying there's two classes of hoodwink builds. One for the upper class and one for the lower class, depending on how
That is
rich you are in
exactly
the
what
game.
I'm saying, yeah. Depending on what socio-economic standard of living you are as your squirrel. It's all the rage these days to go for the flashy lifestyle. SF versus Lesh.
This mid lane is going to be a very volatile one. Like, you both heroes can kill each other. This is going to be very, very interesting, you know. Like, it's going to be a very skill-based matchup. Like, who is going to mess up, who is going to overplay their cards, and who is going to bait the other in, you know, to think that they can kill the other guy, and then you send him a tip when you kill him back.
Ooh.
Ooh.
It's a
That's what you
little
like,
bit
right?
hard for Warwick to maneuver this lane at the moment. He's just getting raised while trying to get last hits. Meanwhile, the SF can kind of walk away with... honestly, he can just walk wherever he wants in the lane, because as long as he's near enough to the creeps, I don't think Warwick can really take him down. Oh, pump faking the raise. Just playing around there. Warwick, he's dropping really, really low, and he's not allowed to touch these creeps. Volatile indeed. Chira Jr. already bossing up right in front of the tier 1. I'm holding my breath here in this SF lane because I feel like every single time I look away from an SF lane, a kill happens before I realize. Trying for the kill, the first blood. Okay. Well, that was a car crash waiting to happen. Decided to stick around for far too long. Meanwhile, bot lane, Saksa and Noticed able to run down Soneko. The early laning stage already going pretty nicely for Yandex.
Slash is suffering so much from the first few trades that didn't go well for him, and now he's going to die. I mean, this is a lane which could snowball very, very easily, and now if you're the SF, you're telling your Tiny, hey, if you can come over in the next minute or so to gank the Lash, this game is over for him, you know.
Yeah.
Especially when the SF has level 5, you know, he's already level 4 and a bit. I mean, any movement from the supports right now would just easily kill off the Lash, you know.
We were a bit worried about this Watson-Melody duo up in the top lane because of the heroes they're playing. But they are putting a lot of hurt onto Cloud and Desire. Somehow the Snapfire Mars is not trading the best into this duo.
I mean, the Hu Wing is still considered a very strong laner, right? A bodyguard in a lane. It's not very conventional. But it does still get the job done, you know. It's just not conventional. You're not really using your body to tank, but you are very annoying because you have very high damage spells, and you sort of have like the built-in evasion, innate, when you're trying to trade and you're standing in the trees. So it kind of makes it very difficult to fight Hoodwing in the lane, you know, as a Snapfire especially.
Yeah. Evasion is more disgusting the earlier on it is in the game. Now, Chira Jr. walking up a bit too far. Will turn around now, throw out some razors, but the Lightning Storm catching him with quite a lot of damage.
I mean, this lane is definitely going to get very interesting already. Right now, the Ledge has to kill the SF, I think, before he hits level 5. If he hits level 5, okay, he's level 5 already. Now it's gonna be very, very difficult. He's calling his support over. Like, he needs to get this room. He needs to get the kill.
Desire's here too.
He doesn't get the kill, and he doesn't get the refill, and bottom water rune secured by Saksa as well. SF has double bottle refills, you know. This Lash has nowhere to go now.
Just tank a race. He has to go back to base, right? Surely. I mean, he's gonna lose some EXP if he does, though. Chira Jr., he's gonna recognize that this Lash has left the lane. Gonna try and slow it down with a Fortify, but it's not gonna do much. And this is a huge wave of creeps being lost here. Chira Jr. going for that second refill now. I saw a Soneko illusion walking over to the mid lane, so I thought the Naga Siren would be able to deny the second water rune at least. I guess it timed out or something, and this gap in the mid lane continues to widen here for Yandex.
Bottom lane, the Timber is also kind of standing his ground against the TA. Usually this matchup is difficult for TA, but I guess with the slight buff to the reactive armor now with the 202 build, you are actually able to withstand the harass, right, in the lane. I think usually Timbers get pushed out at this point, right? You don't really feel comfortable in the lane against a TA.
Yeah.
I guess that small little buff kind of changed the dynamic of this matchup by a lot.
Seems that way because all you're worried about is physical damage. I remember back in the day, these type of setups were Timber's favorite, right? If you don't have any magic burst, he just has so much armor and regen coming through from that passive. It's been a while since this spell has felt relevant. I think some Timbersaws get one level in the laning stage, but not much past it. You usually focus more on your other spells. A little bit off the mark with the bushwhack, but nothing to come of it. But yeah, I mean, maybe this is an era of Timbersaw all over again.
Because it's 3 right now, they need to secure the runes for the Lash. I think the Lash is going to be so sad if he doesn't get the rune. Oh no, SF, he has been blessed once again with the rune.
And Melody with a very nice bushwhack, but unfortunately with the deluge, he will get taken down. So Warwick, at least he gets some sort of consolation prize in killing the Hoodwink.
He is so damn poor right now. He's the lowest on all the cores. Like 2k net worth. He's definitely in struggle city, you know, he needs to get that level 6 so he has a chance, you know, to kill the SF. But Saksa has been just being that annoying pest this whole early game, you know, just helping him get the runes on the SF.
Saksa, walking up. You gotta be careful about this though, you're taking way too much damage. Toss back onto the Hoodwink, but the... Oh, that was close. I thought Saksa was dead for sure. That's what I was kind of worried about because, you know, it's cool and all that as the position 4 you're trying to find the mid lane so you can toss him back. But if you don't connect on your spells and you don't have anyone to toss to, he can just Pulse Nova and like edict you down. Well, he doesn't have the Pulse Nova just yet. He's still not level 6, which is crazy. Warwick
You know, SF
is in...
level 7 right now.
Yikes, yeah.
I mean, even if you try to run the SF down, he has Breckum's skill up, right? It won't be that easy for the Lash to kill the SF at this point of the game. He needs people to stun the SF. So probably the Mars or the Snap has to rotate over, and the Snap is kind of also not really that easy to set up. At times, your Mars is probably the more reliable one with the Arena. So things are definitely looking tough here right now for the Lash. He's going to need help at some point. Ideally, the Mars comes into either fight at the tower when they're pushing a
Trying to
tower
make a
or
play onto the bot lane. Hold that thought, Winter. Pulling back in. Very tanky though is the Timbersaw, and they already used the Melt Strike. It wears out. Melody's TP is able to put a stop to that. I guess this is also a way of approaching the problem, right? You talk about the SF needing to be dealt with. They're deciding they don't want to deal with him. They're just going to go to another lane instead. Walking up to the high ground, the Lash trying for a gank. The Timbersaw putting in a lot of damage onto his body though, so he does kill Saksa, but it comes at the cost of his life again.
This is not looking good at all, you know, for the Lash. He does not have a game, or he's basically a support in this game.
It's starting to feel that way.
Is under attack.
1.5k gold behind your counterpart at this early stage of the game is not a good look. Now, Team T, they are putting in quite a lot of pressure in this bot lane. I just don't really know how much they can get done, especially if the wave pushed in. Notice should be able to just chill under his tower.
And this Timber is very difficult to kill with this build, yeah. Power trades, you have 2 points in the reactive. When you have a Bracer. I kind of like this kind of new way of playing Timbersaw. Threats to help you last hit. So you are, I think you have a lot more laning presence with the attack speed and your second point reactive armor.
I think it's also cool because in the past, like, Timbersaw would really rely on spamming all his spells and mana to even clear jungle camps, right? Mid lane, Saksa caught out this time. Nice kill for Warwick. But yeah, you just need to, like, Chakram for 3 seconds, pop a Whirling Death and the Timber Chain, and that's like 300 mana for 1 creep camp. But now you can auto-attack it, and it's honestly not even trolling. Like, you can just auto-attack down jungle.
Yeah, it's so unusual to see Timber attacking creeps, you know, with right click and
Yeah,
just attacking so quickly. So unusual.
Yeah,
Usually
what
the
business
swings-
does he have with attack speed? It's such a weird stat on the hero.
Usually he takes a longer time to swing at the creeps, you know.
Radiant are scanning.
Regen
The
rune.
source heavy, you know. Regen rune, deny, desire. Letting it run though. Still, immense burst damage coming out from the SF. Doesn't feel confident enough to keep chasing. Doesn't know who's waiting on the high ground that they don't see Lash.
I mean, Lash is still in struggle city, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Nowhere near his dagger. Nowhere near his Kaya.
He's the president of the Struggle Club right now. Like in Struggle City, he's the leading party member. I want to say.
What are the requirements to join that club? Because I also kind of want to join that club. You know, I'm really
Wait, why?
struggling
You-
with my pub games right now.
Damn. Why? What's going on with you? Are you on a lost streak?
Man, sometimes
Arena?
I just don't
Top
think the
lane?
world is against me.
Waveform used. Watson making a misplay there. A rare one for him on his Morphling. But using the waveform to secure some last hits right in time for Warwick to rotate. That's just unlucky.
It's just what the Lash needs to do. Combined with the Mars. The Mars didn't go to him, so he's going to the Mars this time to get kills. And this is what he needs to do over and over again to get back into the game. Kobo
Oh,
Club.
Saksa.
Kobo
Slowing
Club,
down.
he's fast.
He's moving. Nice little Ever. He got one raise. Slow him down. Need a spear. The spear misses. Watson here to claim some revenge. Morphs into the Mars. Throws a spear. That one will land. And look what else is landing. The bushwhack onto Cloud. Broke him up. No bulwark for you. One more little raise is all it's going to take. But Chira Jr. will just auto-attack him down. Team Yandex get their lick back. Meanwhile, bot lane, notice now, in some trouble. The Mortimer's Kisses coming through, and the last smooch will knock him on the chin. Nicely done. Again, it feels like Team T have been trying to make this move in the bot lane for a while now, and they managed to connect on it on Timbersaw after like 3-4 minutes.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Finally, and they still finally found Saksa here. They see him. He should be dead here. Cooking on the illusion. There's a
Can he
reload
just
coming
TP?
out.
Oh, he doesn't have one. Okay.
He's dead.
Yeah. Nice kill
Probably
for
will,
V-Tune.
he probably will know that they are kind of aware, right? He came in. But it wasn't a ward. They were just standing on the high ground because they know he was moving at top. They know he went missing for a bit, so kind of predicted that he would gate towards the other side.
Yeah. Nice awareness there from Team T, sort of keeping the head sharp. 12 minutes in, less than 1k gold lead for Team Yandex. Although I will say, just because of how much the SF is beating the Lash, it feels like Yandex are further ahead. But we haven't really talked about this TA. V-Tune is top of the net worth.
I mean, he's going to have his Dragonlance and Dagger very, very soon. But can he actually still enter the fight? I think before BKB it's kind of hard. The stun from Tiny takes away your refraction. Then obviously that's the Requiem. That also kind of removes your refraction. And Bushwhack as well, right? Bushwhack is multiple instances of damage. It is not one instance. And you have Timber, I mean, obviously the Timber Source Chakram, right? So I think without BKB it's going to be difficult for TA to enter the fights. He's really strong right now with the dagger coming up. But he still wants to kind of ideally get the Roshan at night time. They're on Radiant and get the Tormentor, right? Then you have the BKB set up for you so you can enter the fight. I mean, the shot is going to be very useful this game on the TA against Morphling SF.
Yeah, Timber as well, right? No Timber chain out for you. Chira Jr. gets a freebie onto Sonoikyo. Looks like that was Saksa setting it up.
Dire are
So I haven't asked you yet, Winter. You know, last game, Yandex very clearly had the greedier draft. Warwick's going to secure a very nice AD rune. This game, same thing, right? We were worried about Yandex at the start of the game, how their lanes would go. It turns out it's okay. But is it a same situation where later on in the game, Yandex are still the stronger team?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that. Morphling, SF, Timber.
Okay.
I think both those three heroes scale a lot harder than the Lash, TA, and the Mars. The Morphling definitely the strongest hero among the 10 right
Speaking
now.
of the Mars, Blink reveal, beautiful arena with the kisses and the AD rune not even needing to be popped. Warwick will get one kill, looking to make it a second with Melody being slowed down, rooted in place and killed off. Nice little smoke move with the Blink of the Mars.
Yeah,
We
that
might
was
find more here.
really unfortunate. I think Melodic, he knew that something was happening, but he was standing on the other high ground, right, to block off the smoke, and the smoke came down from the river. So I guess that was
Sucks, huh?
also like a little bit of unlucky for the SF.
Yeah. A third kill going the way of Team T as they are starting to ramp things up here. Saksa tried to get cheeky with it and clear the creep wave in the mid lane, but realistically speaking, even without creeps, I think V-Tune could have just popped Refraction and hit the tower anyway. That seems to be enough though. They use their arena, they use their kisses back to farming for Team T.
Yeah, not done. Oh, he doesn't land the spear. Oh boy.
Slightly
that
off the
could
mark
have
there.
That was a very big kill to miss.
Yeah. Shira Jr. dying a second time in a row there would have completely halted the early snowball he's built for himself. Already dying once, I think that's kind of the problem with SF. He really feels like this hero that you make one or two major mistakes and suddenly you're so easy to kill. You know me, Winter. I got my anti-SF propaganda. I still think the hero is like... It feels like a sniper or a Saksa in the bot lane getting caught. I mean, Cloud, ever since picking up this Blink Dagger, he's just chained kill after kill for the team. And now they find Chira Jr. as well with that AD rune. Yandex, they're starting to slip up a little bit all across the map.
Yeah, one little death by the SF previously, it allowed Team T to kind of shove out the waves and find their moves right. That one kill allowed them to place wards too. You know, once all these small little things come into play, the vision, you set up the vision, then you see them pushing out the waves, you can always kill them. You know, that's when the team that has the greedier draft, they're not getting the waves pushed out and they're getting ganked. Watson, oh no, he's caught.
He's netted up, speared up, in an arena, he's gone. No waveform chances for him when Soneko's right there. And V-Tune will clean up a second with the help of Warwick. Double kill for this Lash, and what a recovery for this mid laner. He was in struggles. He was the president. You were looking to join him, but I think he's graduated right now.
And he's been making the right plays. He wasn't really just like, oh, I'm trying to, recover in the jungle because I lost my lane. He's like joining with his team. He went with just an arcane boots, no dagger. I think the move with the mask kind of, tells me that he understands that he needs to kill heroes to come back into the game, not kill creeps. And he's also been doing a good job controlling the runes as well, making sure that he takes them away from the SF.
Absolutely.
I think Lash is also one of the, hardest heroes to contest at the rune with Misanthropy. You just can't fight him in the runes.
Yeah. Diabolic Edict, go burr. Well, Chira Jr., they have a ward spotting him out. Cloud is very nearby. This could be scary.
He should be dead here on the SF.
Oh. Song used by Soneko to try and get out. SF is gone because of the nice setup there from Cloud. Cost them their Naga Siren on the top side though. And Notice will find himself a double. Okay. Nice little setup there from Melody to serve up the Lash on a silver platter for this Timbersaw to claim. So not all bad. That ends up being an unstoppable kill streak for the Timber, who is now working towards his pipe.
Yeah, that is going to be huge against the Lash, kind of help them survive during the early stages of the arena. Like, you need to kind of live through the arena, Mortimer's Kiss and the Pulse Nova going on your head, and the pipe is definitely going to help them do it.
Yeah, I think it's especially important for a Mars who has Victory Feast facet, right? Like, if you manage to live through the initial arena and they don't get that ridiculous HP mana regen, the Lash might just be easier to kill that way. If he gets a single kill, suddenly you're lacking a bit of damage. He's able to walk out and gets troublesome from there. Here's Watson though, banging on the tier 1 tower. Yandex smoked up behind him, daring Team T to contest them, but Team T won't fall for the bait.
20-minute Tormentor seems to be like going through both teams' mind right now. How are they going to set up for it? Are they going to run in with the smoke or run through the gate? And Yandex is already setting up right in the mid lane. They're going to smoke and cross. It's a TA, right? So you have to go there early. Otherwise, you just destroy the Tormentor. They see the TA hitting creeps in the mid lane. They know they're going to have some time here. They have also a very good ward in the Seeker shop. They saw the courier, so it's going to see that. No, it's not going to see the TA, unfortunately, but they know that someone was there because they saw the courier flying by.
Yeah. No scans available for either team, so they're going in blind here. Smoke on smoke action with Noticed on the front line. Looks like V-Tune will be the first one to break his smoke. He's getting close. You know that there's a hero on the low ground, and vice versa. Need a sentry to scout out these traps. They will send a Naga Siren illusion in. Notice gonna show himself. Not the target that you want. Saksa would be a lot juicier if you can take the tiny toss avalanche out of the equation for the fight. It's gonna be nice. But keep in mind as well, the Naga Siren doesn't have her song. 9 more seconds. They're just trying to wait that one out so they have that additional tool. Yandex creeping around the tree lines. Both teams not wanting to give up any ground. This fight could dictate how the mid-game ends up looking for these squads. At present, it's a very even affair. 1k gold lead only. Maybe trying for a wrap around here. Cloud, the second smoke, it's gonna break in the lane. Cloud finds the Morphling, but doesn't get the connection on the arena. Meanwhile, they've got the catch onto Melody on the backside. Notice now, in some trouble, trying to chase down Soneko. It's Watson in trouble. He needs a way out, tries to morph, managing to refract, and he's gonna waveform through them. Meanwhile, Chira Jr. gets the kill onto Warwick on the backline, and Watson, he has just baited so many spells. Out comes the song finally, but you don't have any more tools to win this fight. And the whole affair, it was just the fact that Watson was able to survive for such a long time. That's gonna get them the Tormentor and the fight win.
Oh, Watson there. He turns into the TA, he gets the strength mob, he gets the refraction, he doesn't die. I don't even blame Team T for going all in for him, you know. It seemed like it was possible for them to kill him, you know, initially. And if they killed him, the fight was definitely most over, you know, for Yandex, and they have to back off, you know. So it was just really, really, you know, hard for them to just run away from the team fight, knowing that they maybe could have killed the Morphing, you know. But just after turning into the TA, he had the refraction. They just couldn't finish the job, you know. I think Warwick did a nice initiation. He killed off Maladich, I think, from the back, right from the start. So they took out one hero right away, and everything looked promising, you know. But they just couldn't finish off, I think, the Morphing there, which kind of cost them the fight. I mean, well played,
that
you know,
was with the TA's like full attention, right? I think V-Tune did nothing but auto-attack the Morphling the entire fight, and it ends up with no result. And when your carry is doing that for like an extended period of time, Warwick, who was on the front lines because he's killing off Melody, just has to face the full brunt of Saksa, Noticed, as well as Chira Jr. blowing him up. There's not much he can do once he's in. Maybe the BKB can change that. For now, Yandex taking that fight win. And I mean, the shot on the Tiny, not the best. Blink out. Chira Jr. now being chased down, but they don't commit anything just yet. That's the toss. They toss him closer to... Okay. Okay, a little bit of Tiny Airlines moment there from Saksa, not gonna lie.
I mean, the flight was for who, you know?
Yeah.
Who booked the flight?
One-way ticket, but looks like Noticed might sentence them to their deaths here. In comes Watson, putting out the damage, but Warwick's already found Maladich again. Saksa now taking hits from the TA. V-Tunes joined the fray, and Saksa, unfortunately, doesn't really have a lot of armor to work with. We'll try for a toss, but unfortunately, whatever he was tossing ends up going down. Must have been a Naga illusion or something. Saksa able to blink back out to safety. Meanwhile, Notice just kills off Warwick, and Watson, morphing into the TA, outdoes his counterpart. I thought for sure that the fight was going to go a lot better after Warwick entered the fray, but he just doesn't have enough gas in the tank, and now Roshan belongs to Yandex.
The scaling of their heroes on Yandex, this is starting to show, right? Especially in this fight. The Morphing already outscaling the TA. Like, TA is such a good target to morph into to gain the refraction charges. And the TA just gets countered by it, and you can't kill the Morphing, and now another toss target. Stuff. Cookie probably still gonna die. There's a Hu-Wing coming in with the pushback. Should secure the kill here.
A cool guy, Mr. Watson, doesn't even bother securing that. Hits back into the Roche, knows that Melody and Saksa can get it done.
Not my job to get that kill.
Not at all. There's a song available for Soneko. I thought Soneko was gonna try for some sort of song steal, but a bit too late.
I mean, he doesn't have a dagger though. It's really difficult. They nerfed the level 1 songs range by quite a bit. You know?
That's true. It's a lot softer than it used to be.
Timber's chasing him.
Timber's going in. Yeah, Timber just gets a kill. Okay, easy. Yeah, this Timbersaw is looking really spicy. I mean, the fact that this Timbersaw is picked kind of blind into an open carry pick as well. I guess you're just feeling comfortable in the lane. You see Naga Siren and you know that there's not much this hero can do to threaten you.
Radiant are scanning.
I feel like it's two games in a row now, Winter, that Notice just first on the Bristleback, now on the Timber, has been left to his own devices and scales up.
The Bristleback kind of, he had a much harder time. I think this game he had a better time in the lane.
Sure.
I think the Bristleback, because it was against a Warlock Gyro, he kind of got harassed a lot. But I mean, you see the trend with how they're setting up their draft, where they prefer to have 3 greedy cores, essentially 2 carries. And they kind of play the macro game. They farm across all 3 heroes. They play with the vision. They're sort of supports that like to set up kills and clear waves occasionally.
Yeah.
I think this is their formula right now, for Team Yandex, and I think it's working out brilliantly for them. I think this is a formula that would allow you to beat the stronger teams as well, because the teams at the next level also prioritize a lot of map control, macro movement over like small little kills on the map.
Yeah. I'm not sure how well these tricks will work against teams that are sort of a bit more solid. I feel like Yandex have been getting away with murder in some of these laning stages. Melody, wow, what a position from him. Tucked around the tree line, breaks that smoke, and they just don't have anything to show for it. It's just a squirrel near a tree. What can you do? Can't even find her, actually.
I mean, this is the thing about the squirrel. If you don't have some sort of like flying vision, like it's hard to kill her.
Dire's top
Like heroes that are really good at killing her is like Storm, Spirit Breaker, maybe Bat Rider, or maybe a Night Stalker. If you don't have those type of heroes, it can be a pain in the butt, hunting the hero down. I mean, this game is actually encouraging me to play Hoodwink as position 5. Yeah.
Have you not tried it?
I tried it on 4, but not 5, I think you could kind of play this hero like a Bane. He kind of functions like a Bane. You secure the lane, and then you're hiding along the sides of the map to set up kills with bush right all the time, Similar to
Yeah.
Bane, where you just hide and use your sleep to set up.
I will say, one of the things I like the most about playing position 5 Hoodwink, because you know how in pubs, position 4s don't really buy wards, right? And I buy wards on like
What do
POS
you
5
mean?
Hoodwink.
Even the POS 5s don't buy wards. What do you mean?
Oh, yeah, true. Depends on what game you're in. But when I'm playing POS 5 Hoodwink, like the go nuts range with the Scurry to place wards, like you can get them in some really nice locations without revealing it because you're running through the trees.
I seem to really like that too, Like you
Yeah.
can just place it in from very safe distance, and people can't really read where you're placing the wards sometimes because of the range, and you're hiding around the trees, So it's
Exactly.
definitely very, very nice for playing on position 5 to place wards, But I would argue that you could do the same as a 4, right? The wards are free, you can just buy them and just run around. You're running it around anyway as Hoodwink.
Yeah, I need to record that voice clip and find a way to play. You know what, Winter? Next TI, can you make that your voice line? Wards are free! Arena in the mid lane! Noticed in trouble! They will manage to take down the Timbersaw. The biggest kill that Team T have found for themselves in a while. I don't think Yandex will let this go unpunished. BKB on the mask. He's taking way too much physical though, forcing out the song. Jumping in with the Naga Siren. And we'll just hold the rest of Yandex back while the retreat is
disengage.
made.
They killed the Timber and they escaped cleanly, They know that the Morphling still has Aegis, so no point in trying to contest the Morphling. 30 more seconds. He has his fresh BKB as well, so he's very, very strong. And overall, that was a good decision to disengage from Team T.
Yeah.
Oh, Saksa, he smells it. Someone is trying to steal my shrine.
Get the hell out of here, but Cloud will make it happen. Very
He still got
cute
it.
play there. Nicely
He
done.
still got it.
Yeah. Nice stuff. I mean, it's these little plays, right, that sort of claw you back into the game slowly but surely.
I mean, the lead has not really been growing, now they've cut the lead by 3,000, so it's at 5k right now. I think the overall situation isn't as bad as a couple of minutes ago for Team T. I mean, the T has MKB, so he can definitely kill off the Morphling. The Morphling didn't even go Butterfly because he saw the MKB coming. I think the T was trying to predict that the Morphling is going Butterfly next, and then preemptively buys the MKB.
Yeah, she had it queued up for quite a while already. It's also just a nice damage item. Chira Jr. caught out. Okay.
This is a big one. Another big kill, you know. The Timber previously and now the SF, you know. Yandex dropping the ball a little bit here, just not really aware of the smoke gang that is coming up from Team T, you know.
On the high ground, Cloud leading the charge now, looking for more. They found Noticed. This is a difficult target to take down without your arena. That feels like the minimum requirement. 3k HP, Shivas, Kaya, Sanj, Pipe, holy. Tanky with a capital T.
Watson? Oh no, didn't land the spear. I mean, he doesn't have shot, you know, they could have killed him there.
Yeah. Cloud has landed some nice ones and missed some pretty big ones. Ups and downs as we see both teams grouping out for the Tormentor spawn happening very soon. Of course, the previous time this fight happened, both teams kind of danced around this area for what felt like 1.5, 2 minutes before actually getting a successful fight. It's one of the major turning points of that game, of this game so far. Doesn't seem like T are interested to contest. They're split up across the map.
I mean, Yandex just wants to finish BKB on SF. I think once SF has BKB, they have everything they need. And he's really vulnerable in the team fights now without BKB. Kinda had one too many deaths, you know, on this hero. You're supposed to have Blink, Kaya, Yasha, and Aghanims with BKB at this point.
Yeah. This hero that farms pretty fast thanks to the Razors as well. But the Tormentor, shard going over to Chira. So this is pretty nice because it reduces the cooldown of his Razors. A lot more damage output that can come out from the fight. Provided he stays alive, of course. That's the big but, right? Chira. A catch onto Watson!
All 3 cores down.
What
Once
the
every
hell is
core.
happening?
Last 3 minutes, they killed the Timber, they killed the SF, and they killed the Morphling. I mean, this is what happens when you're just like, you have to wait, right? Because your timing got disrupted. You're waiting for someone to get an item, and someone else is just pushing the lanes because he has nothing to do, even though he's ready to fight, and then he dies.
Then you wait for him, and then your timing
Because
is delayed.
you don't have the slug, right? Or Monkey King to scout, right? Tiny is not the same type of hero, you know. He does better at pushing out waves, but he can't really scout, you know. And they're just, I think, getting ganked because they lack the hero that can scout out what is happening this time around.
Yeah, it's like when someone always plays with map hacks and then they suddenly turn it off. They just don't know how to actually... You know what I'm saying?
That
Like,
is
they suddenly...
the appropriate description of that.
It just feels that way because right now, Yandex, in comparison, last game, it looked so easy for them, right? They were effortlessly farming these lanes. They had all the information in the world. This time round, it's actually the side of Team T that have the information. They have the Naga Siren Illusion scouting. They have the TA traps littered everywhere. They can map out Yandex's every move. And with that information, Cloud has been able to find sick pickoffs. Now, smoke on smoke now, with Roche coming back alive soon. Up to the high ground, SF immediately blinks away. Melody might have died for this one. Warwick coming in, will try and kill off the Hoodwink. Meanwhile, Watson managing to morph up into the TA, doing the damage, but the blink out, it's clean. Cloud might have just been left for dead, will walk through his own arena, and the song will hold them back. They're picking out Warwick, Notice still on the front line. They can't really get him. Nice toss back, will get Cloud, so that's your teamfight initiator out of the picture. Saksa dodging away, nice Glimmer Cape, baiting in Warwick. And that will be 2 core kills. So it takes a bit of patience, takes a bit of trial and error, but Yandex managed to force out most of the teamfight ultimates from the side of Team T and take the teamfight win.
Yeah, that fight was really, really well done by Saksa there. He blinked in, he actually didn't die. He created the first move there, tanked a lot of spells, survives and come in, and then finally gets the pick off on the Mars. I think that kind of ended the fight, right? Once your Mars is out of the picture, it means you're not going to be able to set up kills anymore. And well played there by Yandex and Saksa. I mean, this is what you want to achieve with the tiny, you know, the ins and the outs, you know, and just making sure you survive.
He's got quite a lot of tools to do so at his disposal. The Glimmer, Yules, and Blink Dagger. Just for the repositioning and
he also
buying
has
the time.
cast range, you know, with the keen eye.
Oh,
It's very-
okay. Yeah,
very
yeah.
nice
On this
play.
neutral item. A gunpowder gauntlet is certainly a item choice for a hero with 0 attack speed.
You can kind of use it with the tree throw.
Yeah,
It's kind of nice.
with your shard.
I
He got it from the tormentor, so even more cleave for this Saksa Tiny. So we can farm an E-blade or some shit. He's pretty rich, 3k gold. Wonder what he'll go for next. Probably just more items to help him kite around.
I mean, 4-star seems pretty nice. See, what did he bought something? Now, is he going to go greedy with like what, altering core?
Not too
He
sure.
hasn't spent his gold yet. I mean, Wind Waker can kind of be useful also. You save the target that Team T is going on.
Yeah. And if they're caught in the arena and they're pushed to the side, you can just Wind Waker them and buy them some time, right? Because this is not a blood sport. This is Victory Feast. So the saves can be used. Like you can help him from outside of the club.
It's going to be an AD rune. We once called this the Rune of Destiny.
What do you call it now?
I still call it the Rune of Destiny, but
Okay.
it's AD, not DD. So you have to figure out a more creative name, right? You're the new gen. You call me old, so you have to be more creative. I'm old and boring to you.
I don't know. I feel like Amplified Damage is such a bland name. Watson hitting on the tower now. This is not the target that they want because he has a second life, and notice getting the information, the Shiva's up. Will tank a spear, Cloud in some trouble, has the BKB, but does he have a chance to pop it? So Neko there with the song to bail out his friend. They TP out immediately. Disengage, but it comes at the cost of that very, very defensive tool that's so important to Team T. And now Yandex gonna keep the hunt going.
Oh, nice attempt that they almost kill Watson. He's still
Spear
alive.
back. They will kill Watson. First life down. Good little setup there. Cloud does pop his BKB though. Didn't use that arena just yet. Notice will now walk up to back him up.
I mean, they definitely still have the damage to just kill him. That was a very nice execution with the cookie initiation and the spear
Yeah.
back.
How often do you see Cookie being the thing that starts a fight?
Radiant's top tower.
That's
Generally,
why
it's more of the
unexpected,
follow-up,
right?
but
You don't see it often as an initiate. They get the spear back. He didn't talk
onto Watson, he
strength.
needs
He's
a
gonna die.
save. He needs help, but he doesn't get it. Chira Jr. can't get the Requiem off in time. And Watson ends up going down. Another killer setup there from Team T. Doesn't matter that they don't have the song, they still find their mark.
He needs the shot though. I think like if he can actually just toggle strength, then he might have just lived with the SF blinking in to use the Requiem to kind of provide him some cover, right? And then you
Yeah.
can maybe toss the morphing back out of the danger zone there. But because he didn't have the shot, one stun basically means that another follow-up would mean his death, you know, on the morphing there.
Yeah, he's immediately queuing that shot up like you suggested. Understands how important it is for him to be able to press something because he didn't even get to Manta or BKB. He just died 100-0.
The shot is kind of like your Aeon Disc on morphing in a way. A cheaper form of Aeon
True.
Disc. Way cheaper.
Yeah, the downside is that it gets screwed over by silence.
Do they have a silence?
TA trap.
I guess. Okay, fine. You win.
BKB on Saksa, turning around with the Pyric Cloak. Trying to put damage back onto Desire. That's funny how that panned out. I thought it was going to be a free pick off onto the Tiny. He just ends up killing someone instead.
Never underestimate Saksa.
That's true. Badass plays from badass player. So the Aegis is now gone. Yandex are 13k gold up, but clearly the Morphling is still very killable from 100-0 if they're not careful enough. They
And
are
here's the shot.
electing to... Oh, jump in.
Oh,
Watson
oh,
managing to
BKB.
get the BKB this time. Turning into the TA, and Soneko has to run, but taking so much damage. You need to find a little cleave in, TP out. Nice little hideaway
a
there
nice
from the
move.
Naga.
Nice move. He wasted his BKB. Clean disengage again from Soneko and his team. I mean, they're doing a really good job whittling down all these BKB charges, you know. So eventually, it is going to matter with this lineup with a lot of magic damage from Snap, Mars, and the Leshrac. If you don't have BKB, you're not standing in front of those heroes.
Yeah. The game plan from Team T is simple. Jump in and blow someone up. There's no save right now other than some Glimmer Capes on the side of Yandex. Maybe a fast Requiem might push some of the aggressors back. But we've seen Team T very clearly have the damage to 100 to 0 everyone, even the Morphling. Things starting to get a bit tense here. I mean, I thought that after game number 1, it was going to be a very clear wash. It still looks like Yandex are the ones with the advantage in this game, right? 15k gold lead. The Morphling's still really huge. But V-Tune, this whole game, he's been quietly farming up. He's not really been punished. Only one death there on the TA.
And still has a 8-second BKB charge, you know. Like, he needs that to survive against the SF.
Yeah.
I think Yandex kind of needs to farm out the Hex on SF right now. Like, he has Refresher, but he still needs the Hex. And I think once you get the Hex, and you have the level 25, I think the dynamic of the team fights is going to go very, very differently for Yandex. I mean, you just need to initiate, BKB initiate so the Song can't save the TA, and then refresh and just make sure you kill him, you know, with your ultis.
Yeah, of course, in doing all of that, you just got to make sure it doesn't get tanked by a full refraction. That would be awkward. Smoke move out. Yandex. Using the Tiny as a guise here, the rest of the 4 members grouping up. Not sure what the objective is that they're trying to claim. Maybe just feeling like there's a timing there with the Lesh Hex. Oh, there's Hex on the Timber.
Initiation is going to be key here. Get a
Find
toss
the
back.
Snapfire. They don't actually get the kill. TA able to slide away through the tree line, and Saksa gonna come through with a Yules. It's not much further follow-up. Desire did end up going down in the end, so there's that. I mean, just a support kill and a support that has buyback. Don't think that's gonna help you progress much. Top lane shield rune. I mean, Yandex, do they just need to wait for the next Roche at this point? I mean, it could be respawning very soon.
They have to farm the Hex on SF, get his 25, so I think they're happy. They have the map to farm. There's no need for them to rush. Their heroes have better scaling as well. I mean, they have 1 Hex on Timber, so he's also queuing a Refresher. Very interesting. He wants that double Hex, double BKB. He's very, very tanky, you know, with this build. And also opting to skip the Aghanim. You know, Aghanim used to be, I think, a very core item on Timber, and nowadays it seems like this is a new way to just making the hero tanky. When you build tank, you build some aura items if you need to, and you build some catch items, I think, because you're so durable with this build. You don't need the axe. He's back to more of a team hero, in a way, you know.
I kind of like it, honestly. Feels like the way it was meant to be.
What? It was meant to be a... You said Timbersaw was meant to be a team hero?
No, as in, I think it's a nice progression. Like, that's kind of what I mean. Not that his fate was always as a team hero. Oh, off the mark there. They tried. Saksa too quick for them. Soneko waiting for that Song counter initiation in the tree line. Nice toss back onto Chira Jr. Pop the BKB though. First Requiem tanked up. In comes the Song, but the BKB's out from the 2 cores of Yandex. They can keep on chasing Warwick. Narrowly surviving. Sharpshooter slightly off the mark, but they still get the kill. Cloud missing the second spear. Has to pop the second arena. It's a buyback from Warwick. It's been a swing and a miss so far from the side of Team T. They're retreating back to safety. BKB's used on Yandex. Chira Jr. still has that second Requiem to use if he needs. Roshan is up in the bot lane, and Yandex will just make a beeline for it.
I mean, it's just all about like finding the right initiations right now with the Hex. Both sides have Hex, so it's all about who gets the right target. Even the Song is not enough, you know, to save the heroes right now. There's so much damage coming out from the SF and the Morphling. I mean, once you have this level 25, he already has it. I mean, there's no stopping this blink initiation, with the SF. He almost has hacks already. I mean, it's like instant death, I think even with refraction, you're not going to survive this, with the SF Requiem.
That's multiple lines of damage coming out. Look at that. Saksa.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Dude, Saksa's been setting up so many of these team fights for them. And I know it goes without saying because this guy is one of the best tiny players in the world. But the fact he's getting in and finding them and not dying, that's the biggest thing, right? He's not dying in these fights. He's getting multiple avalanche tossbacks. It's crazy what he's getting done. Now onto the high ground, Watson. Silenced up for now and controlled just a little bit. They've put the Roche banner down and want to take down this tier 3 tower. Notice joining up with the fray as well. Don't have Mars for 48. You can buy back though, but it's not gonna feel good to do so. Notice using that attack speed. Let's go, Timbersaw. Buyback now on the Mars, Hex out on the Timber. Still absurdly tanky though. The spear back, the arena. He's still fine. He manages to just stand his ground and he's barely taking any damage. Pops the pipe. You've used everything on the side of Team T and in comes Chira Jr. to slam it home with that raise. Notice now, try to get some revenge. How dare you try for my life. You're gonna regret that. Pyrrhic Cloak onto V-Tune, reflecting a lot of the damage that this Timbersaw is taking. He can't stand up against that. Notice will kill off Soneko, and Watson wipes out Warwick. Soneko buys back for a song, but it might just be the Requiem that ends this game. I certainly know which song I prefer there. Saksa with another avalanche, another tossback. Soneko, that will be a dieback. And V-Tune, he spent the entire fight right-clicking heroes to no avail. Yandex, it took them a bit longer this time with a bit more of a greedy draft, which I didn't think was possible given what we saw last game. But here they are again, 35k gold lead. Different draft, same result as Saksa keeps the train going. They get the kill onto V-Tune and Desire, the last one standing. V-Tune will buy back just to do a little bit of damage, but it's only into the ages of the Morphling. Despair here for the side of Team T as they will lose this series 2-0. Yandex just look way too strong.
So far, Yandex is definitely one of the strongest sides, stronger teams that we've seen so far, at least on the games on our stream. I think they've showed a lot of class, Sure, they might have like overall very, very greedy lineups, but they showed an understanding on how to make the greedy lineups work, right? It's one thing to draft greedy lineups, another thing to understand what you need to do to enable it, right? And I think both games we've seen them controlling the map. First game with the vision, this game with just by wave clearing, with the Hoodwing and the Tiny constantly just pushing out waves, making it very difficult for the opponents to progress on the map. And also, I think with how well the lanes went for the SF against the Lash, Chira Jr. totally dominated Warwick in the lane. That also kind of posed a lot of issues for Team T to solve in the early game and kind of stunted their growth a lot, because the TA was having a good time, but the Lash couldn't really keep up because he lost the lane, and they wanted to play this style where they were running at the SF, but they just couldn't, even though he kind of did a very good job recovering with the return kills that he got, recovery kills, but it still would have been better if they were able to kind of snowball, right? I think the snowball kind of just didn't really happen fast enough for Team T. They also didn't really win the Snapfire Mars lane, which also kind of made it difficult for them to snowball.
Yeah, a lot of different factors going wrong, but still, I want to give props to Team T because Yandex, we know what a strong team they are, but especially in that game number 2, I think Team T had some pretty solid lines of play, right? They had that whole phase where they were picking off cores, they were catching Yandex off guard, so there is potential there. Still a long way for Team T to go, coming in as the replacement for Mouse. They still have many of their group stage games unplayed, but the opponents only get harder, right? In this group B, there's Pipsqueak, there's Raw, there's 4 Pirates, but for Yandex, we'll see them face up immediately next against another opponent. It's gonna be Hunters versus Yandex on this stream in just about 1 hour from now. In the meanwhile, you can chill, wait up, because in 1 hour from now, all the other best of 3s are going to be firing off as well. If I'm not mistaken, let me just check which games in particular we have today real quick. So I got Hunters, Yandex, that's for us. Team T will be facing Esports, so they have a back-to-back series after this as well. We got Navi Junior versus Pipsqueak +4, and we got 4 Pirates versus Raw Gaming. So the festivities don't end. We'll see you back here in an hour. You don't want to miss it.
You crack the ceiling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted, the grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted, I'm never getting off this ride. you caught my eye. Yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. Ooh, so you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. I wanna know, can I spend the night? Well, I had my eyes on you for a little while now.
nation. Bases pumping and everybody smiling.
Happy people gather round.
We will party all night long. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitation. United as one nation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. Joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to have together. No more limitation. United as one nation.
My eyes are closed so long after the sun comes up. We do a dance in the dark, down the hall, pictures fall, even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart, every artery, a part of me. Ooh, it's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then wicked smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while, keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready. I'm ready to move. Well, wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take away the pain. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. Take away the pain. Girl, shake that body, shake it down to the ground. Whoa, girl, shake that body. Show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party. Don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to the music, you know that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body. Shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it all night. We're going down.
just by the way that you're smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can promise you forever. Right now I only know that we should be together. Because it's now or it's never, so won't you take a chance on me? Well, it's fine if all your previous guys, they made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow. But today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me?
I took a walk down Pico, heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time. Time to change. We've got
when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Feeling this good. Feeling this good. Ooh, feeling this good.
If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want. I'll satisfy your need. We can have a good time. Don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it, baby? If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby?
right from the moment we met. I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, ooh, oh,
DreamLeague Division 2 returns here for the second series of the day. Permasneeze and Winter taking you through the action as we're going to watch a second series between Yandex and another opponent. This time round, it's Hunters. Hopefully, they have a bit of a better time compared to Team T, because when we had our first series just now, Winter, we thought it was going to be pretty even. To be fair, Team T did put up a pretty good fight, but it just wasn't enough. Yandex clearly are the way better team, which makes me a bit scared for Hunters coming into this series.
Yeah, this is going to be, on paper, a very one-sided affair. Yandex, the superior team here. And hopefully Hunters, they are going to be able to come up with something to combat the laning problem, right? They've always been faced with problems in the lanes. They have very, very rough starts because they don't do well in their lanes. And Yandex is probably one of the teams that are very, very strong in the lanes, if not the best team in the lanes in this group stage for them. So this is going to be a tough matchup for Hunter's side.
Yeah, Yandex are currently 3-0. They have not dropped a single map in this tournament so far. Meanwhile, their opponents, Hunters, not quite in the same position, right? 1-2, Hunters have also lost to Pipsqueak +4, which I think that one kind of understandable. And then they've lost to Raw Gaming. So to be fair to Hunters, their opponents have not been the easiest contenders either. But you really want to try and put yourself at least in the top 4 coming out of the group stage to secure that upper bracket. At the end of the day, there are only 4 slots available for DreamLeague Season 27 across these 16 teams. I think coming out into this tournament, when we first saw the teams revealed, I thought for sure maybe Yandex and Mouse would be the secured 2, and then maybe the other 2 slots are up in the air. We're also seeing the sort of weaker teams start to emerge, right? Inner Circle, The Bug, Navi Jr. especially, not really looking too great. I'm not sure what their chances are of salvaging their upper bracket dreams are here. Probably going to start in the lower bracket, unfortunately, but yeah, that's Group B. It's pretty top heavy, I will say. Is there anything that you noticed from Yandex? I mean, apart from the fact that they are absurdly greedy, and apart from the fact that Sucks are standing in, is there anything that you've noticed from them that you think will make them something, or at least something that teams can potentially take advantage of if you're playing up against Yandex next and you need to try and get a win?
Yeah, it's the greed. It's definitely the greed. Where do they draw the line? I think sometimes against better team, I think maybe you already mentioned this before, they might not be able to get away with the greed, right, against better teams. So I think that is probably where you try to find the balance. How greedy can you get, right? Because you want to place it in a way where you're greedy enough to pressure the opponents to punish you, but not too greedy to the fact that you can't make plays with your lineup at all, right? So you can't move on the map. But just enough so that the enemy feels stressed that they have to make the moves, and you kind of make them commit errors in the game, right? Because you feel like if you don't do anything, enemy is going to outscale me. So I have to sometimes force my team to make a move, or you have to try to make a move, even though you don't want to, and then the mistakes will happen. I think it's easier to play on the side that just sits back and farm, I think in Division 2 or in Tier 1.5 teams, Tier 1.5 tournaments, I think the better teams might be able to handle the grid a lot better, most likely. But here, when you're playing greedy, I think it can be a very good thing because people are not good enough to punish you.
It certainly seems to be the case here for Yandex. So far, I think that's been the trend for them, at least in this tournament. Maybe in some of the other tournaments they've participated in recent times, they've been punished here and there, but they feel like they are a head and a shoulder above their competition. We'll see whether that's the case up against Hunters, who are, in case you're not familiar, maybe the organization doesn't really ring a bell for you, but it's Lumiere, Wonderkid, Vitali, Prada, and MJZ. So these are, I would say, some of the more veteran players coming out of South America. But so far in their games, there have been a few moments that make us scratch our heads, right? Whether it's the drafting, whether it's the laning, it feels like this team, their weakness somewhat is compatible with Team Yandex, right? Yandex don't really get off to a crazy start. They just like to play macro, they like to farm. But the way that teams have been beating Hunters so far is crushing them in the early game, right? Destroying the lane so hard that you don't stand a chance. We've seen some games where Hunters actually make it to the mid game and suddenly their team fighting, decision making, it looks a lot more solid. So maybe in a weird way, this is actually a good matchup for Hunters.
Yeah, I mean, I think because they play really fast, and against a greedy team like Yandex, they can probably use their speed, to overrun them. But they got to survive the laning phase. If you can't play the lane, then that's really no point of like talking about the draft and the strategy. They need to be able to come up with some solutions, right? At least to 50-50 the lane, pull creeps, or try to, I think, draft something like Jack Hero, Bane type of hero where it would definitely secure you the lane. I think those are the things that you would try to look at. But at the end of the day, you can change the heroes, you can change the lane setup, but you still need to play well enough to do what you have to do in the lane. Now, if you can't play well enough, then the small little things in the lane, it's all going to matter. How you get the range creep, when do you pull, when do you, push out the wave, how you're going to secure the lotus. All the small little things are going to matter. Your item builds, at level 1.
Yeah. I mean, Yandex clearly have some degree of the early game on lock. If not, they wouldn't be getting away scot-free with all these greedy drafts. Hell, they even won a Morphling and a Hoodwink safe lane against like Snapfire, and Mars, right? Like I don't think that's supposed to happen. So there is maybe the question of skill diff coming in here. We'll see whether that ends up being the case. As sorry for the delay, folks. We do have we're trying to get a draft ready for you guys, but there are some connection issues. So do bear with us. While we are on this topic, I guess we've talked a bit at length already about how this group stage is very much the traditional DreamLeague group stage, right? Where there are many different games happening. You're playing round robins. There are lots of opportunities to learn. Have you seen any major developments across these teams yet? Like whether you've seen any particular improvement, or do you think we've not seen enough games on this stream to really tell?
Not enough games for sure. Like so early to tell. The games are like pretty one-sided.
Yeah.
Teams are just, I think at this point, they're not like very, very bad players, but they're all definitely players of some certain caliber, but they need to like iron out like small little details, right? Some teams, I think they have issues with initiation in a team fight. They always mess up the team fight. Some teams have issues with the lanes like Hunters. Some teams have issue with the drafts. Some teams have issue with, I think coordination when it comes to macro movements on the map. I think everybody has their problems. But when it comes to clicking buttons, I think everybody is really good at clicking their buttons.
Yeah, some teams have the issue of running at the same Enchantress 3 times in a row in the top lane. Some teams have an issue of
why
trying to kill a Tide Hunter 4 times in a row, even though they're a Brute Mother Tusk lane, Yeah, certainly some issues. I think what stood out to me so far is I expected a lot more experimentation in the drafts, right? I think the only funky stuff that we've seen so far is Pipsqueak +4, but I think for them, they were doing a little bit, not to suggest they weren't taking the match seriously, but I think they were doing a little bit of the thing you do when you think you're a much better team than your opponent, and then you end up drafting heroes that just like don't make sense together. That was Pipsqueak +4. They ended up with a Huskar 4, a Viper off lane. It was disgusting. It didn't work though, thank God. And I think the only other team that was experimenting was Zero Tenacity, right? We saw this draft come out from them where they did this Invoker position 4, and they used it somewhat like another mid/support flex hero kind of situation, like a Monkey King, right? They first pick it overall, they bait you into thinking that Invoker is going to be a position 2, and then it ends up being a 4 instead. Unfortunately, it was just way too weak in the lane, and they ended up losing that game though.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of like different issues across the board. But this is something you have to go through as a team. You fix and you iron things out. You try to get certain things changed every week. Small little things. You obviously can't change a lot of different things at once, but you need to go through games like this to understand, okay, we can't do this because teams are too good at this, And I think from experience, I know sometimes when you tell players things, they don't listen to you. They have to like lose a match or lose something important before they realize, oh, this is why you wanted me to play like this, or we had to learn this habit. This is the reason why, I think players, especially the younger ones, they sometimes tend to not understand, and they kind of they have a lot of confidence, right? Because they win a lot of games in
Yeah.
their public matchmaking, and they kind of have I think a predetermined way of playing the game sometimes, but it's not good at this sort of like more coordinated games, right? And then you have to change those habits, right? So it's like a little bit difficult with how everything is set up. You need to play to win your pubs, and then you gain all these bad habits. But then if you don't win your pubs, people won't give you a chance, right? So you win your pubs, you get the bad habits, and then when you get a chance to go into a pro team, you have to change those bad habits, right? So it's like a long series of events for you to finally become the final form, the best version of yourself, you know?
Yeah, we know for a fact that some of the very top players in the world, even in their prime, just abstained completely from playing pubs, right? We know, I think some of the liquid guys, some of the very successful coaches as well, they don't even play pubs. They just watch replays, watch pro games and stuff like that and just absorb. I think there was this famous anecdote about Nisha that he barely pubs very much. Maybe there's a Smurf or two around, but other than that, it's like he just kind of is good enough. Same thing for Sumail. Apparently, Sumail just barely plays pubs. There was a whole period of his pro career where he was literally just playing Counter-Strike and doing other stuff. And then he just shows up to a tournament, still knows how to play the hero. Of course, a different complexion for Nigma, Galaxy, and him now as they are finding a lot more success recently. And hopefully for us, we find some success getting into this draft because we've tried for a little bit now. Hopefully things are sorted out. Still remaining to be seen if there are still some technical issues being faced by the players. At the end of the day, we got to keep in mind that DreamLeague Division 2 is a sort of proving grounds, right, for these teams from different regions. But as part of being part of different regions, you're all playing in Europe. So we have a South American team right now trying to connect to the European server. There might be some issues there. I'm just trying to work things out for you folks. Looks like we've run into another wall. Yeah, so it's not worked again, unfortunately. Happens. Okay. Dream League Division 2. So far, I mean, South American teams wise, we got Peru Rejects, who seem to be doing a lot better in the other group compared to how Hunters are in this group. Although I will say that overall, Group B seems to be the much more difficult group, right? Just looking at the teams there, you got Team T, you got Yandex, you got Pipsqueak. Raw Gaming were already sort of looking sharp as well. And then for Pirates, we watched one game of theirs. They looked pretty solid too. I think the only weaker sort of teams are Navi Junior. Everyone else feels like they could still turn their group stage around.
Whereas for Group A, I think you can probably say the same. They probably have two weaker teams. I think Inner Circle and the Bug, and the rest of the teams are kind of like in the middle of the pack, And then you have One Win and Kalim Chata probably, and with Passion or UA being the stronger teams,
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Winter. I feel like after watching so many Passion UA games, I don't know yet whether I have full faith in them. There's quite a few situations in their games where it felt a little bit clowny, where there were some questionable decisions being made. I think Zero Tenacity, they've showed their strength already, right? They had a Enchantress signature pick coming out from Say in a few games that just looked monstrous to deal with. I'm surprised they didn't ban it. OG's been struggling quite a bit though. I think that I would dare to say they're the fan favorites, but I think the news came out yesterday. Lelis announced that he was leaving the team, and there was this whole. It seemed like it was more of a losing faith type situation. Like it's not like he was kicked. Like he just was like, okay, I don't really want to do this anymore. And as much as No Tail is two-time TI winner, legend of the game, coming back to playing active competitive Dota is a different beast altogether. And we saw some, I think, very critical mistakes, I would say, like when we were watching the OG game where the Grimstroke, he was playing constantly out of position, just getting picked off like way too many times. kind of feels like, sometimes you play some pubs in winter. I know you've been going through a bit of a lost streak, and sometimes you wake up. I don't know if you can relate to this, but I have days where I wake up and I play Dota and I already know, okay, it's gonna be a bad day. Like the vibes are off. I'm not landing my spells. Like I'm kind of not focused. I'm dying in places I usually wouldn't. Like I don't know whether this is gonna go well.
And it's also the type of games that you're being played. You've been put in.
That's
who is
true.
actually playing at that hour? Is it like a support lobby, or is it like, I mean, a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
Especially the weekend games. I think the weekend games are the
Oh, the weekend game. Oh, don't even get me.
those are not my favorite games. I definitely prefer. I rarely try to play during the weekends unless that is the only time I can play. Because depending
So
on
what's the
your
peak
bracket-
time from your experience?
At least for me, for my games, just weekdays. I just try to play during weekdays, afternoon till night. Yeah, but it's
I wonder
not like
who's
a
playing.
guarantee. It's not a guarantee.
Yeah, it's a hit or miss. But I wonder who's actually playing during these times, because
The people
obviously
who just play Dota, because who plays Dota in the afternoon?
the
on a
the weekday
weekday?
afternoon, right? Just the degenerates who literally just do nothing but play Dota, just like us.
But
Twitter.
the weekend games, you tend to run into people that they don't yell at you, but they just play really bad, because they finally get to play. They didn't play Dota for like maybe a week, and the weekend is the
yeah.
only time that they play, and then they are really rusty. So those are the type of games, but they are way friendlier. Weekdays you get the like higher skill games, but they're not as friendly.
Yeah, these guys mad as hell. Yeah, like every minute wasted is one angry chat. Find that in Southeast Asia, there's not as many microphone users as sometimes when I watch high level pubs in on streams and stuff, pro player streams. Like in Europe, North America, these other regions, they use the open mic a lot, but Southeast Asia, no one's talking. Like sometimes I get like some people type in Chinese in the chat. That's it. Okay. So it seems like there are extended issues on the side of hunters, and it doesn't seem like there's any clear resolution anytime soon. So we're going to go for a short break. I assure you we'll be back eventually for the game, but not sure how long that'll take. Once we have the draft for you, we'll come right back after a short break.
You crack the ceiling.
This love is an open sky.
Can't shake this feeling.
I want you know I can't lie.
These doors are open,
Welcome, darling, won't you stay?
and you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day.
Wanna be closer to you.
Closer to you, yeah.
Want you to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind. Yeah, there's nobody better. Gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah, there's nobody better, so it's gotta be you.
These myths are busted.
The grass is greener on my side.
It's done and dusted.
I'm never getting off this ride.
down when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. I wanna know, can I spend the night? Well, I had my eyes on you for a little while now, but you never noticed 'cause you had me. Ooh, yeah, and it's plain to see how bad I want you, girl. Trying to be much more than friends. Hey, so you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. Tell me, baby. I wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night?
We're cutting it real close here. We almost had to make some unfortunate decisions, but Hunters managed to get most of their players back inside the lobby, so it looks like we will have a game number 1 on our hands, which is what we came here for anyway, so everyone's going to be happy about that. But probably not Hunters because they are currently at a level 3 draft penalty. They're not going to have a lot of time to select these heroes, so hopefully they know what they want. Hopefully we have a game on our hands very shortly, Winter, because that's what we're here for. But I think that on that topic, with all the games happening and all the events happening, this isn't the only event that Yandex and Hunters are playing, right? This whole season has been crazy. I remember when the whole DPC went away a couple of years back and everyone was scared because, oh, who's going to run Dota events? Turns out everyone wants to run Dota events.
How about you? Are you gonna run some?
Now I'm trying to cast these events. but I don't
Run
know.
run some in-house, SEA
We are,
in-house.
dude. We already have the Singapore Dota in-houses that you are a frequent member of.
No. Says who?
Eh, bro, every single night I see Winter just sitting there in the voice chat in the Singapore Malaysia Dota in-house like Discord channel. This guy is a permanent fixture there. Do you guys even get a lot of lobbies going? Do people still play?
Not recently. I think recently people are. I mean, sometimes you still see stacks, right? But we don't have like 10 people playing against each other. People
Yeah.
have been really busy recently.
Yeah. What is it? Employment? Everyone's getting jobs these days to survive. No choice, Finished studying already. But okay, so we just got some word. We'll have to wait for instructions from our production team, but we are still waiting for players to fix their issues, and it's going to be a little bit of a while before there's some sort of resolution, it seems. So either they fix it in the next 10 minutes or so, which is quite a while, it's quite a generous amount of time, or we unfortunately will have to award a death loss to Hunters and then hope that they either have a stand-in available for game 2 or it will just unfortunately not be a series at hand. It's kind of unfortunate because I think Hunters, out of all the teams in DreamLeague Division 2, it's probably them, Raw Gaming, and like Peru Rejects that could use more games the most, right? The opportunities to just kind of play against teams like Yandex that most of the time, I don't know whether they are scrimming partners or well connected with other European teams, but this would be a very valuable experience to play against a team with such a specific play style. It just kind of helps you mold a certain strategy. Okay, what can we learn from them in terms of macro? How can we beat a team that's better at macro? And it kind of is what you were mentioning as well, Winter. Like macro almost is a gatekeeper between tier 1 and tier 2, right? If you're a tier 2 team, it's unlikely that you'll be able to successfully punish a team that's going greedier because they know how to play the map.
Yeah, I mean it takes a long time. It also takes a captain to have like the right experience, right, to lead the team, right? So it's very difficult, That's why you rarely see like teams that play together a long time, all of a sudden they just become really good. It's mostly the new teams, they play together for some time and then their players get poached by the better teams, right? So it's very rare to see like some same 5 players stay together for a long time and then all of a sudden they become good. It's always the tier 2 teams that their players are shuffling around. There are always like random stacks going on and they're just trying to play and be in shape, and then maybe you impress someone and somebody gives you a chance. I mean, you ideally want to build a team so that you can, I think, progress more, not just individually, but as a unit. But unfortunately, sometimes Dota is like very, it's a cutthroat game, right? You play, someone in your team plays well, they get a good offer, and then it's difficult for you to stop them, right? To leave the team, and then the cycle just repeats itself.
Yeah. I don't know how much of a thing that is for South American teams, though, because of that language situation, like you said, right? For them, it's always kind of mixing and matching. Maybe the next step for them, I know it's counterproductive because the idea is like, let's bring South America back to a place where it can compete with the top of the world. Like, you sort of need to borrow or lend or share these ideas. I wonder how many of these players actually have peers outside of South America. I know MJZ is pretty well connected for the rest of the scene. But yeah, again, folks, sorry for the delay. This is not what any of us want, but it seems like hunters are still facing some issues. So we're going to go for a short break. We're not going to keep you guys here yapping on. Hopefully, we come back with good news and a draft. If not, it might be a death loss, but we'll update you when we get some information. Thanks for sticking with us.
You crack the ceiling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you to know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. Want you to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. A thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted, the grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted, I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause magic caught my eye. Yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot for you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Well, I had my eyes on you for a little while now.
Well, you can't get everything you want, and unfortunately, I come back bearing a little bit of bad news. Hunters will receive a death loss for game one, and while they try and figure out either a stand-in situation or solve the issues, kind of affecting their players' ability to connect to the lobby, we're gonna have to wait. So we still do not know if we're getting a game number 2 just yet, Winter. Hopefully we do, because that's what we all came for. But until then, it's gonna be another 20 plus, potentially, minutes before we get an answer. So go on a longer break. If there's anything that happens, if they suddenly all get into the lobby and we have ourselves a game, we're just going to pop right on, pop the draft on, get on with business. But until then, you're going to have to hang tight and stick with us. While you're waiting, though, there's a whole bunch of other ESL_Dota 2 streams you can hop on over to. There's Ember, Earth, and Storm. There you can check out all the other group stage games happening. So pop on over there while you wait, and we'll update you as soon as we can. Again, sorry for that, folks, but we'll see you as soon as we can.
You crack the ceiling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. A thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted, the grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted, I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden, so how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. Oh, yeah. I got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better, gotta be you. Got to be you. Voices, yeah. 'Cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Yeah. It's gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Yeah. Gotta be you. Oh. It's gotta be you. Yeah. These choices, but I so made up my mind. Nobody better, gotta be you. Thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Hey. Nobody else, no. It's gotta be you.
Go and tell your mama to get up off her seat. Go and tell your mama to come out in the street.
my eye. Yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. I wanna know, can I spend the night?
Welcome back to Dream League Division 2 Season 1. Team Yandex versus Hunters here. And don't be confused, you didn't miss a very fast game 1. Nothing happened yet. Hunters, unfortunately, ended up receiving a death loss because Lumiere is not available at the moment. He's facing some issues that are causing him to be unable to connect to the lobby. And as a result, Hunters, they had some time to try and figure out the issues and try and, find a stand-in or sort out his internet problems, but they were not able to for game 1. That's why they received the death loss. But good news is that we do have a game number 2 on our hands. Hunters were able to find a stand-in the place of Dad. Now, if you guys are followers of the South America region, you'll know this guy. He played recently in some of the streamer battle tournaments like the International, and he's been around. I kind of remember him having a brief stint on Zero Tenacity, but I don't know whether I'm tripping out of my mind. But whatever the case is, he is a pretty solid carry player. Definitely not as accomplished as Lumiere, but I think, Hunters will do just fine with Dad at their side. Now, with that being said though, Winter, we were talking about this matchup and how it is looking like it's going to be one-sided towards Team Yandex based off how well they played that previous series.
It's gonna get a lot worse, yeah, with a stand-in. This is just another disaster for them. It's very unfortunate having internet issues, and you have to find someone to play last minute. You can't really even prepare for this. I mean, all your strategy gets thrown out the window. Well, the good thing is you play without any expectations, right? You have a last minute stand-in, so there's not much you can do to change that, and you can just go in and have fun.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how much fun they have. I don't think Yandex's opponents so far have had very much fun. Okay, we have a draft now. So let's finally get that on your screen, folks.
Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban.
Thank God.
Dire team ban.
We're back. We're so back, Winter.
Back for what, Mike? Are we gonna see a game, or we are just gonna see like
5 seconds
a beatdown? That's like the question here. Yandex is just going to, I hopefully they don't try to change their draft too
Mess
much,
around, right? Like we kind of saw that from Pipsqueak +4. They beat Hunters very handily in the first game, and then they decided to get funky with it. They ended up losing because Hunters is still a very solid team, all things considered. It might not look that way based off their current results, but these are veteran players. Some of them have been to TI, some of them have reached international heights. I mean, most notably MJZ and Lumiere, that Thunder Awakened team that made it so far at the TI in Singapore. I'll never forget the black hole. That was painful stuff. But Yandex, with the gates open, the Lycan is selected. That's going to be the noticed hero. It's one of his favorites. The Beastmaster taken out. Chen Ench banned out by Yandex out of respect for Prada or MJZ.
This Lycan is a hero perfect for a team that plays for the map. You pressure on the side lane, you take the towers, and you can scout with the wolves. There's a lot of things you can do with this hero. Very high execution, but it has a very high reward. Shaker can kind of, counter it in a way. I think it's a logical response to the Lycan. Because Shaker does two things against Lycan. So in the team fight, you have the damage to kill him. And secondly, because you can kind of also deal with the shadow push with the Lycan shard and his summons, So Shaker is definitely a reasonable response to Lycan.
Yeah. They might have nerfed the aftershock damage, but it still feels so damn good once you get your shard. You just fissure, enchant totem, creep wave's gone. Right? And you can just rinse, repeat that all over the map. It's kind of hard to push into a Shaker for sure. Your pipe only saves you against one of those rounder spells, and that's not even counting anything else his team can do. This is... I feel like we sometimes see Shaker off lane, but rarely at this point. It feels like unless the mid lane matchup is truly unwinnable, even then I don't really know what mid lane matchup is awful or atrocious for Shaker, given that, he is just able to clear the creep wave with an enchant and fissure and then farm up stacks and stuff like that. Maybe like a Viper or Huskar. Those are still pretty bad.
Team pick.
I mean, the thing with Shaker, I think he has the similar issue with Sanking, right? Why you don't really see a lot of Sanking or Shaker off lanes. I mean, it's possible, but it's not as good because you want levels to clear your stacks and you want it ASAP. You don't want to be sharing XP with another person, you know.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining. 5 seconds.
I mean, Jakiro, Shaker, they are both very, very overall good response, you know, against Lycan. These are two really good heroes against Lycan.
Dire team
And now it feels like it's a good Rubik game, you know. Traditionally, when you see Earthshaker and Jakiro, you feel the itch of playing Rubik.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Saksa Rubik, though, doesn't really strike me as a Saksa hero, funnily enough. He's such an accomplished and flashy position 4, but I feel like every position 4 needs to have a Rubik tucked somewhere deep down in their fantasies, but Saksa seems to be the one position 4 who I wouldn't really expect that from.
You know, you channel the inner Yapzor, kill
Yeah.
stealing with Fadebolt, farming.
That
And he has a
Saksa's really changed over the years, yeah?
He has a very good recent buff on Rubik. Now you have the the landing damage with the
For
level
telekinesis.
10. Yeah, level 10 you have a landing damage talent, you know. I think that's pretty nice for the hero. Surprised the hero hasn't really popped out a lot more. I mean, I thought the buff could actually help the hero again, you know.
You still need to make it to level 10, which is, I mean, Rubik, he gives you a Fate Bolt in the lane and then,
Not that weak of a laner, but just not as strong as like the snaps and the hoodwings. And
Yeah.
definitely not as strong as Jakiro.
yeah, we see both of them on one side, Yandex snapping those up in tandem with their Lycan. Just solid heroes that can support the Lycan. Like when he runs in with all the summons, you got a long range bushwhack, hold them in place, you got the Mortimer's Kisses covering his tracks. All really nice. Can keep a good distance away from the Jakiro as well. Both these supports. I don't think they can beat the Jakiro in a one-on-one trade because no support can. But they can assist their laners, right? Bushwhack to keep the aggressors at bay or Cookie away back to safety. Sven's gonna come out for that. That is a classic hero for him. Double stun lane. Thinking. Pretty good into the Lycan with the armor as well.
They're all out countering the Lycan, right? All these three heroes are Lycan counters, but then again, you know, it's an offlane Lycan. Do you need to have so many counters against Lycan, you know? And it's such a juicy Rubik game.
It really
Sven,
is. Yeah.
Ice Puff, Dual Breath Fissure, Echo Slam.
Macropire. Even Warcry, right? Like against the Sven.
Do you get the pass, you know, to pick a mid Rubik in this sort of lineup?
Oh,
I feel
please
you might
don't.
have you might have the pass to pick it to mid.
Yeah, you would have the pass if this was Southeast Asia and this was a pub, but unfortunately, this is DreamLeague Division 2 we're talking about. This Yandex doesn't want to mess around. They have not dropped a single game so far across their multiple series.
Why are you so against mid Rubik? I think mid Rubik
I just have too
like
many
legit,
bad
man.
experiences, man. I too many bad experiences. Out comes the techies. We've been seeing this hero start to pop up, especially in the past few days. I saw in a high-level pub that techies can just solo the Tormentor at level minute 20 if you set up proxy mines and time your blast off nicely.
How long does it take for you to set up? 2 minutes?
1.5, 2 minutes, I would say. So you get there at around like 18:30. You make sure there's like you put some wards down. You get like just make sure you got enough mana regen and everything. It's kind of value though, but then your opponents have to not go into that area the entire time. So maybe more of a pub build. We'll see. But the techies did come out in some of the tier 1 games as well. I saw it picked by Execration yesterday on position
He's
5 of all things.
He's a very strong laner, and I kind of like the new facet as well, the blast off facet. You do a lot more damage, so you're a lot better in the lane. You have a lot more kill potential. I mean, this hero only has like one issue, I think, mainly. You don't have any catch. You have a lot of damage, you have good laning, but you don't have catch, right? So if you combine techies with Jakiro, they kind of all have similar issues, right? Jakiro has like a decent follow-up, but he doesn't have catch. So the draft is gonna need like maybe a mid hero that can definitely like fix that problem, right? Shaker is kind of like, okay, you know, if if you get a good dagger timing on him. So
10
so I
seconds
guess with
remaining.
Shaker being one of the cores, I think it kind of
I mean,
solves
I'm
the
thinking
problem of the
Underlord or Tide, honestly, for
for
Hunters.
Hunter. Underlord
Yeah.
or Tide.
The
Yeah,
break is nice into Underlord and Tide,
yeah, but the
but
lane, do you lane well against TA? No? That's always going to be the question. Underlord and Tide, they usually don't really do well against TA in the lane.
that's true. What's your other options though? Like, what does well into a TA? Don't say Viper, that's a cop out.
Bad Benno, I think bad Benno. They're all Bad Rider especially. I think Bad Rider is quite good against their heroes. I don't know if they play
Okay.
bad on their off lane. Vitali.
Yeah, I don't either.
I mean, Timbersaw, I feel like could work also. Like judging by how players are playing with the hero, since it feels like he can actually play the lane. He used to be bad against TA. Now with the buffs, I think maybe the matchup has changed. That you can actually buy trades and just sit in the lane against TA.
Yeah. And you're talking about this lineup lacking catch. Timber now seems to be the new build to buy Atos. So that's going to be a natural pickup for him. Keep the Lycan in place, keep the Templar in place to burn her up with the Macropyre. Chase down the Hoodwink in the tree line. A lot of burst damage. Good wave clear. I can get behind it. I think Vitali plays it, if I'm not mistaken. Last pick for Yandex looks like their mid laner, though, for Mr. Chira Jr. Unless they do some funky TA mid and last pick Watson carry. I mean, Yandex have reserved the overall last pick for them,
Team pick.
for Watson, like every single time. So I guess it doesn't really make a difference. Sand King comes out. So there's your team fight. There's your stack clearing potential to rival the Earthshaker. Dude, Sand King with both Snapfire and Hoodwink. Is this balanced?
10 seconds remaining.
You mean with the shot? With the Hoodwink
Yeah,
shot?
you got the shot, and then you got the cookie with the fire, and then you got Mortimer's kisses. Like, this BKB timing is going to need to come really quick for Dad if he wants to take part in this game.
I mean, they're very, very aggressive supports to kind of like steal the stacks, right? I think if the Earthshaker can go in and steal the stack, that would be really nice.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to start the game with some sentry battles. Sentry battles for the Sand King. You're going to want to... Okay, it's Vitali playing the Shaker, and it's actually going to be a bad mid instead of a off-lane bat against the Sand King. So the sentry wars are going to be very, very important. Bad Rider wants to just keep killing the Sand King, So the
Yeah.
sentry wars into the stack wars, Both sides have heroes to clear stacks, So this is going to be, I think, very, very tense first 10 minutes of the game, for Hunters.
Sure.
I think Yandex wants to defend their territory. They have a much slower draft, much more greedier, more on the macro side. Wants to play the map. They have high DPS supports that can clear waves and catch heroes. I think this is going to be, I think about Hunter Z trying to snowball their heroes in the lane and trying to steal the ancients, whereas Yandex they want to be able to defend it, clear it, and just play the map and slow the game down, right, with this Lycan. So both teams have their own ideas on what they need to do in this game, and let's see who is going to be able to execute it in the game.
All right, let's see. Yandex, they've been on a tear today so far. Previous series, easy 2-0. First game, of course, not to be mentioned because that was a death loss, so you can't really count that as domination. But they are set up to play the way that they want here. 3 cores that love to farm, a way to play the map, 2 decent supports that can offer a lot of follow-up and lockdown in their own right, Hoodwink and Snapfire. On paper, Yandex have everything they want. The question is whether Hunters are going to be able to take their game out of the initial laning phase. That's been something that this South American team has struggled with so far. Don't know how much the addition of Dad and the lack of Lumiere is going to affect them as well. Remains to be seen as we get off to this technically game number 1, but, on paper, game number 2 here.
Game number 2.
Yeah.
Officially game number 2.
Officially game number 2, yes, correct. I had to wait a long time for this one, but it's worth it, hopefully. What do you think about this Earthshaker offlane, though? Because you were mentioning how with the Shaker, you always kind of want it to get priority in terms of levels. I feel like against a TA and a Snapfire, it's not going to be the easiest lane, right? It's not like you can burst down or harass Watson very much also. Refraction's going to soak up most of the damage you try and put out.
30
Doing this to get like a favorable mid matchup. I don't know if it was originally part of the plan. I mean, they saw an opening to pit the bat. I was already suggesting offlane bat against their heroes, but they want to put it mid against the Sand King. So that's why the Shaker kind of got demoted,
That's fair. Is off lane bat, or rather, sorry, is mid lane bat really that good into mid Sand King? Because in my mind, Sand King's just gonna do what Sand King does, where he just presses Sandstorm on the wave, clears it out. Nice blast off, putting a lot of damage on Chira. Dead from out of nowhere, forcing the burrow level 1. That's gonna make a difficult lane even harder, and it's gonna get worse if he ends up going down. The Fairy Fire saved to the last moment. Chira Jr. held on to it, but he's not going to have much of a lane. Great early move from the side of Team Hunters to put pressure onto the lane that matters the most, the mid.
Yeah, forcing the Barrow Strike is definitely a very big deal, but the Jakiro took so much damage. Like he's down to 200 health, I think I'm not sure if he needed to like force the issue so much, I think forcing the Sand King Barrow Strike was already a big deal. Now he is going to come to the lane with very little health, so let's see if it affects his lane much,
Radiant's
I mean, the wave is going to push into the tower, so right now the Lycan is going to be completely happy. As long as you're farming on Lycan, you are happy. You're not like expecting to dominate your lane, You're just expecting to try to 50-50 your lane. Make sure you get your own farm, get your own item timings, and you want the Hoodwing to give you as much XP as you can.
Yeah. I mean, the second this Lycan gets the helm, it feels like Prada can do a lot of magic damage, but Notice should be able to regen most of it up. Maybe he can try for some cute moves, pull the waves with the wolves. We'll have to see. But that's going to open up Saksa to rotate, which is what he loves to do the most. Saksa really, whenever he plays lane, it just feels like it's a vehicle for him to get to rotating ASAP. Because that's where he always shines. And the mid lane could certainly use the help, right? Chira Jr. already starting the lane off on the back foot. Like, this is going to be 4 CS to what looks like will be 8 or 9 on the Bat Rider.
You jinxed him. He missed the last
Yeah,
two.
he missed every single line. Damn. I should have set him up like that. Sentry comes down on the Radiant side of the mid lane. Yeah, Chira Jr. is going to have a little bit of a rough one.
Oh no, he placed the sentry too early. Oh, actually, no, he just got it. Alright, he's
Oh,
happy.
thank you. Okay. That was close.
Yeah, normally you want to push out the lane before you do that. He plays it before pushing out the lane.
Yeah. Respect the balls on this man. Still taking a lot of damage though, but now that he's able to Sandstorm in safety, he should be fine. Bot lane, we're not really expecting much action. What about top lane though? This is a TA and a Snapfire. On paper, whenever Melody presses Lil Shredder on someone and Watson hits them with a melt, they like lose half HP.
They disappear, basically,
Yeah.
in this lane. Yeah, this is one of those lanes where you could consider getting more than 1 point in the Shredder. I think in this specific lane, if you feel like you can dominate the lane. I think especially when you have minus armor, like if you're laning with TA or something like a Bristol bag, I think it can be good to get the second point Shredder.
Is Shredder usually not worth maxing out?
No, usually no. You want to max your nukes, Q and W. Your scatter blast and your
Okay.
stun.
I'm gonna have to take notes because I've been playing some Snapfire. I've found a lot of fun maxing.
What have you
the-
been doing, Mr. Mike?
I've been maxing that Shredder, and it's so funny because I feel like an opponent, like 4 or 5, will try and walk up to me, and then I Lil Shredder them, and they lose half their HP just from
Tell
that
me
alone.
you have a Blightstone.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, they're getting
As
run
in,
down. The Shaker's getting run down right now by the TA and the Snap. No Blightstone, but they're still pushing them back.
Yeah, Melody lost quite a lot of HP from that though. So when I first looked at the top lane scene after you mentioned the Snapfire was being run down, the Shaker was being run down, I didn't know who was the one who aggressed. It kind of seemed like an even trade at the end of the day. Meanwhile, mid lane, we were watching the Sand King forced to TP back to base for the reset. So Wonder Kid already stretching his wings here in the mid lane, getting the advantage. That's the overall last pick privilege. Here they come into the mid lane. MJZ knows where Chira Jr. is in the Sandstorm, but this is under the tower. Meanwhile, Prada will get the kill onto Noticed in the bot lane. The Lycan probably just getting slowed and stunned.
Level 3 power spike. Level 3 Jakiro is another monster, once you get that second point in the Liquid Frost. Like, nobody can actually sit in the lane and trade against you. You just die at level 3.
Yeah. That's exactly what happened to Noticed. I mean, he still is farming up very well, though, right? He's keeping up exactly with the Sven in terms of last hits, just ends up going down. And not the biggest of deals for him. I don't think he lost too much.
I mean, the Bad
Here's
Rider is
the-
doing his thing right now to enforce the matchup. So now he's forcing the Sand out of the lane. I think this is what you want to accomplish as the Bat versus the Sand King matchup. I mean, you also want to kind of have wards around the camps right now to see when the Sand King is going to go over to farm the camps, right? So I would like to see like the supports coming over to either block the camps or at least have vision.
Yeah. I mean, the upside about the Sand King being behind is that he can recover, right? As long as he has a bit of space and some stacks set up by the supports, it should be pretty easy for him to make things even. No courier kill going on up top here. Very quiet early laning stage, not as much action as I was expecting. I thought the Jakiro was going to be able to farm kills here. But I guess it's what I said, like, the Lycan can just use the wolves to manipulate the wave position, and Saksa's doing a decent job, just kind of keeping things up for him as well. Shield Rune goes over to Chira.
I think they already blocked the Ancients, so there won't be any Ancients for the Sand King.
That's where the money is. Just gonna go to this triple stack. It's not much, but it's honest work.
Yeah, we're not gonna see a very big Sand King this game. I think it's going to be farming a lot slower than usual, No 9-minute, 10-minute dagger Sand King.
Yeah.
I mean, on the other hand,
Shaker's not having the best time up here as well.
yeah, the TA is absolutely destroying the Shaker.
Yeah.
It's 1k goal ahead at 6 minutes, I mean, this is
all part of
downside.
Yannex's plan.
I mean, this is downside of having like the Shaker on the side lanes. It's not really the best laner in certain matchups. I mean, you may have a good matchup in the mid lane, but you're sacrificing your off laner's game. So only time will tell whether it's going to be worth it. At the same time, Sand King is doing a better job recovering. He has a lot more net worth compared to the Sand King, to the Shaker now. So let's see if it will still continue. Shaker can only clear stacks at level 6. Sand King doesn't need to wait for level 6.
Yeah. I guess the upside is that the Shaker can always contribute with long-range fissure, right? They have some pretty nice setup from a distance. They fissure, and then they Ice Path. Oh, Melody. Nice little jump over the fissure there. Satsa TPing in, Bushwhack. It's MJZ who ends up going down. Members converging on both teams in this top lane to brawl it out. And Chira Jr. making his first rotation will be able to swipe down the second support of Hunter. So a good response there, and most importantly, Melody does not even die.
He survives to tell the tale. And now 8-minute rune. It's the Bad Rider picks up the rune. He's going for a travel, so he's going for like the full greedy, very greedy mode. He just wants to play around with the map, control and pressure the mid lane.
What's the alternative? Do you go for something like a Dragonlance instead if you're trying not to be full green?
No, usually you see players tend to get, there's a mix, right? There's either the Hurricane Pike or you get a Witchblade early. But I think I've been seeing like the Pike a lot more. Pike, sometimes you see Pike into Dagger, sometimes you see Pike into even more scaling items, right? But usually I like the Dagger, so you can be useful, trying to be too greedy. But this is really greedy, with the travels.
Vitali. He's just going to get run down here by Watson and Melody. Another easy setup for them. Traps littering the top lane. Not much that the Shaker can do once he's all the way slowed down. Bad Rider's doing a lot of damage to this tower.
I mean, you have to be careful though. Like Sand King is one of the better tower defenders. You know, you can cast the epicenter inside the sandstorm if you overcommit. You know, if you're not too careful here. They have 3 heroes. They need to get this kill on the Sand King, or else they're gonna waste
Nice
so
Varro.
much time.
They are wasting quite a bit of time, but the lasso comes through and way too much damage. They're taking a lot back onto Wonderkid because of the sandstorm though. Disarmed is Watson, not able to get the Melt Strike off. But now that the effects of the electric taser have subsided, we'll just be able to run down MJZ. Very nicely done. Prada tries to escape into the triangle, drops a ward while he's at it. Some good vision, good info.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
I guess on the bright side, like this does give Shaker a bit of recovery room up top, but at the same time, the Sven's been pushed out of the lane already. Helm Dom secured for the Lycan. He's putting on a lot of pressure to this tower. Melody's positioned really aggressively, just harassing the Sven.
Oh my god, he's
Yandex
killing
there,
the
and pretty
Sven.
good.
Oh no.
What? Did he just press
just had-
alt and kill the Sven?
I mean, Scatter Blast first. So 2 nukes. And the Sven was kind of not at full health, also, like around 70% health. I mean, this is
They'll
just
catch
getting
onto
from
Prada.
bad to worse.
Yeah, they're starting to bleed out kills here. Started with that dive onto Chira Jr. in the mid lane. They do get the kill on the Sand King, but because of it, all their members were so low on resources. It just kind of opens up the map for Melody to get so deep, kill off the opponent carry for free, and now they're finding more. Invading the stacks now. Oh, Watson can really put the hurt on them. It's so easy for the TA to take these away.
Yeah, every little bit counts right now. The Earthshaker, the Bat Rider, they both kind of really need, you know. Now with the Bat Rider going at travels, just feel like this is going to come back to bite them, you know. Like they're not really in a very good position in the game, and you're building travels on your mid laner.
I mean, he has it already, so it's a bit too late to
Yeah, I
pivot.
mean, it means that he's not going to be useful until he gets a dagger, which is like, how long is he going to take? You know, another 4 or 5 minutes to farm? Do they even have 5 minutes to farm peacefully?
Vitaly gonna pop a big Echo Slam. Doesn't have the damage to kill Melody though, as the chase is on.
I mean, they're
Don't
going
have
to smoke
any
mid.
further way of
They're looking
slowing.
for the stanking.
Mid lane, they are looking for the Sand King, but Vitaly will end up going down. Meanwhile, they end up lassoing Saksa instead, who TP'd in to try and help. Epicenter being wound up, but Chira Jr. thinks twice about it.
Dire's middle
End up denying the tower. It's okay, that's a kill. That's some gold to the Bat Rider's pocket, right? He needs all the bits that he can get because now it's about a race to the Blink Dagger. MJZ, Cookie, easy kill. Melody and Chira Jr. continue to find more.
Bat Rider has to get this kill, you know. This is so important. The TA kill.
That's not happening. Melody's right there. Slow down the bat and might have to pay the price of his own life with it though. Watson gonna try and defend his support. The buddies there, helping each other out. Vitaly coming back in though. Yeah, I mean, just really nice kiting overall, and Chira Jr.'s in. They got Mortimer's kisses, the fissure didn't cancel it. Don't think it would have made a difference, he probably would have died anyway.
And now the Lycan shows up through the gate, you know. Now he's helping his team as well with the Overlord. Mid tower down, bot tower down, now top tower down as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be really, really hard for them to defend this juicy ancient, you know. The Shaker's dead, he doesn't have echo for 30 seconds. How are they going to
Yikes.
kill this? This does not belong to them anymore.
This
Oh,
is free.
no.
Dad's gonna try and come in to defend this, but they might just be far too late. MJZ looking for an option. Shapeshift used just for safety. Bushwhack coming out. Sharpshooter. Oh my goodness. MJZ. Is he just dead here? Being chased by the wolves. The Triceratops really low. They at least are able to secure it, but Chira Jr. big barrel strike onto 2, winding up the epicenter, holding that in place, and you might have stood in, but now you're sit down. Prada now next to be run down. Triceratops on the prowl. Notice will hunt him down, and it's Melody with a double kill.
You have nothing left right now. Your stacks got stolen. Your cores are dead. I mean, your Bat Rider has to travel. Your Shaker is just about having his dagger. But he's only level 8 on the Shaker.
Yeah, if I'm the Shaker right now, I'm pissed as hell because you're telling me I had to sacrifice my game for you to get a travels and do nothing for us. Like, the Bat Rider had such a great start too. You can imagine if he went for an item that would have some sort of fight impact or pick off impact, there might be a bit more done on the map. But instead, we're looking at this miserable state for Hunters, 9k gold lead down at the 14-minute mark. We thought coming into this series that it was going to be quite one-sided, but I mean, this feels a little bit self-inflicted, not gonna lie. And there's your bat.
There's really not much they can do here. I mean, the Shaker is not even that strong right now. He has the dagger, he has the echo. I think he just has to go now. He doesn't feel like he want to go because he is so poor, but he has to. Like, no one else can do a single thing in the game now. Yeah, I won't even be surprised if he tries this move and it doesn't connect. They're just going to call GG.
The scan comes through. They know someone's farming in this area, and the educated guess would tell you that it's Sven. In comes Chira Jr. Another catch. Bushwhack onto the Sven. Creeps just coming through, and Dad does not stand a chance there. They will lasso up the Sand King into the tier 2 tower, and he's dropping very low, will get burnt up. That's pretty nice. Meanwhile, Notice still on the chase though. Another Bushwhack. Saksa just does not miss these. Onto MJZ, tucked away in the corner, can't escape. Wonder Kid doesn't really have any spells left. They use the Echo and the commitment for that kill on the Sand King. Saksa still dancing around. Saksa is 2 levels higher than Vitali. Slightly off the mark with the cookie. That's awkward, but Saksa still trying to chase down the Earthshaker. Last few auto attacks, turn around with the stun. Saksa, can you find a meanwhile? Melody ends up going down. Wonder Kid starting to run circles around his opposition as Saksa narrowly misses the kill on the Earthshaker. Wonder Kid spotted it out now. The Bat Rider trying to make a great escape, at least burn up some of his creeps while he's at it. Saksa still with the scurry on the prowl. How often do you see a squirrel hunting a bat? Up to the high ground, out of range. They don't see him.
Now I learned that you can actually fly on top of that cliff beside the Tormentor. Because there's no way they could have caught him there.
Yeah. I think they should remove that. Every single time I see a Phoenix or a Bat Rider or Winter Wyvern fly off a cliff, it's like, how are you even supposed to, know the geography of that? That's not fair, isn't it?
A wise man once told me Dota is not fair, or life is not fair. Deal with it, mate.
Okay. Well, right now, Hunters will not be feeling like things are very fair for them. Certainly, it is not. It's a 10k gold lead. Yandex continuing to extend their advantage. Melody! Melody! Woo! You try and get a free kill on the support. He's got backup. One thing about Melody and Watson, they ride or die for each other. Watson TP's in to help his buddy out. I mean, the bodies on Hunters dropping like flies this entire past 5 minutes. Everywhere they show up, they're just getting chased down and hounded.
Yeah, Hoodwink is amazing in this sort of games. Having the ability to hide around the trees and the cast range to catch heroes because they're trying to run away. And Hoodwink catches you anyway, you know. Does a lot of damage, has a long cast range.
I have a bold prediction. I think that the +1 Scurry Charge talent at level 10 is going to get nerfed. Because what the hell? Have you seen this Hoodwink? She's just been pressing it off cooldown and like she's running around the map like a Wind Ranger on steroids. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, maybe change it to 15. It's still good.
Yeah,
at
either
10.
it just gives you so much utility. You move in
just
so quick.
remove
Your
it.
cast range is insane. Get a shot in. You don't want to use the sharpshooter on this though. Prada, they might lose out on the kill. Okay, no, I'm lying. I'm lying. Chira Jr. burns through him with the sandstorm.
Die are scanning. You will never know the mysteries.
I mean, they just haven't been really able to do much. Yeah? The Bat has dagger now. But his team has already given up so much for him to farm this Boots of Travel and dagger on the Bat.
Yeah, just for him to be 6,500 net worth, which is 1k below the Sand King, the hero he picked this last pick to dominate. is not really looking the most promising. I mean, the odds were already stacked against Hunters coming into this series and having to play with a stand-in, having to forfeit game number 1, and now facing down the barrel of a very powerful Yandex. The smoke move comes out. The contest, it's happening. Melody will get caught first. MJZ, they're just going on the Snapfire, but if Melody dies, that's fine. They don't seem to be losing anyone else. Shira Jr. and Saksa tag teamed up to kill the Sven, and more heroes will drop. Wouldn't be surprised to see the GG call, because I don't know what else you're gonna do at this point. Vitaly got to turn around with a fissure, but everyone is dead except for him. I thought they were going to show some mercy. Watson says absolutely not. Jumps up to the high ground, slices him down, 8 Deso charges, and more buildings and objectives to follow.
It's getting real ugly right now, right?
It's been ugly. I don't know what to tell you. I don't think it's getting ugly. We're already there, Winter. I don't know how to break this to you.
10 minutes ago, we were already there, kind of.
Yeah? It was tough. I mean, Hunters kind of showing the ugly underbelly of their team, right? The laning phase just is something they can't get a grasp on. They seem to frequently end up in situations like this where the early game has gone so piss poor that there's no chance that they can even come back. They will try for some sort of a move. I don't know what this is about. Maybe just an attempt to try and use the God Strength and get a pick off. They won't even find purchase on that.
He's not gonna have time to even farm a BKB. They have to fight.
Watson just gets Chira a free shard. Prada's two-headed dragon chasing a black dragon. You have to jump on to notice this is certainly a solid kill. Mega kill streak now, but look at Saksa. Setting up right behind them. Bushwhack catch. Dad is dead. Watson right there to cut them off. Dude, Saksa is everywhere on this Hoodwink. Epicenter in the bot lane. You can't even TP out. Wonder Kid's gone. Alright, well, you killed our Lycan. Cool. Good on you. Still regular programming. Yandex continuing to farm heroes wherever they show up. Now Watson. Watson disarmed for now, biding his time. Barrel strike slightly off the mark, but you just need a little bit of vision for the high ground. Watson swiping away. Last few auto attacks, it's clean. Monster kill streak for this TA.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, you still have yet to really see this Bat Rider pick pay off in this mid game. Same thing for the Earthshaker, right? It's just been completely answered.
He won his lane. I mean, that's pretty much it.
Yeah?
I mean,
I thought
don't
you
know
were talking about the
like,
Earthshaker for a moment. I was so confused.
Dire's
Yeah, I don't know about the shaker. I mean, it's not the shaker. Now you got me talking about shaker. I think the
Sorry.
travel is like, you can somewhat say the travel has definitely impacted the way the game is being played, because he was going for this greedy build, and they kind of didn't do well in the side lanes. I think the last thing you want to do when your side lanes are losing is you go for like greedy build. Like the boots of travel is equivalent to getting a Midas pretty much on this hero.
It only makes sense if you're behind and you want to play a slow game. But the thing is, if Vitaly is having a rough time and Dad still needs time to get his items, someone has to be making the plays, and I don't think Wonder Kid got the memo. Link forward. Bushwhack there. I mean, it was a bit of a bait, but I don't know who's baiting who. I guess Shira Jr. does go down, but meanwhile Watson just gets a free kill onto MJZ. Now they're spotting out Dad. Chasing through Saksa. There's another Bushwhack coming off cooldown. Gets the connection onto the Sven. And despite all his armor, he's not going to be able to outlast the Lycan. Mortimer's Kisses getting the Jakiro, tagging him on the backline, and Watson here to claim another Deso charge, up to 16 now. Only person to survive is the Earthshaker, who decided to run away from his base instead. Yeah, this is looking over, Winter. I don't really know what the angle is. They could buy back, but they used God Strength in that earlier fight. I guess they have
1K per
Lasso
minute.
and... Ooh. Yeah. We've seen a couple of these already today, and the past few days as well. I think maybe we're just getting the very lopsided matchups, because I'm looking at some of these other series happening on the other streams, and sometimes the teams look a lot more even than they have been. Maybe we got some sort of curse going on.
Oh, let's go. That's a level 2 Echo Slam. Come on, lasso
Right.
someone in. Destroy the hero.
They're pulling. They're trying. This is a Refraction TA though, who has a second life. No one's being destroyed at the moment other than the heroes on Hunters. They didn't use the Echo. They went in with the lasso, didn't use their spells in full. And I guess you clear out the creep wave, that's about it. The next one's coming back in and these racks are gonna fall. Is that just waiting? I mean, 5 more seconds into the God Strength. Maybe there's an opportunity there. But then again, you gotta keep in mind that Watson... Oh, look at how powerful he's looking. That's a Sven with a war cry up. Almost dies 100 to 0. Okay. I mean, I don't really know what to say, Winter. I feel like Yandex are just gonna go through the motions. There's still a good amount of pressure that they can put out, but with the Aegis going down, they're just gonna show discipline. They're gonna play it safe. How much of a gold lead do you think you need before you're comfortable going high ground, even without the Aegis? Because what the hell?
They must be waiting for something.
Okay, quick item check.
I mean, the Sand King is going to finish BKB. Yeah, he's.
Yeah, Sand King finishing BKB. Watson 2 components away. Nullifier coming out for notice, but that's still quite a far away matter.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling.
And there's really not much they can do but hope for some clump up for the Echo Slam, you know. I think that's the only way they're winning a team fight.
Yeah, they just macro Pirate to clear a creep wave while they're setting up Techie's mines. Heals up, setup's there. That's in trouble. Watson, a cute little Hurricane Pike. Saksa is gonna end up going down, but the epicenter coming through. Barrel strike off the mark though. Chira Jr. will pop the BKB, but that is way too much damage. Way too much damage on the side of Hunters to deal with. The bright side is that the Sven got back to base, so now he has that God Strength, he has that Blink possible. Might be able to make a kill happen, but he still doesn't have his BKB. We've just killed off the Jakiro on his buyback. Okay, free stuff. Won't say no to that. Echo Slam and Sven is all they have left. They got buyback on the bat, they got 10 seconds on the checkies, but the problem is they don't have any racks, and they might not have tier 4s. If we keep this going for 10 more seconds, they might not have an Ancient. You need to do something. You haven't called GG just yet, Hunters. You gotta try and strike no. One final Echo Slam right as the GG is called, and the only person dying from that is the Earthshaker himself. A very sour way to end this series for Hunters. Probably came in, probably had some prep, but all of that out the window just because of some tech issues. Had to forfeit game number 1, bring in a stand-in game number 2, and this was barely a game.
It's very unfortunate, you know. That's not much they can do. It's not their fault. It's uncontrollable circumstances, and I mean, sometimes it happens to you, unlucky, you have to move on.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I usually would spend a bit more time talking about these teams, spend a bit more time talking about, you know, what they can improve on moving forward. But I guess there's not much to say, right, about the Hunters situation. It's just unlucky. But at least for Yandex, I think they've showed throughout today that they are the team to beat in this group. They might also be the team to beat in the tournament. They are looking very much like the front runners of DreamLeague Division 2 right now. Still remains to be seen whether anyone can match up to that level of prowess. Winter, were there any other teams that you think could take the heat to them?
Maybe one win. I think one win looks solid. Raw Gaming as well. I think both these two teams, they kind of have, I think, some tricks up their sleeves. We'll just have to wait for them to meet each other and see how the game goes, you know?
Yeah. My immediate guess is maybe Pipsqueak +4, if they're not picking random funny picks, might be able to bring the action because they were so dominant versus Hunters as well. But without further ado, that does wrap up our day here on the main stream. A bit of an anticlimactic end, but it is what it is. This is Dota. We have our ups and downs. But the Dota isn't done yet. Like I mentioned before, if you were joining us, there are 3 more streams going on with more Dream League Division 2 action. We got Ember stream, we got Storm stream, we got Earth stream. So hop on over there. We're going to raid another channel very shortly anyway if you don't. So thank you so much for joining us. Tomorrow we'll be back here again at the same earlier time of 11:30 CEST. That's going to be me and Winter on this main stream again, taking you through the first match of the day. And yeah, let me just double check that that's correct. Yeah, so we are going to get... sorry, this stream is not over. Sorry. We are done. Me and Winter are done. But this stream is still going to go on. Later on, in just about 2 hours from now, there's 1 win versus Peru reject. So still a whole bunch of Dota. Just sorry, a little bit of a mistake there. But yeah, Winter and I will return again tomorrow for 1 win versus OG at this stream at 11:30 CEST. So if you're tuning in, you want to catch that game, we'll catch you guys here. But until then, we'll hand you over to Mr. Biomulf and I believe Roho for the next upcoming series.
You crack the ceiling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted, the grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted, I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden, so how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. Oh, yeah. Got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better, gotta be you. Got to be you. 1,000 voices, yeah. 'Cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Yeah. It's gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Yeah. Gotta be you. Oh. It's gotta be you. Yeah. These choices, but I so made up my mind. Nobody better, gotta be you. Always got to be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Hey. Nobody else, no.
you caught my eye. Yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. I wanna know, can I spend the night?
magic night to remember, a joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Magic, magic,
a magic night to have together. No more limitation. United as one nation. This will be
magic, magic,
a magic night to remember. Joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
magic, magic,
magic night to have together. No more limitation. United as one nation.
My eyes are closed so long after the sun comes up. We do a dance in the dark, down the hall, pictures fall, even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart, every artery, a part of me. It's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then wicked smile. You know I can't help myself. You play around with me for a while. Keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
We've seen the magic tricks. We don't care. We've got more. We know we're on the tip. We're ready at the shore. Now is the time. Reaching for blossoms in the sky. Sun setting low, making us golden as we ride. What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready. I'm ready to move. Well,
wash away the rain. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take away the pain. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. Oh, baby. I know it's hanging over me. It's gonna set me free. Oh, yeah. I'm running from a dark cloud. Gotta find a little sunshine. Gonna wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take away the Girl, shake that body, shake it down to the ground. Whoa, girl, shake that body, show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party, don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to the music, you know that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body, shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it all night. We're going down.
chance on me. Well, it's fine if all your previous guys they made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow. But today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me?
I took a walk down Pico, heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time. Time to change. We've got to at least try. But what
when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. Oh, I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place, there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Feeling this good. Feeling this good. Ooh, feeling this good.
If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want, satisfy your need. We can have a good time, don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation, I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it, baby? If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation, I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby?
on me. Well, it's fine for your previous guys that made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow. But today you take away all of
And deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's hard sometimes when the world's closing in on you. But as long as we stand together, there's not a thing that we can't do. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to swim another ocean. As long as we got the notion, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sometimes you just can't see your way through the dark. And sometimes you're deeply hurt by some innocent remark. Oh, well, I know that this too shall pass, though I don't know exactly how. Yeah, 'cause as long as we stand together, there's not a thing can stop us now. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to cross another river. Got to stand and deliver now. We can do this. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, we can do this. We can do this. Woo, 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 woo. We can do this.
up in blue. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. I'm lost in the shadows. Tell me, what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. You don't miss the water till the well runs dry. And you never see when the truth turns into a lie. Hey. Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Can't find my way out, no. Wrapped up in blue. Tell me, what can I do? Wrapped up in blue. All wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Somebody help me now. Wrapped up in blue. All wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Somebody tell me what to do, 'cause I'm wrapped up in blue. 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 Oh, yes, I am.
Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I'll say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feeling new. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as I am. Oh, baby, take me as I am. Oh, take me as I am. Oh, take me. Oh, take me. Yeah, take me. Take me as I am.
bag of butt, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac. Take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night. All I want is you, honey, is so true. Jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Early in the morning, late in the evening. Well, it's about late in the evening, baby. Right around noontime, 24/7, 24/7. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Oh, how, oh yeah, 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 yeah.
I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. haven't found the one, or never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe we're
Yeah. 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 Ooh, everything I want. Everything I need. Got everything I want. Everything I want. Everything I need. Everything I need. Yeah. Coming out the gate with the heat. Everybody's playing in the street. We got the summertime magic in this beat. Sun is in my eye, feeling high. Only good vibes, I'm alive. And if you see me driving by, don't be shy. I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Blow up, show up, soak up, aromas, float to Sonoma, roll up to Nola, trope up, blow up, slow up, show up, get real, choke up, you're flowing, you're glowing, astral samosa, you're landing on Europa, your horns blowing, you're chosen, all the deep cuts you know it. I got the pre-glow and the post-glow, inspiration knows no boundaries where it flows, your fingertips to the globes tilt to the universe on stilts, hold on and chill.
I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you loving around. I will be waiting until you come back home. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you here with me. So don't keep me waiting, I need your company. Ooh, I know I did you wrong. I'm hoping it won't be too long. Oh, come back. Tuesday, you took my heart and then you ran away. Now it's been 16 hours and 7 days. And now the hardest part is begging, baby, begging, baby. People say it's just a waste of time and you don't care. But I'm holding on and hoping that will be another chance for what we had, what we had. Never gonna be another way. No more windy days. Come back, I'm gonna find a way. Yeah, back to me. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby, without your loving around. Baby, I will be waiting until you come back home. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you here with me. So baby, don't keep me waiting, don't you set me free. Baby, pick up the phone. Baby, pick up the phone. Don't leave me all alone. I don't want to be alone. When are you coming home? Please, come on back to me. Ooh, baby. Oh, yes it is. Come on, baby. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you here with me, baby. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby. Oh, yeah.
I've had days of struggle, nothing quite as rough as today. Hell, I've been held up, nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I not a man for crying, for a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. a struggle. Nothing quite as rough as today. Held, I've been held up. Nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I'm not a man for crying. For a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this in my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this in my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere.
Never been so happy like I am with you. You make me feel so good that I can't believe it's true. Yeah, yeah. I had to pinch myself once every day. Since I heard you say, baby, baby, wanna give you all of my love, give you all of my love, yeah, yeah. You know I feel so lucky just spending time with you, yeah, yeah. Your love shines through me with everything you do. I have to tell myself once every day. I really did hear you say, baby, baby, wanna give you all of my love, give you all of my love, yeah. Baby, baby, I wanna give you all of my love, give you all of my love, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Ooh, baby, baby, I wanna give you all of my love, baby, yeah, yeah. I wanna give you all of my love, yes I do, yeah. My love, yeah, yeah.
Leaning on the window pane, I found my mystery woman. Her flame drives me insane. She's heavenly creation, the spirit of the hot summer day, controlled by her emotion. Tomorrow seems too far away. Now I've got my shot. I'm meeting my soulmate lady.
constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day. As the sight of your light always takes my breath away. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I fell head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. Yeah, yeah. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand is what she sees in me. Ooh, I've been drinking too much, staying out all night. I can't remember my left from my right. I'm kinda blurry from my head to my toes. It might seem like nothing, but there's one thing I know. I got the prettiest little girl. She's
Welcome into Dream League Division 2, our 5th day of the group stages. We get a little bit closer look as to who's going to move on to the playoffs, who's going to get knocked out, who's going to be upper bracket, lower bracket, and Rojo today here. It's an interesting one. It's one-win team. They're sitting at 3-1, 6-1 in games. We got Peru Rejects, also 3-1, 6-3 in games. So they are tied up at first place. One win looking a little bit higher, but you win this one, you put yourself in pole position to go close the group out, get a really nice seed moving into playoffs. But, you know, Rojo, as we've seen with these teams, one win, they've been together for a while. They have a lot of synergy. Squadix is really who they run through. But on the other side, you have this squad of, Peru Rejects coming in. Parker, best player in the world sometimes. Sometimes he doesn't wake up. It's very, very much hit or miss. But, you know, this is going to be a pretty good series, I hope.
Yeah, I think as long as they keep Parker off the Centaur, I think that should do pretty well for them.
True.
But yeah, overall, I mean, it's pretty much just, Peru Rejects, the question every day is, did they wake up on the right side of the bed? Because they're an incredibly strong team when they do get going. And, one win can be the same way, but I would say they're definitely a more consistent squad. So this is just going to be, how is Peru Rejects on the day? How are their drafts looking? How much has one win prepared for this series? Because if you can properly shut down the cores of Peru Rejects, which can sometimes be incredibly hard, can sometimes be a little less of a task based on, of course, the day in the draft, then I think you put yourself in a good position. Particularly, I think, I really think you should be looking at the 5 and the 4 here. The 5 for one win, because Kasane, he is probably maybe one of the least consistent players on one win, if he isn't on the heroes that he's super comfortable on. So I'm probably looking to take away. He really loves the Warlock. I think it's his best hero. Maybe you even shout out the Bane. Maybe you shout out the Chen. Because I think that after those heroes, maybe sometimes he has less impact on the game. And I think typically he has really high impact when he does have those heroes. But Matthew as well, on the 4, he's a great player to do that, because we do see, he plays anything really, but he's really proficient at these kind of annoying position 4s, right? He used to be a huge Nyx Assassin player. He used to, play the Ricky and snipe a million couriers. very proficient at that. He's great at the clockwork. So he has some good answers, but I also think that if you shut down Matthew, then a lot of times it can be difficult for parry rejects to get out of lanes the same way that they want to. Particularly, Dark Mago, sometimes we see him need a little bit of help from mid. I think if he gets that good start, we know that he can just go absolutely ballistic, but I think sometimes he does struggle to keep up in farm as a mid player, which is a pretty stark contrast to Squad X, who I think we see universally pretty much win his lane. He's an incredible laner, and then usually we see him have very high farm prio. So it's a very interesting like matchup in that sense. But I'm expecting Matthew to be kind of like the key player on parry rejects to set them up to be in a good position like heading into the mid game.
Yeah, I think the other thing we have to talk about as we get ourselves ready to go for this draft is, we opened the day talking about Parker, whether Parker woke up on the right side of the bed or not. But Parker is not going to be playing for Peru Rejects today. Something's up, don't really know. But Pick, their usual position 3 is, to the best of my knowledge, he'll be playing the 1 today. Illich will be standing in as the position 3. So a little bit of a shuffling around. That does actually, I think, significantly change how we view this matchup. Because again, Parker, I know we talked about Matthew. I know we talked about their supports, whether Kasane gets his heroes, whether he's just not going to, whether he's going to have impact or not. But Parker is that story for Peru Reject. We saw him utterly dominate in a couple what should have been bad games for the hero choices a couple days ago. And while Pyke is very good, I don't know that he necessarily has the same high highs that Parker does.
Yeah, no, Pyke is definitely just a more stock standard carry. He still has, I think, some of the kind of characteristics of that. I think, as is like just typical with South American carries in general, is that when they win the game really hard because they are so proficient at every aspect of the carry role. But often it can be hard, I think, particularly to play behind. But Pyke does have a slightly maybe different hero pool. I know in the past he was like really big on playing like Luna. I think he is a very, very proficient Marcy, which I think is something Parker is maybe a little less likely to pick up. He picks, I think generally I've seen him play the natures quite a bit. So he has a slightly different hero pool. And of course, I think he needs to be enabled slightly less than Parker does. So I don't think that this will necessarily hurt their team significantly, as like I still think they're, if anything, they might be like slightly more consistent as per rejects. But as you said, the highs that they can reach, I think with, this kind of shuffle around that they have for today is definitely a decent bit lower, as again, we talk about Parker, and usually you kind of live by him, die by him. Now they don't have that same kind of like extreme hyper carry, but I think in general the theme of the team kind of stays similar overall.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. It also means that we're less likely to get the random Parker Centaur. In fairness, that was a misclick. Rules are rules. That we went with it. Illich played the Faceless Void. It was not all that exciting.
No,
but yeah, so. No, it really wasn't. But yeah, so we talked about this. We talked about, okay, maybe the Marcy coming out from Pick, maybe the Luna, which is a hero that has gotten a little bit more priority as of late. Not high priority, but you go this Manta Ags build, you just get a bunch of Moonstorm damage, you get a bunch of right-click damage after the Ags. It can be good. On the other side, though, we talked about one-win team. We're talking about a couple different heroes that you want to ban out, right? You want to remove Squadix. At the very least, you want to get rid of his Puck, maybe get rid of his Queen of Pain. Other than that, I'm with you. Yeah, really do focus on Kasane. We see him play a lot of Disruptor, but yeah, it's not nearly as dazzling as those Warlocks, those Chens, those things like that. So a couple different heroes we expect to see through the bans, or first phase ban, as we get ready to move into that one. Our ban or our pick ban phase, in fact, is just getting started here, as we got the draft now ready to go. Rojo, one-win team. They lost the coin toss, but Peru Rejects, they did decide to go for second pick.
It is interesting, as I definitely feel that first pick is overall just more consistent, but maybe in line with Peru Rejects, they're going to kind of rely on that last pick, flex things until the end, and then end up with a really, really nice kind of overall pick into the draft. And sometimes I think if you're, maybe like punching up, I think second pick can be nice, because you give yourself a better chance to just put yourself in a winning position out of drafts. That being said, I think if one win are properly prepared for this series, then they're probably less likely to be caught off guard by that. But I still think I don't hate the decision. Again, I personally would choose first pick, but I can understand why some teams are looking at second pick as this potential to kind of just win the draft. It's kind of a high risk, high reward thing. So I'm not that surprised. I was coming into the series also. I was very interested to see what both teams were going to do about the Timber Saw, because I think this is also a hero that's starting to come a little bit more into the public eye. There's this new Gleipnir build, I think that we saw 33 do. Squad X does get his Queen of Pain, which is quite scary. We'll have to see what their response here is immediately. But yeah, I think Timber is very, very strong. Obviously, we're not going to see it in this game, but I do expect it to be pretty contested, probably throughout the rest of the tournaments going forward during this patch, but also, of course, in this series today. But Queen of Pain, first pick for Squad X, he's very, very happy with that. And the nice thing about Queen of Pain is that there's not always like a universally strong pick into it, outside of like the Puck, which is already banned. So now they just kind of decide, do they want to go for something very generically strong, say the Hoodwink? I believe actually Marcy is open, which is rather interesting. Probably like to see Peru Rejects pick that up if they could, as usually that one is banned out. But there's also still Natures in the pool. Some teams still think that hero's first pick material. Some heroes don't think, or some teams don't think it's very good. I suppose the Disruptor makes sense as well.
Yeah, it gives you catch for the Queen of Pain, and it does mean the Quap is going to have to be a little bit more circumspect in how they play around the fight. You don't want to get glimpsed in. You don't want to get static stormed. It's funny, though. You talk about this Marcy still in the pool, and I would have totally loved to see Peru Rejects go for it, but One team really prioritizing specific bans. They're getting rid of this Slardar, which we've seen actually pop into the meta quite a bit as of late, even if it's not necessarily always first pick, first ban. We see this Shadow Shaman first banned as well, which
that one's interesting.
It is. It was first pick, first ban 6 months ago, but it has been nerfed since then. It is a Matthew hero, but how much of that do you think is, okay, we're just going to respect Matthew a little bit, don't give him a Shadow Shaman? And how much of it is, well, the Queen of Pain really hates to be chain controlled?
Well, I mean, they kind of set themselves up, I guess, for the Quap, but it is mostly just Matthew, I think, because overall, the Disruptor was still in the pool. They're perfectly happy to play it. They've looked good with it. It kind of fits their style of play, but I just thinking that Matthew is so good at the hero, you might as well get rid of it. And as you'll see, One Team, they kind of agreed with the pregame analysis here of try to shut down Dark Mago and try to shut down Matthew, because the rest of the team has a very wide hero pool, and not that neither of these players do, but their impact on the game, I think, is also quite high variance, just depending on what they do end up getting. I do believe Matthew should definitely have a hero. Dark Mago will definitely eventually find something, but getting rid of some of his mainstays, I think, is nice. And particularly in the last series of Peru Rejects that we personally watched, Dark Mago had like the most insane Slardar game of all time. He was like, I don't know what was it, was like 16-0-19 or so, just something absolutely ridiculous. So they're not willing to give that up. I think the Slardar is great. But the 13 pick is going to be interesting for Peru Rejects. I'm also quite curious to see, I was talking about how the Timber, I think, is something we're starting to see more. I've started to see a little bit more Tide Hunter, which is a really interesting one. I saw that one was rather popular in some of the other tournaments that are happening right now. And that's just an interesting one. It is rather good into Quap for most of the game. Eventually, when you get the Shard, it's really obnoxious. Maybe that serves the same purpose as Disruptor, but it's looked pretty good in all the games that I've seen it. So I'm curious to see if it pops up in this series. But it has meant as well, banning out the Slardar, and now that Shadow Demon is gone, I think that's a nice response for the Disruptor. They're straight into Abaddon, which is interesting. I suppose they can flex this. I'm pretty sure Illich is very comfortable on this in the off lane. Obviously, Pyke does play this as well in the 1, so that's kind of nice to have.
It's kind of funny. We were casting, what was the series? Anyways, yeah, it was an Aurora game maybe, where we just saw bad and banned out first phase every single time. I think it was because it's like, yeah, we just don't want to give Nightfall full that hero. So
yes,
it is this is certainly a hero that can be very player dependent. Some teams you just do not give them that hero. Some teams you're like, well, it's an Abaddon. It is whatever. It can be strong. It can shove down lanes. Can be very difficult to deal with, but it's not this 1A we got to deal with. So they're gonna let that in. You talk about this can be a 3 or a 1. This can go on Pyke or Illich. Any world where we see some support Abaddon back in the pool, or is that like just totally gone?
It's pretty unlikely. I think the only time that you would ever switch Abaddon to support is if you thought you had a real like Trump pick. Say, for some reason, they think that Pyke has just the best nature's game in the world, or like the best, even say if you could play Huskar in the carry or something, as we've seen a little bit. Pretty unlikely. Again, I do think this hero strives a lot more as core. I also think that Abaddon Disruptor is a pretty weak support duo. Obviously, I think Disruptor would be the 4 in that instance, which makes up for it slightly. But this pairing in general is quite nice. Disruptor Abaddon. Disruptor kind of makes up for a lot of the issues that Abaddon has early on in the game, and then eventually Abaddon is pretty good at frontlining, catching vision, being generally obnoxious. One team here take the Ringmaster. Not necessarily something I would have expected, but I don't think anything particularly harmful to their draft. Just kind of a position for maybe somewhat annoying to trade into as Disruptor at times, but I don't see any grand reason they picked this other than I guess you can't really do any damage into the box, so it's one of the few safe supports left.
Just make sure that whoever's in the static storm is not going to be that happy. Doom, of course, just says, hey, Abaddon, you don't get to have a good time. You're going to pop your borrowed time. You're not going to heal anything. And then my Doom lasts longer than your borrowed time. So you do not get that second life. We're just going to remove a significant portion of why this hero can be good. Of course, Abaddon can still run Doom down. The damage can be there, but Doom gets the Doom off on the Abaddon. And it becomes very, very painful for this Abaddon. So, Rojo, that matchup, obviously not a good matchup for the Abaddon. Is that enough to move it down the priority chart, though, in terms of, say, from Pyke to Illich? Or from Pyke to Illich?
It could be. I think the scariest thing for sure is picking Doom into Disruptor sometimes, is that I think that Doom could struggle on the lane. Maybe with Ringmaster, it's enough to bring it up. So I am curious to see what Peru rejects end up going for, because if they really wanted to try and punish this Doom, I think there will be potential. But there's also some pretty decent heroes left in the pool. I mean, particularly if you wanted, you could pick on a situation like this later in the draft, maybe in the last pick, like a Sven or an Ursa. Jashiro is a good shout out. This hero is also, I think, one that we've already started to see a lot and are going to see a lot moving forward. As the hero was already pretty okay, it wasn't getting picked up as much, but it did get a relatively significant buff to that Liquid Frost. So now we've seen this hero be a really big menace in terms of damage across the map. You usually end up just maxing the Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost. You're great at tower pushing. Really strong in lane with whatever you pair it with. Great into Doom. If you do want to run it on the safe lane, as they can kind of switch both of these support heroes around. So I like this quite a bit. Does good damage into Ringmaster. Nothing harmful. Even Abaddon taken out of the pool is rather nice. Of course, they can put the Doom in the safe lane. I don't know how prevalent that is nowadays or how likely Mankushi is to, but they leave themselves that option. And now I'm curious if there's a Dark Mago hero that he's looking at, because again, his hero pool is a little bit pinched. He does go for the Mars, which actually does make sense for Dark Mago. Maybe a little bit scary into SquadX, I would say. SquadX is just the player who we've seen him beat tier 1 talent time and time again in the mid lane. He is just an incredible laner. So I get a little bit scared for particularly Mars in the mid lane and the Dark Mago pairing. And they'll go straight away for Dragon Knight. It's just a very tanky lineup from one team, which does scare me a little bit, because Peru rejects, their damage it can be really high if they have a lot of levels early, or it could be kind of extraordinarily low if they get behind in the lanes.
Yeah, so you are convinced then that this is going to be a Dark Mago Mars and not an Illich Mars.
I think it's likely.
Dark. You think it's likely? Just from hero pools?
Yeah. I mean, Illich I think can do it, but I think generally he would prefer not to. So, or at least like Dark Mago just loves the Mars. I think when I see this most of the time on Prairie Rejects, I assume it's just Dark Mago because he just really enjoys it. And again, it's one of the few heroes kind of left in his pool. So, yeah, one team now I think is probably the best time to prepare for Cheese, particularly. Maybe get rid of, getting rid of the Dusa, I think is a decent shout out. Obviously, Dusa, one of the best heroes into the Doom, so it makes sense to get rid of it. They'll get rid of some Kasane staples here. Silencer is one that he does play pretty often. I don't particularly think of it as his best hero, but it is a very good game for the Silencer, so that's a good shout out. Probably his mainstay is, again, probably not Warlock, maybe into Abaddon if you presume that can be off lane. Even the Bane can be rather difficult into that hero, so that kind of denies a little bit of his hero pool. Sapphire is a decent one, so I'll just add more damage to their tanky lineup, because Kasane probably does want to go potentially a support with decent damage potential, as they have great setup for it on one team.
So I'm looking at the side of 1win, and by the way, we do need to point out that both teams have used a ton of their reserve time. It's 4 seconds left on Peru Rejects, 12 for 1win team. Just not a lot to go beyond your standard pick time. But is there a world now? We haven't seen a ton of support Doom. It's very uncommon, but there a world where this is like the triple S, Sweden Strong Doom, and we're gonna see some sort of last pick off lane as Intermediate gets banned. It's just gonna be bugged. Okay, which I like, right? That's a decent save into the Mars arena, assuming that this is Feast of Blood arena. If it is, or not Feast of Blood, whatever it is, the Feast one.
Yeah. The Feast one.
The Feast one. Yeah, the regen one. It's fine. If it's the other one,
yeah.
Well, then that becomes a little bit harder. Pugna, it is not that safe into the arena.
Yeah. It is pretty good into the Abaddon and lane. Whatever goes off into the safe lane is pretty good. And they do end up picking up the Ursa, which I think makes sense. I don't see any reason that you would want to keep this Abaddon as a carry. Yeah. So it looks like everything's going about where we expect. Draft didn't take any crazy turns. I think it's a perfectly good Ursa game for Pyke, but again, the damage is difficult from Peru Rejects. So probably from just coming out of the draft from a very base execution standpoint, I would probably prefer a 1win team here. But I think if the game is even, the drafts are relatively even. But I'm just scared that if Peru Rejects get behind at all, their damage into this extremely tanky lineup from 1win is, I think, going to become very kind of finicky really quick. So it's really just going to be, can you stat check them on Peru Rejects really at this point? Can you get the levels necessary to have that damage? Because for Michael, the Jakiro, you need levels. Dark Mago needs levels. He needs that arena, which it's a great game, mind you, for the arena into the supports, how much currently he's hovering Bloodsport. You know, if Pyke gets ahead, he has great heroes to burst. Generally he's not threatened too much by them. The Fury Swipes will stack up nicely. It's just a high risk, high reward draft from Peru Rejects. Even without Parker, they have still gone for this kind of style. And again, I slightly prefer, I think, 1win just for the ease of how their game looks.
All right, well, talk about ease of execution here. We do have two very interesting things coming in from 1win in terms of where they've decided to go and take their fastest. We have Gluttony, not Devil's Bargain on the Doom, unless it was changed at the very last second. So we're going to have to take a look at that as we get in the game, but that's what it appeared to be. And then, yeah, we do have Gluttony, and then we have Masochist. So, just backing up here a little bit, Gluttony, of course, 2 charges on Devour. Devoured creep ability is 1 level higher. Masochist on the Queen of Pain is the old school build where you go like a Dagon, and it's a lot of burst damage, but you do need to make sure you have some kind of spell lifesteal involved, because you do damage to yourself as well. What makes this a game for those? Because those fastest are, I don't know, 10% pick in terms of pro games. Like, they're not picked all that often.
Yeah, I mean, the Masochist is the particularly interesting one for me. I think in terms of Gluttony, it kind of, I don't know. This is maybe just, they've changed Devil Bargain enough that Triple S thinks it'll be nicer to have that early lead from the Gluttony as you do get that extra gold injection. And your capabilities are slightly stronger, as we will see potentially a quick scuffle here. Maybe not.
Pause.
For the
it
moment.
may be a quick scuffle in game, but to everyone that's watching, taking a little bit longer. Triple S is leading the charge. Smoke breaks on both sides. And Illich just going to go Aphotic Shield up with Ursa as well. They're doing a lot of damage. Makushi getting very low. He's going to burn down, and now Pyke into the back line here. He's very low, though, getting kited around just a little bit. Triple S dies, as does Pyke. But at the end of the day, Kasane will fall here as well. It's a 4-for-1. Illich triple kill to start this game. And now the Hornets is still 2 seconds. They're going to be able to get Sweden Strong Team. The Beast fears them away, but they continue to chase. Probably going to get under the tower, though. Don't know that Matthew wants to dive that one. So they get 4 kills to the 1 of 1win. They're at least going to get 2 bounty. Oh, Matthew, I
bring around the Rosie.
Bring around the Rosie. Pockets, in fact, full of Posey. Tame the Beast into the... Nope. Yeah, Fairy Fires are there. Sweden Strong should die. One last click. 5 kills. Now Matthew just sacrifices himself to the Tower God. So 5 for 2 out of the laning stage. Let's take a look at these bounty runes as well. So two bounties have been claimed by
Two are
Peru
left.
Rejects, and 2 are just on the map, and no one has checked them just yet. So a very promising start for Peru Rejects as we get this game number 1 started. Oh no, Dark
Yeah,
Logo
Dark
found
Logo
it.
is going to be up. Yeah. He's going to be off to a really nice start, as this bottle should come decently later for Squad X. Having that extra XP is great, but yeah, an Abaddon starting the lane with Null Talisman definitely helps the early laning phase of this hero, which typically is quite weak. So that is a really nice for Peru Rejects. Just across the board, going to be ahead in net worth for a good while, and that might allow them to cut, just, stat check, and they do it.
Yep. Nice thing about this Abaddon, you get a point in Aphotic Shield, you can dive tower if it's not too scary, and it's going to be 6 for 2 now. And yeah, it's like, okay, so Abaddon early levels, you have like 3, maybe 4 Aphotic Shields early on. You just don't have a lot of mana regen. That's how they've chosen to nerf the hero, like time after time. So getting this Null Talisman up, A, gives you a little bit more base mana, which is really nice, but also gives you that bonus mana regen that you need to actually be able to spam this ability and have a lot more pressure on the map. As the other nice thing about that, we talk about this Abaddon, we talk about how painful it can be into the Doom. But as a Pake's about to get kind of aggressive here on top of Triple S, he's gonna get feared away just a little bit his Pike, but the stacks are starting to mount here. Triple S,
He's
one
faster.
more hit.
Oh.
No, not gonna dive under the tower though. In fact, takes a tower shot for his troubles. But the other nice thing about this Abaddon, right, is his passive. Or not his passive, excuse me, his innate Withering Mist against a Dragonite. You just reduce that bonus HP regen that the Dragonite gets for existing by a decent amount as this game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, the healing in general is going to be quite nice to get rid of. Of course, Pugna on the field, some pretty tanky heroes. Squad X won't be healing, I guess, too much as he did, of course, as we said, take the Masochist, but still will eventually get into that Dagon, so will be a nice game for Illich to have a little bit of healing reduction. And so far, yeah, just a very good start for Peru Rejects, as this is also kind of a difficult one mentally for one win. Now, of course, I believe the squad is through and through strong enough to get through it, but it can be pretty frustrating. Straight off the gate, you kind of feel like you put yourself in a significantly harder position, as now you've really played into their draft. Matthew is going to be pretty decently ahead on this Disruptor, which is really scary, as they have the capability of rotating very early. The Jakiro is going to get super early into their levels, which the Doom does end up being in that lane. And even taking a lot top.
Yeah, gotta be careful here now. Triple S just gonna get taken down by this Ursa, and well, Ursa is a very strong carry. Maybe even the best carry that exists in the game right now. That's Jug's looking good. It's questionable, but very strong carry, obviously. But he's not the strongest laner. Yeah, it may feel sometimes that you're a melee hero, you kind of get clicked down, but he can be vulnerable. So to see Ursa getting these kills early on, to be able to continue to snowball that lead that much more, you get in the Battle of Fury faster, you get that blink, you get the basher, and you just get much faster to that point where this Ursa is this just untouchable menace throughout the game.
Sana takes a lot of damage just for daring to even walk close to this lane. And again, this is the lane where you can really only stat check if you're ahead in levels decently, or if you have that extra gold to do so. Obviously, Illich had an arguably pretty good start to be able to do that. So this is super nice, as well as it's probably going to enable Matthew to potentially leave the lane a little bit earlier. Pike takes a lot of damage, should be okay, but he's also, of course, gotten himself in a great position, even gets the salve. Getting that early boots, getting the early level 3, as you mentioned, that's generally when Ursa feels strong. Sometimes you struggle to get there, but in a game with a start like this, you certainly don't. And yeah, just really nice for Peru Rejects. Eventually opening up the lanes, I think, will be super nice for them. And even in the meantime, if they're, if Triple S is stuck in lane as a Doom against Jakiro, Ursa, he is pretty threatened for a significant portion of the game.
Yep, as Triple S, you're not that high armor of a hero. It's kind of cool, actually, that he took the healing creep. So he has that heal amp aura just going a little bit. It's a higher level than it might otherwise be. He's able to heal himself up a little bit more. And that does give him some level of sustain. But, if you're an Ursa, the tankier your opponent is, the happier you are, because it's more Fury Swipe stacks. And that's always fun. But yeah, no, you hit this level 4, level 5. Oh, go ahead.
I don't know if you actually get any levels for this heal one, as I don't see any scaling on it. It doesn't have any of the... It doesn't have any, ticks for scaling, so I guess Gluttony maybe not helping him that much in terms of the healing there, but he does still have the extra charge, so he'll be better at taking these 33 camps back here. Takes one for himself. That gives him a little bit of mana burn eventually here. So Triple S will be okay. I don't think that he will have the worst time if he can get away from the lane, but eventually Jakiro is likely to pressure your tower, and a little bit of pressure towards mid. Ends up with 2 supports from 1 win here, as Matthew did decide to stay in the bot lane. Regen for Squad X is really, really nice.
Yeah, it gives a decent amount of rotating power as Illich now with the phase boots tries to run down Munkushin with the glimpses there, but there's no kinetic field. So while he doesn't have any mana for a stun, well, it seems like Illich is just going to try to chase him under tower anyways. Yep, looking to chase him down that much. More Aphotic Shield, just pop that. That should be the kill regardless. And Illich on a mega kill streak, 6.5 minutes in. Kasane made the sin of leaving his carry. How dare you, Kasane? It doesn't matter that he got his mid, the rune. This is very much a lane where you just feels like you got to babysit this Dragon Knight.
Yeah, as even Munkushi, he's queued up a Midas for himself, which is a pretty rare item to see in this patch. Again, Dominator just most of the time a better Midas overall. Obviously, Dragon Knight, you wouldn't go for that, but you would generally not want to be in the position of getting this. You want to get into particularly Mask of Madness usually for this hero to accelerate. Some players like to go for the armlet or straight away with the blink. They complement that and just won't be able to get into it, as Munkushi is the core who's struggling by far the most, which makes sense into this very, very strong Illich early in Matthew.
Oh, there's going to be the glimpse back in on Triple S. No level 6 ready to go. No counter doom. And Triple S is just dead. Pake wasn't going to die anyways, right? You know, he's got Enrage ready to go, although he did pop it for that kill, just on the off chance there's a level 6 doom. And bottom side, they're going to go try to take Illich down. Good Sonic Wave. There's the stun. That's 700 gold. So it's not a 1 win off that rotation. So just before level 6, he was what was he? About 100, really about 200 XP away. So maybe 1 more wave or so, but big deal there. Squad X making the most of this regen rune as he gets to rotate in, but Blink is not quite ready to go. Spear back onto Michael, Ice Path as well, but they just do not have the damage to pump into this Queen of Pain this early on. So now looking for the amp damage. Darkmago can't quite contest. Now Squad X amp damage rune. This might... Don't know if he's going to try to go back onto the high ground, but now you got a Queen of Pain with an amp damage rune on the Masochist facet. This next rotation has a lot of kill threat.
Yeah, it certainly does. But one thing I think super to watch out for here is, even though Illich did die before getting level 6, which was unfortunate, Matthew, he, I think, is just going to get his 6 in mid here, or he'll be just about a bit shy, which is a very early level 6 for the Disruptor. He's going to pose so much threat in this game. Kasane is similarly matching him. After that, he did get the kill credit for Illich, so he got a ton of XP. Obviously, Illich was worth a ton. So he'll get into that level 6 early, but Pugna 6 early is particularly nice, but it's not nearly as strong as Matthew will be around the map, and it's going to definitely limit where Squad X can play as well. With the Masochist facet, of course, he will actually farm faster. That's really the big benefit of taking Masochist over the likes of the Bondage. You farm much faster. You are generally worse at fighting up until you maybe get the Lifestealer. The Lifesteal, maybe get an extra item, but your burst potential is insane. Your farming is insane. And he's looking at Illich again, which this time it is a level 6 for the Abaddon.
Yeah, hasn't skilled borrowed time just yet. Wants to hold it until the very last possible opportunity, but Matthew playing behind him does have that Static Storm ready to go. And looks like that's going to be enough to scare them all off. As we take a look at Illich, by the way, just going straight Radiance, but he's only 1,300 gold away from the Relic. Less than 10 minutes. This is going to be very, very fast Radiance. Although the crazy thing is, Rojo, we talked about Illich and how good his game has been, even with the 1 death. This is a game that Ursa, at times, is having an even better one. So Ursa taking advantage of all the space spheres. There's an Arcane Rune. There's going to be the Static Storm and the Arena, but great Tame of the Beast buying some time. Now the Spear goes in. Ice Path as well. That's going to be a dead Queen of Pain. Is now Darkmago. He's going to be able to get the Arcane Rune. Unfortunately, not able to proc it before he dropped the Arena. So no faster Arena cooldown, but even still, they kill off the Quap. They get the Arcane Rune, and that's a victory in and of itself.
Oh yeah, getting a kill onto this Quap before Dagon, especially in the Masochist facet, feels really good. Quap wants to very much accelerate with this facet. You need Dagon before you really honestly feel much like a valid hero, and that's the strength of this early Disruptor 6 for Matthew. It's so difficult to play into, and it was also, I think, really, really well executed by Dark Mago. Big reason why they are so comfortable giving it to him in this mid lane, unlike many teams that would not particularly play this style. But they have congregated 5 heroes into this top tower, so I think it might go down, Bayo.
They have ganked the tower successfully. It's going to take a moment, but they will. Problem is you have Illich on the bottom side with his level 8 Abaddon, right? He's pushes towers relatively quickly. And you got a Jakiro in the mid lane, pushing the mid tower with Matthew. So you will get the tier 1 top, and maybe the mid and bottom are going to go down immediately. But there's a lot of pushing power on both sides of the Ringmaster is going to TP onto Illich as well with the Impalement Arts, Tame the Beast as well. But without any cores here just yet, Mankushi certainly doesn't have the blink. They're not really going to be able to go and shove him off all that easily. As Michael Matthew and Dark Mago, they smoke, they think about going bottom, and then they change their mind. Like maybe there's nothing to find here anymore, but if they find Squadix in the jungle once again pre-Dagon, that is going to be so very nice for them, as their Matthew's going to go looking for the glimpse, finds it. And now the Static Storm as well. Kinetic Field doesn't actually have its skill, but that's fine because you have an arena. And with the spear and everything else, this is going to be a dead Queen of Pain once again. That smoke pays massive dividends for the side of Peru Rejects.
Yeah, really nicely done. I was honestly kind of wondering why they didn't smoke earlier on the Peru Rejects, but they do get onto Pake. The Doom came out, but
it's not going to kill him just yet. He does have Enrage, or he doesn't have Enrage. He popped it earlier on, but he's going to survive here. And now Matthew just runs at this Doom. Looks for the Ice Path from Michael. Not quite going to land. Macropyre neither. But there's going to be the spear back into where the Macropyre is. Now Triple S just has to run. Pake gets his revenge. And now a little bit further forward onto Sweden Strong as well. Pake is massive in this game. Killing spree, and that now is a pre-13-minute Battle Fury coming down on the Courier. Illich, he's got the Relic. He's less than 1,000 gold from this Radiance. It's a 2,000 net worth lead right now, Rojo. But the farming tools, they are just about to come out for both of these cores.
Yeah, and nobody on 1 win is going to be able to match it. Mankushi did get his Midas, which feels okay, but he's obviously still behind everyone. And the heroes without the farming items are also incredibly strong, so they can be this killing squad. Dark Mago, he finishes his blink. Matthew is level 7. He'll soon have access to the kinetic field to keep heroes even more in. Michael, he's level 7. That's a huge spike for the Jakiro to get that max Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost. So playing the map is going to be really, really difficult as 1 win. And, despite their really strong early lead, Peru Rejects has just been playing this very cleanly. Mechanically, they've been doing well. Dark Mago made up for the one kind of mistake that Michael had, which was really nice. And I really like what Pyke has been doing. He's been rather active before this battle.
As we got a rotation bottom side, there's going to be the arena. And the spear lands in dead Kasane. By the way, do you want to point something out? You talked about how Matthew was soon going to hit level 7 and therefore have kinetic field. No, he's got an arena. He doesn't need kinetic field. It's a second point in Thunderstrike because, well, A, the game is going fantastically well, and the greed is a real, Rojo. You got to get that farm going on this Disruptor.
Yeah, no, I mean, when he dictate over to 8, is when he'll get that kinetic field. But it's a little bit more greedy when you have a great Disruptor game like this. And of course, Dark Mago setting up for you. And you can very much play like this. He would love to get the kinetic field if it's just going to be Pyke and him looking for a kill, as he does get it on the wave. But they'll be walking into most of 1 win, so they have to be a little bit careful. No blink yet on Pyke, but he's been very active on this Ursa. I'm thoroughly impressed with how active Pyke has been able to be. Obviously, they are considerably ahead in terms of kills and XP, but he's just had some very, very solid moves that has not slowed down his farm at all. If anything, it's added to it. Now Illich has finished his Radiance, which is when the Abaddon takes off significantly, as if he wasn't already. And again, the item timings just aren't significantly there from 1 win. There's no support items that are going to be coming out soon or that are meaningful enough. Glimmer Cape super far away from Kasane. Just got the Dagon, 15 minutes on the Quap, which is super behind pace. And Mankushi, he wants Blink that he doesn't already have, and Static Storm as well.
And there's the kinetic field as well as Quap. At least with the box on the Ringmaster, you do have some good tools. The Squad X tries to blink out. It's just a little bit messed up. Blinks forward, glimpse back, and they're not quite sure where to find this Quap, so they're going to have to back up for now. And with the life drain, Quap healed right back up to full. But the arena is ready to go. Blink is done. If they're able to find someone, maybe they can get an additional kill, but they don't have to, right? 3,000 net worth lead. Abaddon's farming very nicely. Ursa's getting himself. In fact, Ursa has the blink done. And with the way this game is going, and with the fact that Doom is there, so you really don't get a lot of value out of the BKB anyways, he's just going straight Basher after this. In fact,
Sweet and strong.
Strong tries to go channel himself up a bit of a Watcher, and
this is
gonna get... Yeah, it's got to be very careful here. Matthew looking for a glimpse, maybe. Locks Kasane in the box, but not going to be able to get him just yet. But now the Mars Spear on the backside. No Decrepify to keep him safe from Pake. Now Squad X, a little bit more. Mukushi on top of this Shakira, but there's going to be the arena trying to buy some space. Michael, though, will fall at the very end of this Sonic wave. And, you know, not bad. You kill off Michael with a lot more than this Pugna. And we're starting to see the value of these supports. With the box from the Ringmaster, with the Decrepify from the Pugna, it's very hard for this Ursa to stick on top of a target pre-nullifier.
Yeah, Illich is still farming away, so definitely Peru Rejects doesn't feel that bad, but I don't feel that they need to be so antsy to make moves. I think they can chill maybe a little bit. That was the first time I thought that Pyke was potentially being a little bit overzealous. As one win, they are going to be needing a couple kills, I think, to get back to where they need to. But as we've seen many times in this patch, the comeback mechanics are quite nice. So if you give away something you shouldn't, but nice spear doesn't connect.
Not quite going to land. It pushes him back, but no stun. And now Illich is just going to get doomed. We know how annoying this is. And very nice Wheel of Wonder as well. So Illich, he's just dead. Yeah, Life Train to do a little bit more. It's actually doing nothing either side. And Kasane will get taken down. But they lose their big Abad. But now Peg moves in a little bit more. Gets a second kill in this fight. Now he's got to run. Enrage already popped. With the dagger. Slowed down just a little bit. But seems like he's going to be able to get on out of here, but he wants to go back in. Seems like he does not have a Basher just yet, just the Mithril Hammer on the Courier. But without this Basher and with just the power of these saving supports, he does need a little bit more to be able to go and make sure these kills happen.
Yeah, it's too antsy again, but by Peru Rejects. They're still in a very comfortable position, but I think they need to realize that one win at this point are going to bring everything to every fight, and their win condition I think should be a pick off into something like Roche, but they've not necessarily been playing into that too much, so maybe a tiny bit messy here from them. Still in a very great position, but this is how you slowly give a comeback to one win as the XP comes back to them very, very quickly, in particular. And with this Midos, with the Masochist, with Gluttony, they will eventually gain net worth, as most of this game the net worth hasn't been too actually horrible for them. It's only 2k up on Peru Rejects, which we know feels like quite a bit, and especially on the cores it is, but is very, very manageable. That is a fight or two away from being an even gold lead. So just need to be very careful on Peru Rejects. Their execution has been very clean this game, but eventually they're bound to make a mistake, and eventually they're bound to lose a hero or two. Okay, maybe in this top side they will be able to successfully set up for the Tormentor, so that'll be nice for them. If they can manage to get the Tormentor into the Roche, I think they'll be back to a pretty commanding position. And notably, this one-win squad is not very good at doing most objectives. Not particularly great at doing the Roche. Not particularly great at taking towers outside of maybe Pugna and the DK, which is okay if they're able to connect, as Kasane's been pestering this bot tower. But not, I mean, fine at Tormentor, but at contesting it, not very great. So there's definitely some flaws in this one-win draft when, again, they get behind, especially in XP like they have.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. We have Peru Rejects. They have a grand total of 2 circles. Well, I guess more if you count kinetic field. And there's only 1 circle. I guess 2 if we... Nether Blast doesn't really count this now.
Triple S.
Yeah, Triple S gonna go pop the Doom immediately, and there's the damage. So this is a dead Abaddon. He's just gonna have to run out of here. Maybe just deny some AoE XP. Oh, you know, he might actually live. It's very close, but yeah, no, he will survive at the end of the day. And now that's Doom down. Still, yeah, you gotta be careful here. You're gonna be able to get out. Torm now, yeah. Torm should go the way of 1win at this point, with the Disruptor having to get on out of here. Illich gone as well. And,
Yeah.
you know, we talked about how
Ooh.
bad they are at actually getting Tormentor, well, or contesting Tormentor, but they're going to be able to go claim this one. And now it's 1,000 net worth lead on the side of 1win. It's an okay shard for Spotlight. You will eventually be nice to be able to go and remove Illich's Manta illusions, but not that significant. Big deal, though, because the Tormentor, because they know everyone's on the top side, an immediate Roshan pick.
Yeah, and there's no Doom either, which they do kind of need for the time being, but not the best trade. As you can see, the 1win's net worth has now ticked over very, very slightly in their favor without getting any of those kills. So nicely done. It's obviously very, very tight, but 1win has managed to bring it back pretty decently. They'll have the BKBs, which, yeah, a little bit just, again, antsy on Illich. I don't think he can be jumping this Doom like that. As Triple S had the really nice kind of patience. Didn't press the BKB, just immediately doomed the Abaddon, which made that fight intensely difficult. They need to get onto the supports for sure, and probably should have played a little bit more for objectives early, as now this triple BKB coming out, they'll get Kazane, but it does force the borrow time.
Yeah, it takes him a while. He will eventually get taken down. Funny thing is, even as this game is very even in net worth, you know, it was a bit of a 1,000 net worth lead for 1win. Now it's kind of going back the other way slightly as Static Storm top side here. Pig tries to get on top, fishing for a badge, going to be able to find it, and yeah, that's going to be a dead Queen of Pain. Even if this game is a small net worth lead for 1win, it's a pretty significant draft issue that Peru rejects have found their way into have developed in this game, right? This Ursa is a very good core-to-core matchup with everyone. You have fantastic catch with the Static Storm and eventual Ag. So to my eye, as we take a look at this game, an even game is a game where it's like 1win 5,000 or 6,000 net worth up. So even as they stabilize quote-unquote net worth and levels, we're not quite there yet. As Doom around the side does have Doom ready to go. Runs at Illich here, but you do need some follow-up. There's going to be the Yules going down. That'll be the Doom looking to pump a little bit more damage in. Impalement Arts don't land, but he's just didn't even have his ult off cooldown anyways. Dark Mago goes in, misses the spear. God's Rebuke to buy some space, but does have the arena ready to go. His Yule's going to pop him up once again into the Wheel of Wonder. He dies as well. And now that is the type of move you're looking for if you're on the side of 1win.
Yeah, or the type of move you're not looking for if you're Peru rejects. Pretty awkward there. Dark Mago, I definitely didn't need to go in. Illich should also probably not be getting caught on the spot lane. Just they played this early game incredibly well, but now they're, I think, starting to slip at least a tiny bit. Peru rejects. Still, as you said, in a very good position, but I do think 1win has some pretty good or pretty obnoxious things to fight into for the side of Peru rejects, particularly these saves. For the time being are going to be really difficult. But Squad X, yeah, before his BKB, which he's been really close to, by the way, both times he died. His game is the hardest so far, and no Doom either, no BKB.
And kind of interesting is Illich again. Misses the blink. That's not what you want to do. That's actually nowhere, but they're going to try to find the Doom. Will not be able to get him. Considering the value that you're going to get from an Ag's Static Storm this game, is Dragon Knight's going to go get a pick off on this Jakira north side of the map. I'm a little surprised to see Matthew as the 4 with this enhanced farm priority, not just rushing the Ags after his blink. He's got a Force Staff on the way, which is good. It buys some separation, but you know, the concept of getting this, effectively getting an Ags in 2,000 gold seems, given the game that they're having, seems very strong.
Yeah, he's holding the gold for the moment, so I'm sure he'll make a decision when he does feel like it. Some little bit of aerial dancing here, and the mid lane gets the spear onto Triple S, but I do like the prospect of this Yules quite a bit on Triple S. Just anything to kite Pake, as he's also notably going for an Ags here on the Ursa, which I think does have some credence, but could be scary, of course, as you can't deal with the Yules very well, and Kazane, well, unfortunate.
Once again, there's going to be the spear, cancel the life drain, and Decrepit's going to hold him on for a while, but not long enough. Are you at all surprised that I guess the Abaddon can go nullifier eventually, but this seems like such a clear nullifier game between the Yules that we've seen. Of course, that's going to be used aggressively more often than defensively, but with the box, with Decrepify, with everything else, this is just like such a clear nullifier game for at least one, probably two heroes on Peru Rejects.
Yeah, I think that definitely Illich should get it after this next item. I honestly think he maybe could have just skipped the Manta as well, but it is nice to have. Will help him farm at least a little bit more. I will secure the bot tier 2 as there's still about 15 seconds on the stages and an Ags, but notably, if you're ever silenced on Pake, you cannot get off this enraged, so you have to be incredibly vigilant to not get doomed. He will see it, so he shouldn't.
He's going to try to hold on to it for now. There's going to be the Yules looking to pop the Doom afterwards. Not just yet. Pake gets the enrage off the arenas here, but Triple S just pops the BKB, continues to run afterwards as Dark gives his life to make sure his carry stays alive, and he will die. And that's still an impactful kill. It's 1,000 gold onto the side of one win as Peru Rejects is kind of getting caught out a couple times. Not quite. I don't know. Maybe they think they have more kill threat than they do, but having to leave their core, like singular cores behind as sacrifices, is doing a lot to bring one win back into this game.
Yeah, particularly having these 3 BKBs are super, super nice. The only threat into BKB is the Ursa, so that does make the game pretty significantly hard. And the nice part about having Doom, even though we don't see this here as much, Michael is going to get punished as well by Triple S. The Yule's doing so much for him. Really, really nice purchase. But the nice thing about having this Doom is if there is a single huge threat, as the Ursa is, which is still strong, granted, but still waiting for an item or two before he really takes off. You just have the Doom. Even if it does go into Enrage, it's still only 50% status res, so you will inevitably get that Doom off onto the Pake Ursa, which could make these fights pretty difficult, just having that anti-carry. And Mankushi, even after all this time, he has potentially going to himself a Daedalus. He's only 1,000 behind where Pike is, but Pike is behind where they are physically on the map.
Yeah, looking for a bit of a wrap around here if they can find it, but I think he's found out at the very beginning. Pike, though, gets the Fury Swipes off, tries to get some level of damage, and now Matthew moves in, gets the Static Storm, pushes the Ringmaster out, but Ice Path's going to be fine. Illich backside here has to pop the borrowed time, but they killed the Ursa at the start of this fight, and that is absolutely the value you're trying to find. Now, Arena's going to go down, but they lock him in there. They just kill the Mars. It's fine. SquadX not going to be able to get the follow-up kill as the Glimpse gets him out of here, but they lose the Ursa. They lose this Abad. No borrowed time means he's not interested in rejoining this fight. And this just ball of BKB is a significant problem. The Yules, yes, he's going to be another kill. Disruptor should go down. There we go with the Breathe Fire, and 3 heroes dead. Pressure potentially on the tier 3 if they want to go find it. All of a sudden, it's a 5,000 net worth lead for one win team, and this is kind of where it feels like they have to be if they want to win this game.
They're also a pretty significant XP lead now after getting all these comeback kills. Come back, obviously now they're in the lead, but have given them a ton of XP up to this point. So Mankushi with the Midas with all these kills, he's level 20. SquadX has managed to get himself to level 18. Triple S is soon taking there, and yeah, I feel like they're in a very confident position, truthfully. Up until Darkmago gets BKB, playing this game has been very difficult for him. Illich, we've seen, hasn't much been able to make his way into these fights. Definitely needs to carry dust on himself, as that was a bit of an awkward piece in that last fight. But it's hard for the Abaddon. I mean, he's going into Orchid. I do think this should be a nullifier. We'll get the glimpse here onto Kasane. So Kasane is the one hero really dying on one win. But
yeah, I mean,
thankfully not the most value kill.
And even with that, even without this nullifier, look how long it takes to take him down. That is, if it's a pickoff, doesn't really matter. But in these team fights, you dive on someone, and we're just seeing how much time the Ringmaster and the Pugna can buy. I can respect this idea of I'm going to get a Bloodthorn, I'm going to blink on the back lines, I'm going to kill one of the saving supports, Pake can go kill the other, and they're not going to be able to cover themselves. That I can understand, but the level of execution that requires to find them, to kill them in your Basher timing, in the Orchid timing, before they don't go, before they get one of their saves off, is a whole lot harder than just nullifying whoever gets saved. And now, well, they're just going to go into Roche, and with Mankushi's Daedalus here, they take it down very fast.
Yep, it's just going to be super nice as well for whoever wants to pick it up. Likely Mankushi, as he'll be the one who can be the high ground. No word comes out, because they did use that first Aegis. Yeah, I feel like realistically we're just waiting. Dark Mago BKB will be really nice, but we're kind of just waiting for Matthew's Axe. I think that's what brings their rejects back into the game, and Illich, the Yules and the Doom.
Oh, nice blink out though. He's gonna try to TP on out of
Nicely
here.
done.
No stuns. So he is gonna be fine. And that is the Doom down for quite a significant cooldown. Another 107 seconds on the deck, and certainly Borrow Time is a much shorter cooldown than that one. So did he just no, Orchid's gotta be completing for him, right? Yeah, Orchid's on Courier.
Yeah.
So he just doesn't want to build a nullifier. He's got Basher queued up next.
Yeah, I do really like the Abyssal kind of Bloodthorn build. I think it is incredibly strong when you do get it online in the late game. But yeah, I think somebody needs a nullifier. And Pike, I'm sure he will look at it next item, but he's filled his inventory with an Ags now with BKB, which he probably needs. Yeah, I think it's a bit of a misread here by Illich, but we'll see how much he can accomplish with the Orchid. It's still a very good Orchid game. Granted, but yeah, these two supports can cover each other. It puts a lot of pressure onto Dark Mago, I think, especially that he pretty much always has to catch one of these supports. The other one has to get Orchided. You have to have Vision, which neither of these cores is carrying Vision. Everybody can throw tomatoes at them. Make sure to always carry dust. Friends, but I do think that they should be a little bit careful with that. Dark Mago, I think, should definitely be carrying the dust. Probably all the cores should have some form of Vision, as it would be really nice to get off at least one of these supports. Kazana gets his shard, which is a decent one. It's nice to have that extra cast range. Already has the Ether Lens, so this Nether Ward will always be in a great position in the fight. And this ball from One Win, it is just really difficult to walk into. We think this is a mode to get Matthew his Ags as quick as possible. He unfortunately did not roll into the greedy enchantment for his tier 2 or his tier 3, or at least he didn't take it, which I'm sure he would have if he had it. So his Ags is a little bit behind schedule here. He is the lowest net worth in the game, fortunately, but he'll have it about 800 gold, as he does have the luxury of relatively rushing it with the game that he had.
As we take a look, by the way,
Spike.
Yeah, he's a little exposed. Doom is off cooldown, ready to go, but he's going to blink away, gets himself a bounty rune, and continues to make his way down the river, where he will have an Abad next to him. So at the very least, if he does get doomed, there is that level of an aphotic shield. But now Queen of Pain is going to find him.
Ooh,
no way to break the TP, though, and he's going to be able to get on out of here. But you talk about greedy enchantments. Kasane did high roll into one. He's getting that extra 100 GPM bonus, and he's now 1,500 gold away from that BKB. So we talk about this ability. Okay, you blink on one backline saving support. I blink on the other. We silence. We bash up the both of them. Now it really is only the bash. And you gotta high roll the bash, as Matthew's gonna. Was that, how close was he? 300 gold away, actually less away from that ag. So now that's 2.5 minutes. Losing the courier, losing losing agility, losing the blade of alacrity, where he's just is not gonna have that. So that timing they've been trying to get themselves to for quite a while, it's 2.5 minutes away now, Rojo.
Yeah, that does really suck, because that's gonna line up perfectly with the Aegis, and One Win knows, so they will knock on this high ground. Maybe not the worst thing. If you can macro-fire the wave, you'll probably lose the racks. Maybe worst case scenario, you definitely want to, prevent yourself from losing too, but they will push this fast. Thankfully, at least, doing a little bit of poke. We do a little bit of poking. At least for the side of Peru rejects, of course, Pugna can no longer apply the Decrepify and the BKB, so that's at least some saving grace. You can still die through that BKB eventually. As stands with all the cores in Dark Mago. He's finished his BKB. His fight should be much easier. And Illich, he disassembled for the nullifier.
There we go.
Before this fight, that is a pretty good awareness. I really forgot that he could do that, as most of the Abaddons, just tend to keep the Radiance. It will hurt his farm if the game continues to go on. But it's super crucial for this fight. Still smokes.
Yep. And the nice thing about the Radiance buildup, you're never more than 900 gold away from the nullifier, which matters quite a bit. But for now, of course, the mid lane set of Rags is going to get taken down without the Disruptor Rags. It just doesn't really seem like something they want to deal with. And now 30 seconds left on this Aegis. Of course, Peru rejects, they're going to be aware of this. They're going to try to smoke up and catch the Dragon Knight off guard. It seems like for now, not really, just the way they were playing. Illich right side, Dark Mago top side. They're content to let this Aegis time out, but now it's mid lane set of racks. That's gone. 7,000 net worth lead on One Win, as they have fully, I would say, kind of recovered back into this game with the net worth lead. Well, with the net worth lead that they have and the level lead that they have, and they've properly been able to go itemize against the problem that the draft has presented to themselves.
Yeah, it's really nice as well. I mean, Squad X, at the point that you're level 20 in the game as well for the co-op, having this Masochist does feel quite nice. Just that extra damage goes really far, and you don't really feel that lack of sustain very much. It has the extra cooldown as well now, reduced on the Sonic Wave, is going to get to Shivas. So Squad X, despite being relatively low net worth, is going to be a huge damage threat. Triple S even got into an Octarine core for himself, so they just have a ton of utility across the side of one win. But there is the axe for Matthew. That is the great equalizer. You're going to have all the utility in the world, but if you can't use it, then it's effectively wasted net worth. Has to see if he can get himself in a position to use it, or if one win is able to kind of find that initiation. Because a lot of times still into the disruptor ags, if you can initiate first, you can always press that BKB before you jump. Smoked up again.
And as for Baden dangling a little bit, and he is the most difficult hero to go on top of. You can doom him, but even then, it is still some time that he's going to be able to buy. So everyone's behind him looking for a bit of a wraparound as Illich runs away from the wave. And it doesn't really seem like one winner interested in giving up that high ground. They do get a very nice ward in the base of Peru Rejects, and that tells them that no one is there. So something's happening. In fact, Illich's going to show, and that's going to be a ward dead, which is very nice. But that kind of like something was up, right? No one was showing on waves.
They're jumping.
Certainly not. And now they're going to go right on top of Illich. There's going to be the Ecstatic Storm Arena as well. Sonic Wave doing a lot of damage on the backside, but Pake starting to wail in to the course here of one win, and now trying to find this Quap as well. Nullify is there, but no bashes, will not be able to go take this Quap down. Even still, that's the Ags reveal you were looking for. 2 dead, 2 massive cores getting taken down by Peru Rejects.
The execution there is beautiful. I mean, Matthew had zero hesitation to go in there. I really love that response from him. I mean, he almost jumped at the same time as One Win did. That was an incredible response from him. Extremely necessary to keep this game on this kind of knife's edge that it's been at. So really, I mean, really done nicely by Matthew. But of course, the follow-ups here by Dark Mago, equally as impressive, as he's now getting into Scythe himself, so he'll be kind of this equal threat to where Squad X is. That Scythe is where you really start getting this pick-off potential. Soon you're going to finish on Illich. That full Abyssal Blade, same for Pike. So the game was looking a little bit tough, but that jump just completely switches the momentum of the game, as they're not going to be able to push into a Rax of their own, potentially.
Remember, this is a lineup that pushes very fast. Sonic Wave is going to go down. Of course, level 20 means the cooldown is not all that long at all. But between Michael and Illich, again, this is a lineup that pushes very fast. The Fortify is going to have to get spent, but the Doom is back up. Dragonite up in 12. And all ultimates, or just about all ultimates, ready to go. Elder Dragon form in 7. Functionally, it'll be up when the Dragonite is up. So now you're looking for another fantastic fight on the side of Peru Rejects. Baiting, maybe bait One Win into something is, ooh, there's amp damage just dangling there. Pake, though, not quite where he'd like to be. Michael, Glimmer Cape out of here. Gotta be careful. They now know that Triple S and this Queen of Pain are in the vicinity. They're gonna back up. They give Pike the amp damage room. They look to hold onto the high ground. If they can get another massive jump, Queen of Pain would be incredible if you can get her, but she's in the trees right now. As Illich, very little fear. He does have this nullifier, Abyssal Orchid. He has a lot of offensive firepower if he can find someone and lock them down. His Pike, he's rotating around a little bit more. Don't know if he wants to show on the bottom wave, but that might be a go signal for One Win as they pop the Sonic Wave. But again, that's just to clear the wave. But Pike shows on wave bottom. He's going to show actually on ward vision as well. But it's not enough to trigger One Win to go.
Yeah, they have to be a lot more careful here on One Win. After that kind of that poor go onto the high ground, the Disruptor Axe, it has switched things entirely. This draft that was so difficult into the BKBs, now you certainly have the potential to burst heroes. The Nullifier as well. They got all the answers in a very timely manner, and great decision by Illich at the time that he did to disassemble that Radiance. He doesn't really need much more farm.
No. And it's funny you talk about this Hex on the way from the Mars. He actually opted to not buy it. Yeah, he got a Link. Now Blink in with the Ag Static Storm. Dragonite's going to get healed up very nicely. Not enough, though. He's going to get taken down. BKB popped on Triple S, so it's a little harder for him to play. But that Lincoln's we were talking about, he gets it. And now you can't just doom Illich. He's got a Lincoln's on top of him. You need a secondary spell. They don't really have a lot of point-click spells. You can Decrepify him, maybe. You can go and Shadow Strike him, but not a lot of very good Lincoln's poppers to go.
They have viewers, at least. They have some, but Dark Mago, the thing is, he's going to be really on top of it, is what I expect from him. So, ooh, Roshan being a little bit silly, running into everybody, but the Kinetic Defense keeps, or Field keeps him in place for the time being. They do get a lot of really, really nice items here. This potential Refresher, really massive. They're going to give it to Illich for the moment. We'll see if they swap it around from anybody, as honestly, I might consider just giving that straight to Matthew. Illich will hold on to it for the moment, but they put themselves in a great position, and Nullifier, Ag, Static Storm, there's genuinely nothing to be done when you get caught by both of these. So now it's completely switched the way you have to play this game.
Yeah,
Illich will switch
really
in a
nice.
Refresher for his phase boots.
Hey, even for Illich, it guarantees if he gets doomed, he lives. That's going to be 12 seconds of borrowed time, which, remember, you don't have to cast. You just refresh the cooldown, and you're fine. Doom is not level 25. He's not brooding items. He's actually taking a lot of damage from the life drain on the ward, so that's fun, as Illich has to run back a little bit more. But this pressure, especially with his Ags, Ursa does have explosion potential. If he can find someone, especially...
Matthew.
Okay. You know what, that's the boring answer. I want 12 seconds of borrowed time.
There we
Thank
go.
you very much. They're going to go right on top of him. Ag Static Storm Arena as well. There's no way. Well, actually, Doom
he's
is
walking
surviving
out
quite nicely. On the backside, Makushi gets on top. Now, Illich borrowed time is there. Triple S pops the BKB. There's the Doom on this
Matthew's
Ursa.
coming
First
back.
life definitely dead. And now Illich will fall here as well. Matthew bought back into this. Maybe there's going to be second
Triple
Ag,
S.
second Static Storm, but they're locked 3 in, but there's no damage to pump into that. Not really. Certainly not with the box. And now, Squadix on the backside. Michael's going to get taken down. Can they find? No, they will not get this Disruptor. But that's a buyback from Illich as well.
Yeah.
2 big buybacks for really no gain on the side of Peru Rejects.
They were really good. Pike especially was really greedy with his BKB into the Wheel of Wonder. So they weren't. They both got caught off by that. Sweden Strong just played it very nice. That's the one way that he can disrupt these fights, and he did manage to do it. Now there's even a Scythe on Kasane. So starting to hit some of the answers, surprisingly, but yeah, Pike. I mean, I don't see if he did get caught off by some kind of random stun. Maybe the Tame the Beast just hit him at this perfect timing, but didn't end up getting the BKB off, didn't kill Triple S, and if you do that jump and you don't kill a hero, it puts you in a really, really bad position. The Sonic Wave as well from Squad X can really do a pretty significant amount of work to keep heroes alive. Just unfortunately, and that second go from them was really beautiful. The mechanics are very nice, but just didn't have any damage left. Illich not in the field, and Pike too scared to go in without the BKB. Now they got to play in the high ground once again. We'll see. Back and forth around the carousel we go. Bayo, and it's a little bit of a circus this game.
You know, the way this game started, 4-1, big net worth lead, 13-minute, it was like a 13-minute Radiance, 13-minute Battlefield. I'm like, okay. 27, 30-minute game, this should be Peru Rejects. But OneWin have been doing a very nice job buying the time, fighting back, getting these pickoffs, and now we're turning it into a pretty fun game. It's an 8,000 net worth lead for OneWin. They do have a set of racks. Not quite a set of racks for Peru Rejects, but I want to smoke up. Roche not ready for another 4.5 minutes, but if they can find a pickoff, both these teams actually, we talked about how good Peru Rejects are at pushing high ground. OneWin team with his Dragon Knight and Kasane, they do just the same. So they can find some sort of pickoff. Might just be a second set of racks, even without that Aegis. But for now, Peru Rejects hiding back at home, not interested in showing on the map all that much, as starting to hit some level 25 talents. Not Dragon Knight's not the biggest one, right? 12 HP
Pretty
regen.
good, but yeah.
The armor's nice. The armor's pretty nice, but it's not one of these big game-changing ones. Squad X 2 levels away, Doom 4 levels away, but one we're really paying attention to, right? Ursa, about halfway done. More overpowered attacks is fantastic to burst someone down, or even just getting double Earth Shock to make sure that you can go and just get those more minion rages, assuming you're not doomed. Very impactful level 25s if he can get there before the next fight.
Yeah, it'll be also quite nice for Illich to get it if he can get that extra damage for himself, but yeah, it is a very tense position. 10k now up from OneWin. The net worth, not the craziest indicator of who is winning, but it has put OneWin in a good position set up here. As well, very interesting, by the way, from Triple S. He bought a Kaya and Yash, but ooh, Sweden strong. He does not want to die like that. Ooh,
no, he dropped some more. As Arena's going to go a little bit further on top of this Doom. Abyssal Blades
No
there,
Lincolns.
pops the Doom onto Illich. No Lincolns there ready to go. Now there is to get him out of here, but he does have borrowed time, so he should be fine. Should be able to outlast that. And now a good Blink Ag Static Storm on top of the Queen of Pain, but she's surprisingly tanky, especially with a box Nullifier not there in time. Queen of Pain still alive, gets on out of here. And the Jakiro falls other side. Now on the back line, Doom Silence Nullified, doing whatever. Doesn't really seem to matter here as he continues to run. He is surprisingly tanky as the Tame of the Beast doesn't quite land. Dark Mago gets on out of there, but gets on top of the backside. Now there is no borrowed time on Illich. He has to run. Great spear though, puts the Doom back against the tower, and Pig trying to go, will be able to go and take this Doom down. So with the buyback from this Mars, they are able to go and take the Doom down, but that is expensive, and Kasane should be able to get right on out of here. Pig cannot land on the Dragon Knight as well. So everyone gets out, they lose the Doom, but it's another buyback on, actually, I guess Ringmaster did buyback as well. Okay.
And Michael was the buyback, and Dark Mago actually stayed alive that whole fight. So not by any means the worst trade. As in this game, I think Sweden Strong is one of the most important members. So that positioning from him was a little bit unfortunate and wasn't able to get back into the fight the last bit there. But they do have to be quite careful as well, Peru rejects again. When this Doom came off onto Illich, wasn't able to actually get back into the fight to use the Nullifier. And that was almost, you know, kind of the difference maker there, as getting the box onto Squad X saved him for a while, but chased a little bit too far onto the likes of One Win. And honestly, Dark Mago just played that fight really nice as well. He that spear back, he used the Yules and saved his VKB for most of that fight. As he wasn't really the one under pressure. He got the Lincolns to stop Mankushi from actually stunning Illich. So Dark Mago in these late game situations, despite, you know, whatever he's done, you know, he did miss a spear at the start of it or whatever, but he had very good recognition, very good presence of mind of what left to use in his kit to just really save that BKB for as long as possible. Got that really nice spear on a Triple S, and it's a little bit why I'm curious of why Triple S did buy the Kayasha for himself, but getting that fast Doom will be nice, particularly, especially if they want to get that Doom off before the Lincolns. And soon refresher for Dark Mago. That'll really, really help, as we've seen that he's already had huge impact. Pike, he's bought his own Nullifier, granted, which I think is definitely the correct decision. And interesting as well for Mankushi, he ended up itemizing for a Butterfly here onto the side of Mankushi, which makes sense. It's great into these two cores that won't be able to right-click him. Will be a Bloodthorn eventually for Illich, but for the time being, no True Strike, no MKB for Pike until very, very late in the game. Maybe won't be able to get it at all, as he'll probably likely want a Refresher as his next item. Ags from Michael. It's a lot of items from Peru Rejects that I don't think One Win are quite matching. The Squad X will finish soon his own Refresher, but still needs to get that buyback as well. So decent stuff for One Win, but I think overall Peru Rejects are getting stuff that they're a lot happier about. They even have notably the 3 Greater Healing Lotuses. Bayo, for if they do secure this next Roche, they'll have that block of cheese. Oh, well, actually, they have one right now. They have a cheese onto Michael. If they wanted to create it, maybe just not aware of it right now. Maybe don't want to see if they go into that at all. But late game scenario, on the knife's edge still.
Block of cheese, very nice, especially against this Doom. The shield is incredible. As Queen of Pain briefly shows on the top side of the map, seems like we got some arrows pointing in that direction. As Roche, it's not a short spawn. Minute 40 seconds remaining until Roche is going to be right back up, ready to go. So, of course, there are obvious objectives. There is the base you can go for and maybe try to take this last tier 2, but no obvious objective that you are happy really going for. So it's 2 teams holding their high grounds, trying to play under their vision, waiting for this Roche to pop up. And in situations like this, it is so nice that you have a Manta on the side and on some hero on the side of Peru Rejects, because that's just something that can just consistently check the Roshan pit. Although, I guess as long as you're able to play around the high ground, Sweden Strong, he does have the spotlight, and that does the same thing.
Yeah, nicely done for him. Nice to have, but 5k net worth lead, it's essentially nothing. So this game is dead even. Still, Dota, the Dota Plus win percentage does slightly favor Peru Rejects, but it has been a very crazy graph here. Bit of a roller coaster for Peru Rejects. It's going to continue to be. Illich is relatively alone in the mid lane, but of course they don't know that. Amplify damage even spawns top, which they are aware of. They can purge it, so it's not the worst thing necessarily that Illich has it, but both teams know the Roche is not up, or at least it wasn't because it didn't move. So it will spawn here within the next minute, smoke on smoke.
20 seconds
Matthew.
till. They'd love to get a kick right now. Is now moving in on top of Kasane. Dead
kill.
immediately. The save is gone. Does have buyback ready to go. Sonic Wave pushing Illich back a little bit as the arena
Triple
tries to
S.
separate this fight. Doom's going to try to get out of here for now, but Illich is doomed. Matthew is dead, but he's going to have to buy back into this once again. Triple S backside. Dark Mago's going to try to assassinate him, but he's going to miss the spear. Now the escape back keeps this Doom alive, and it's going to be a dead Mars on the back end. Guess what, Rojo? Roche is ready to go. Yes, we did have that buyback, but there's no refresher on Matthew, so no secondary static storm for the next 45 seconds. But it looks like for now, one win. They're not going to check the Roche pit. No, there they are. Okay, they're going to go check now. Do you commit to this one? Buyback is available on Mars, and this is where you do have TPs if you're on the side of Peru Rejects.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they want to, and probably the correct assessment. They are just not. They don't have their crucial spells that they truly need here. Dark Mago, even if he buys it back, he has no arena, he has no BKB, he has no refresher. So they're kind of forced to give this up. I mean, at least the Mankushi has to give up a slot in theory in this late game, but really the only thing he had left was his treads. And in that fight particularly, Squad X, I think, did a huge amount of immediately jumping in, utilizing that refresher to have 2 BKBs, never getting caught by the static storm. He was able to kill off Matthew relatively early, stop those glimpses from coming out, was able to put a lot of pressure onto Illich, who did eventually get doomed. So as much as Peru Rejects have played this late game very well, you know, one win is very experienced in doing so. And again, I mean, most of the execution is on the side of Peru Rejects. They have a lot of pressure on their shoulders to land these key spells. And if one win is in the right position, sometimes it can be quite difficult. Even as well, if I'm not sure if they did or not, but you know, using only one nullifier onto a target can be pretty crucial. Saving that second one, if you're going to kill off a hero like Kasane, you might have to do. It's a lot of things that are really, really difficult to keep track of for Peru Rejects. If they aren't getting kind of that double static storm at least, which Matthew, he's been landing a lot, but it's a hard thing to rely on.
Yeah, crucially, Mars, he's about 130 gold from buyback. If he gets a kill, is involved in kill, he will have it in this next fight. Abaddon, 500 gold away. A little bit more difficult, and, well, Jakiro, 50 seconds. Nice spear back onto this Dragonite. Macropyre going down. Pure damage is really nice, even through the BKB, but he is just not dying here whatsoever.
Pike got Sweden.
Yeah, Pike is able to go and take down this Ringmaster. Mankushi getting very low as well, just sitting on the Macropyre. First life dead, but they're going to be able to take down Illich. He has no buyback here. Doom on the Ursa as well. 100 seconds. He's going to have to buy back into this game, and the buyback from the Ringmaster came up just in time. He's TPing back into this fight as Michael has to run. Doom, though, has to be very careful here, but he's just going to get locked in. Pig not able to secure the kill just yet, but now Doom buys back once again. Matthew's going to fall a second time, and this Doom just has to run. Spotlight goes down. Can we chase this guy down? For now, Dark Mago just soaking as much damage as possible. Refresher is ready to go as Ice Path covers him, but the Sonic Wave's going to take him down before he can refresh. Now Squad X moves in once again deep into this base, and it's a full set of buybacks, but no Disruptor, no Abaddon for 80. And this is certainly a second set of racks, but it's going to be more here. Mankushi pushing that tier 4 towers. The rest of his team smoked behind him. They have to take him down, but Rojo, how can they possibly take him down?
I mean, they have to execute with the nullifier, but no BKBs makes this really hard. Seems like they're waiting for the next set from Dark Mago. I'm stressed for both teams. Triple S, he has the Doom in 15 seconds. That could be the crucial difference here. They have the time to wait on one win if they want to. They don't have to end right at this moment. There's no fortify, and going forward.
Dodges the spear. Very nicely done from Mankushi. And now with the Wheel of Wonder, Dark Mago so low. He's going to use himself up, buying a little bit more time. But now the Doom on top of the Ursa. Any damage he does, he's kind of guaranteed dead at this point. Mankushi very happy to hit into him.
And it's over.
Ursa, yeah, he's dead. Absolutely. This game is over. Michael has to run. He's going to try to hide, but he is the only one remaining. And good game is called. Game number 1 off of a very difficult game from One Win between the draft and the early game. They're able to fight their way back, and Rojo, they take game number 1.
They did, and they did it in style. I think in this late game, they just did not have the proper responses to Squad X. He played that late game just beautifully, beautifully. Peru Rejects, they had really great moments, but again, that kind of form of execution was just so difficult towards what One Win itemized. That butterfly really saving Mankushi at the end there, especially. And yeah, just, I mean, really great stuff from both teams. So I don't think that Peru Rejects come out of this one necessarily feeling bad, but in a way, they kind of had that game. You know, in the early portions, I think, as well as their late game mechanical execution there was a portion in the mid game where I think they were overzealous. I think they did overpush that lead they had. And by all means, losing a game where you were up 4-1 at the start with a triple kill on Illich is maybe a little bit defeating.
Yep, 4-1, triple kill on Illich, 3 bounty runes. I don't remember who got the 4th, but at least 3 bounty runes, you know, very early on into your farming items, whether that's the Radiance, whether that's the Battle Fury, your Mars is having a good time. This did feel like a game they should have been able to close out, but you make a couple missteps, right? Of course, we are missing Parker, so maybe a little bit of gelling is lacking from how the team's been scrimming, but you make a couple missteps against a team of One Win's caliber, against the Squad X Masochist Queen of Pain, they will absolutely punish you. So now, Rojo, we got about 10 minutes. We're going to have to see if Peru Rejects can go reset themselves after what has to have been a pretty disappointing game 1 loss and take us to game 3. But for now, 10 minutes, and we'll be right back.
You crack the ceiling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you to know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. Want you to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. 1,000 voices, because it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted, the grass is green on my side. It's done and dusted, I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden, so how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. Want you to be all mine. Oh, yeah. Got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better, gotta be you. Got to be you. 1,000 voices, yeah. 'Cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Yeah. It's gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Yeah. Gotta be you. Oh. It's gotta be you. Yeah. Got all these choices, but I so made up my mind. There's nobody better, gotta be you. Oh, it got to be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Hey. Nobody else, no. It's gotta be you. Go and tell your mama to get up off her seat. Go and tell your mama to come out in the street.
my eye. Yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot for you pass me by. Ooh, so you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Well, I had my eyes on you for a little while now, but you never noticed 'cause you had a man. Ooh, yeah, and it's plain to see how bad I want you, girl. Trying to be much more than friends. Hey, so you wanna be alone for a minute?
Welcome back to game number 2 here in Dream League Division 2. My name is Beowulf. Rojo right over there. As game 1, Rojo, 1 win. They overcome some pretty stiff headwinds to take the game in the late game with a Dragon Knight and a Doom getting all the proper Dooms. And now we look to game number 2. From the side of Peru Rejects, of course, Gabe said this draft, massive draft win for Peru Rejects. And the way the game started, massive win for Peru Rejects. So is there anything you want to see in how they approach the draft from game 2 compared to game 1?
Not really. I think their draft was perfectly fine. I think maybe, no, really, I think the draft was fine. What I think the biggest issue for Peru Rejects heading into that game is, they did have some moments where they didn't perfectly mechanically execute, but particularly I do feel that it was those kind of mid-game timings that I just feel like they were antsy in general. I really wish that Illich was maybe a little bit more careful in his positioning at times, as he did get caught by the Doom, I think, about once or twice, in times where I felt like he shouldn't have, and just overall, just making, I think, more moves than was necessary. Some unfortunate things happened, like Matthew not getting a greedy enchantment, I think actually did matter a lot to how this game ended up, but they definitely gave, I think, too much to 1 win in that mid game that they were so staunchly ahead, and it did lead to the potential for them to kind of get that XP lead. So I think Peru Rejects draft fine. I think they did everything they really needed to in the draft. Obviously, Dota Plus thinks that they came away with a pretty good draft win. I would say we agree, as long as they can see that they are ahead. And they were ahead for a very long time, but it's just in those late game fights, it got really difficult to play. Maybe if there's one thing to come into the second draft, maybe you get rid of Squad X Quap. He didn't have the biggest impact in like the first 20 minutes of the game. He actually kind of got caught, I think, more than he was also supposed to. But in the late game, he was almost kind of solo winning fights for 1 win. Obviously, 1 win was executing on all their heroes, but he was buying incredible space, and he's killing off the really key targets, which was both his supports, if not just buying a ton of time. So maybe that's worth getting rid of. I don't know if they have to, but it's maybe let them have Dawnbreaker over the Quap. I'm not quite sure.
What is kind of interesting, actually, is this is pre-draft stuff, but Peru, 1 win had the choice of either first pick, second pick, or side select. They actually chose to go with side select so they could play on Radiant, because Peru Rejects, in every game they're playing, they're choosing second pick. So 1 win, they get both of what they want. Now, Radiant versus Dire is not that big of a deal in 99% of games, but just because of how Peru Rejects are playing, 1 win they get their cake and they're allowed to eat it too.
Yeah, it's nice for them. They do end up staying with the same bans on Peru Rejects, so if Squad X wants the Quap, he will be able to get it. Don't know if that means they have what they think is a better response this time, but again, the draft played out fine for them. I don't think that they necessarily need to worry too much about that. Again, I think some things in the late game felt awkward, but overall, I think their itemization was mostly good, and I think their play was perfectly serviceable. It's just that mid game, I think they gave away a little bit too much to 1 win, and 1 win is a team that you certainly can't give anything like that to. And first switch up in the draft, it's actually a ban on the Disruptor, and they pick up the Marcy. So Quap is left for the pool if they'd like to go for it. I think it's a little less value for Peru Rejects. Still very good on Dark Mago, but they do end up heading with this Marcy, and Marcy is incredibly strong. So I'm a little bit surprised that it was left open in the last kind of first 2 picks, but this time 1-1 team, they're not playing any games with it.
Nope, they're just going to seize it right away. Of course, one of the benefits of taking this first phase, it can be your position 4, it can be your off laner, it can be your safe laner. I guess it could be the mid if you want to, but you're probably not going to play it there. It's this Omega flex that has a lot of impact, regardless of the roles it finds its way into. And now, Peru Rejects, they're going to have to think about this a little bit. Their Disruptor opener, which did have value, that's gone. So what do you want to put on Matthew? What do you want to put on Michael? What's worth that first phase? Notably, Quap is in the pool, as you said. Puck is in the pool as well. If you want to kind of go into this mid lane, secure a good hero for your mid laner. But regardless of what it is, I mean, they are taking a lot of reserve time on this first pick.
Yeah, it is a very important pick. I almost wonder if the best pick here is Shadow Demon in a weird sense. I do find it's very nice against Marcy. They go straight with the Mars, which I think is harmless. Dark Mago played a perfectly great game on it. Maybe he missed a few more spears than he ought to, but I think he also made a lot more opportunities than he ought to. So really evened out, I think, to being a pretty impactful performance from him. But like the Mars, maybe it's worth first pick here, but you do give away some things that Jakiro will get banned out. So 1-1 team recognizing that they thought these supports were rather obnoxious for pair rejects that they're playing into. And they do have that 13 pick, which is notably quite strong in the drafts.
Yeah, so you get rid of the annoying stuff. You keep the Mars in, but notably, there's a lot less damage to pump in to the arena now that Jakiro's gone. No Macropyre, no Static Storm. Notably, Snapfire and Hoodwink are both still in the pool. Snapfire, of course, loves to play with Mars. Mars sets the arena up, you put the kisses in, it's a lot of damage, it's a good time, everybody laughs. Or, well, everybody on Mars's team laughs, everybody not on Mars's team cries. So you got that. Hoodwink also, again, just tremendously strong, powerful laning support. There's tons of disruption in the mid game. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Peru Rejects pick one, ban one of those. Although, well, actually, no. Certainly Sweet and Strong is absolutely a Hoodwink player and a Snapfire player. So wouldn't be surprised to see pick one, ban one. That seems to make the most sense to me. Or not?
They get rid of the Abaddon, interestingly, which this is the phase where they did pick up the Abaddon last time. Not as much value into Marcy as it does have roughly into the Quap, but interesting decision, changing the things up a little bit in draft. As maybe they let them have one of those. Maybe they have something a little bit different here. Again, I would eye the Shadow Demon for both of these teams. I think it's kind of a sleeper here. I just kind of feel like that could have a lot of impact the way that these fights are playing out. But they go for the Warlock instead, which it's a bit of a deny pick from Kasane, as he does love playing this hero. It's generally pretty okay in Damaros, as you're not too worried about the arena as compared to some supports. And you obviously have that rock to drop into it. Maybe they think it's also, or maybe it is something that they've paired with a Marcy before if they put that for Mankushi. But they will flex, I think, this Marcy for quite a while on 1-1 team. Definitely at least, I think, up until the 18. So maybe they won't end up picking that Hoodwink or so, but Snapfire is nice as well, because it is also a flex, because Sasane does like to play this hero at times. So still keeping the draft open for them. What is going to be their first kind of guaranteed core is the question. As I mean, Squad X into these two heroes, I would not mind if he just picked Puck. I don't think that there's any reason that he doesn't have to, but I'm curious to see if they think there's a pick that's more value.
Yeah, I like the concept of a Puck here. Now, they will have a couple picks to answer it if they want to find some hard lockdown, but yeah, these first two heroes, you can backline jump the Warlock. You can die to like a Yule's Spear combo if the Mars is perfect on it, but the execution cost on making sure you hit the spear and then second cast the arena as the Puck is speared, it's not easy. Right, it is certainly something that a Puck player that is as good as Squadix can absolutely dodge. You talk about Snapfire and Marcy. You put those two together in a lane. That is terrifying. That is a very scary lane. So many stuns, so much repositioning, so much damage. So I wouldn't mind just seeing that, like Marcy Snapfire 3-4 in the off lane. That seems it seems pretty fun.
Yeah, they can go anywhere. Could be the safe lane as well. So
true.
They've got this draft very open with these two picks already, which is why I feel like they can pick up the mid here for Squad X. I also feel like there's so many Squad X heroes open. Leshrac, Quap, Puck, I think all look perfectly good here. Maybe Leshrac the least favorite of mine, but I think those are all perfectly reasonable to pick up for him, and it does continue to keep the draft open as Squad X. He doesn't really flex out of the weird heroes mid. He's not like Dark Mago, particularly where he's likely to play this Mars or keep the Mars open for himself. He just plays a lot of the stock standard mids, and he's just very, very good at them. So you know kind of what to expect from him. I think in general, even if he doesn't pick his hero here, you'll have a good concept of what he's likely to do. And you go with Silencer, and that does mean that the Marcy is extremely likely to be put onto the core position. I don't hate that. I think you're still flexing the Marcy across multiple core roles, so it's not bad. The Silencer has good value into these two heroes, but I'm not the biggest Silencer fan personally.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's really nice to be able to go break a chain, right? Go Mars Arena goes in, you cast Global, Warlock Golem can't follow, or something like that. But there's still a lot, even with just the Mars, there are ways to get on top of this Silencer. It's squishy, it's immobile, and I can definitely see Peru Rejects, the way they like to play. Would not be surprised to see, again, something that just backline jump kills the Silencer off before they're able to do what they want to do. Even just this Ursa, that looked good for Pyke last game. I do think they did go and should have gotten a Nullifier earlier, but it seems like a pretty solid Ursa game this far. You can enrage off a lot of Marcy damage, but Bristleback and... very interesting here. Bristleback hates Silencer.
Well, he hates Arcane Curse for some part of the game, but then he gets he's one of the heroes that can get the earliest Lotuses in the game, as we've seen a kind of switch towards getting this. And Silencer, notably, is completely useless into Lotus Orb. It's like one of the hardest counters in the game to it. So I don't mind this. I think it is interesting to potentially give, Bristleback into something like a Marcy Silencer, I think could struggle. But I like the concept of this. Even the Lion maybe not the best, notably into Silencer, but it is nice to have that jump. And I think just playing with, so far their draft was kind of simple on Peru Rejects, and I don't think that's a bad thing to have at all. And there's not much reserve time on one win to think of their solution to it. Maybe you still go... Okay, so they go for Jug, which is interesting. There will be a quick Lotus out this game, notably, but at least for the most part, the spin is very, very high value.
Yeah, the one thing that I do worry about, though, is, notably, there's this bug with Mars where apparently, you're watching the games this morning, even if you're not in the arena, sometimes the Omni Slash will just cancel after one spin or after one slash. So
pretty
Juggernaut, yes, the Juggernaut is gonna have to be very careful with when, how, why he decides to go pop Omni, because again, Mars can just, doesn't matter if you're, apparently, as we learned this morning in a different tournament, doesn't matter if you're in the arena or not, it's just gonna get canceled or no, I'm not gonna say sometimes, you're just gonna get canceled quite often.
Yeah, sometimes the Omni Slash does end up going through, but it's pretty consistent, actually. If you start the Omni and then you Mars Arena as well, anywhere that he is, it will cancel it most of the time. Again, it's a very finicky reaction. It's a very finicky interaction. But it's also interesting because it's the Victory Feast facet specifically, which is the one people like taking normally, which you would expect it to be the Bloodsport facet because that's the one that denies vision. I think we had this conversation. That's what makes sense, and that's how it did act for a while, but they actually ended up they fixed the Bloodsport one, but now the Victory Feast one, which is the one that heals you rather than taking away the vision, that's the one that stops Omni. So seemingly it's for not much of a reason. I'm expecting eventually something to change that interaction, but for now it's in the game, and for now it's something that you will have to play around as Mankushi. Does mean this Marcy is very likely going to be 3 for them as well, which allows you to have maybe a decent last pick for Peru Rejects, and early Lotus from Bristol. There's a Hex potentially from Lion. I like Juggernaut, but all things considered, this isn't necessarily the easiest Juggernaut game. Even into the Bristle back in lane, you can sometimes really get punished by the Quills, and you're typically not able to use Blade Fury to too much effect, which can make this hero feel a little bit awkward. Maybe he won't even level spin too much in this game. There's been like a 1-1-4 build going around for Juggernaut that I think is quite good, but yeah, it's not the easiest Jug game, but I'm not sure if any carry would have necessarily been super easy. Maybe the DK or like Lifestealer was easier there, but regardless, they're in the position where they're playing a Jug. Ban out Squad X heroes because it's very, very likely to be his hero. It's kind of hard a little bit sometimes to pick mid into Lion, but most of the time you just have to accept that this hero is really annoying So I'm sure that Squad X is likely to pick up something like the Quap again. Maybe I could see him going for the Leshrac this game. But I'm curious if he has any interesting picks.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. I'm just going back to this Juggernaut. It is a very squishy hero up until the point where you get really like 4 items. Will be the Quap after all. Very catchable by the Lion. You do have Global Silence to try to mess with some of that, but it really will require Squadix to play carefully and be careful, as you said. So now we're actually, this could be in my head for some reason, I have this as a Pike Bristleback. It could certainly be the offlane Bristleback. But this is still a draft, even with 2 of the core showing, where this is still a pretty wide open pick. Does seem like one-win team. They think this is a carry. Not too surprising there, but this could be Mars off lane, Bristleback safe lane. We're looking for a mid lane. Very wide open.
Could be. I think it'll be something maybe like Faceless or so, but it's Axe. Interesting.
Okay.
So it looks like it probably will be Pike's Bristleback, which I don't necessarily hate because as we saw in the last game, Pike, he's quite good at being kind of active in this early portion of the game, but Axe is an interesting pickup. I don't think I necessarily love it, but it does mean that this Jug that's already incredibly threatened in this game is going to have an even more difficult game to play, and potentially adding that catch will be quite detrimental to one win. But the scariest thing for the Axe for me, and I think in general that we see, is does this hero actually get off to the start at once and gets the timing that it wants to effectively shut down Mankushi? I'm not sure. I think that this in the early game will probably be a little bit difficult to pilot.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. Axe is a strong laner. It can be a strong laner, I should say. Battle Hunger with the triple ring, quadruple ring, double chainmail strat. It can put a lot of pressure onto Kasane. You're not that worried about Arcane Curse because you're really only casting like 1 spell every 15 seconds. It's not that bad. Juggernaut can spin on you. You're not the highest HP hero. I could very much see this lane going very well for Illich and Matthew, and I can see this lane going very poorly for Illich and Matthew. So I'm with you. Like it really, we're gonna have to see how the lanes go. But yeah, if Axe gets himself off to a nice start, gets that Blink Blade Mail at a good timing, Monkushi is really gonna struggle to play this game.
Yeah, I also think that there's some decent kill windows, I think, from Triple S and Sweden Strong. That's a very strong lane, Marcy and Snapfire, if they find the opening. Otherwise, Michael and Pig are rather likely to kind of out-sustain them, deal pretty good ship damage over time. Maybe they can get a kill as well if you're over-aggressive. So could be some pretty volatile lanes. Could also be very chill lanes if both teams recognize that and don't want to give that opportunity away. But maybe that is a bit of a scary prospect, as we did see in the last game. One-win team, they had a very, very tough early game and managed to kind of claw their way back through the game. Now, if you're into a game where it's relatively even, now if you're into a game where one win comes out of lanes with a pretty substantial win, that changes the dynamic of the game a lot. And again, in that kind of early mid game, Peru rejects, they did look a little bit more lost than kind of one-win team, or maybe just a little over-ambitious. As again, this is Illich playing, very, very competent, very good player, but is not their typical player. And neither is Pike their typical one.
No, yeah, so potentially very different from what they're used to. Now, Gaben does think that this is a similar draft win. Maybe not quite as bad, but still like 60-40 on the side of Peru Rejects. I'm not sure that I buy that as much. I can definitely see ways for them to play, but you are worried about that Axe Jug matchup quite a bit.
And the Mars Jug matchup.
True, yeah, just breaking Omni Slash all over the place. Now, the good news, if you are a Juggernaut, is that Ice Frog did nerf Axe significantly in 7.39E. It's now a 5.5 second at all levels arena. It's not a 7-second level 3 arena. So if you can hold your Omni for 5 seconds, you're going to be fine, potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, not always the easiest prospect, but I do think that one win, they have the potential, I think, definitely to take away from this game. But I would maybe agree with the Dota Plus. I would maybe give it a 55, I think, if Peru Rejects are going to perfectly execute this game. But one-win team is going to push back very heavily on that, and so I expect some pretty good stuff out from them. It is Masochist again from Squad X, so he just is liking this. This is just what he's rocking with for the moment. I can't necessarily blame him. It's not really a great Blade Mail game, which I think is sometimes kind of the determining factor of which facet you would rather go. So he'll be good with the potential burst damage. Even burst maybe arguably better this game into these kind of cores, or into these supports particularly. but not too great into the beef that Peru Rejects will eventually have.
Yeah, they're a triple strength lineup, so they're going to start to scale significantly, which is always going to be fun. Now, notably, we should point out here, this was 2 wisdoms or 2 bounties apiece. No crazy triple kill on the offlaner. So this is a much fairer game that we're getting into off the lanes. We're not seeing like immediate lane victories, immediate lane losses. Although, you know, eventually Bristleback will be annoying to lane against too. Early levels, not super worried about it. Eventually, you got to be careful here with the Marcy Sweetstrong as well. As Sweetstrong actually taking a lot of damage, but
oh man,
Michael is just a warlock, so he can poke, and certainly Fatal Bonds level 1 is nice, but no one should really die in that exchange. Now, Kasane, though, he took a blood grenade and with the battle hunger. Yeah, first blood.
Okay.
This is what I was worried about. You talk about this lane and how Axe has to accelerate, but Silencer is not a hero that deals with battle hunger very well at all.
Yeah, and I think, truthfully, to be a little bit meta, even in the top side, they got Pike. So again, this lane, I mean, potentially very threatening, but that bodyguard is so strong on Marcy. So just going a little bit too far on Pike. Even the mid lane, both their HP pools are quite low. A lot of blood in these early lanes, very volatile lanes, but yeah, this is really nice for Illich. And, you know, to be meta a little bit as well, I think Kasane sometimes, the Silencer can be one of his higher death heroes. Just something that he usually has very high impact because I think that his globals are very good, but he does tend to die a couple times, maybe more than I would expect from the average player. Now that they have Healing Ward, I think Kasane won't necessarily be as likely to die, but at least Lion is a good hero as well at killing the Healing Ward. I think sometimes laning into the Juggernaut, it's quite important to have a hero that can at least threaten to kill the Healing Ward.
You know what's kind of interesting as well as we watch this laning stage develop a little bit more. Game number 1, we saw this Quap versus Mars matchup, exact same facets, exact same players on the exact same heroes. And yeah, the early game went pretty poorly. So we saw 2 points of Blink, 3 points to Scream of Pain by level 5. Very much just for the farming, as Spirit's actually going to land in the mid lane, but Squadix probably shouldn't die. But now that this lane is a little bit more even, we're not seeing this significant early lead. Now Squadix, 2 points in the Shadow Strike, 1 point in the Scream of Pain. I don't know if he saw something about how Dark Mago played the lane in the first game, or just this is a much fairer straight up matchup, but played a lot more to bully Dark Mago than he was in game number 1.
Yeah, it's also notably he's not playing into Abaddon either, so it's kind of
true.
nice.
Okay,
it's a little bit more on rotations. You have a little bit more threat potentially with the Shadow Strike, so it's an interesting choice. We'll see if he gets any additional points in it from here, as Illich does take a lot of damage. You can take a lot of damage into this lane, certainly, as the Axe if you're not careful. But he has a Lotus, he has a Healing Salve from Matthew, in a great position so far for the Axe, which is again, very, very good for the game plan of Peru Rejects as a whole. This Axe hero can be extremely volatile, and getting it off to that strong early game is one of the huge factors to potentially snowballing this game, which, with the amount of strength heroes they have, they are trying to look to do again on Peru Rejects. They have, you know, some very good late game answers as well, but if you can get into those early timings, this Axe can be really threatening. And another kind of annoying thing about the Silencer into the Axe is sometimes it's not particularly easy to deal with these kind of lane pulling shenanigans.
You do take a lot of damage from Suffer in Silence and the Arcane Current. Silencer is funny because like you don't think it does that much damage, just like notionally, and then you just lose half your HP and it feels bad. We should point out, by the way, that this is not maximum nuke Axe like sometimes we see. You do feel like you do need to make sure you got boots so the jug doesn't run you down. So it's not going to be 4 ring, 2 chainmail. It's going to be 3 ring, 1 chainmail, getting yourself into the phase boots relatively quickly. But we've kind of hit the point where Axe is very comfortable to power farm. Matthew does have to be careful. He's going to get spun onto just a little bit, and he's going to get taken down. Tries to shade for Kasane, not going to be able to do so. And now Squadix was forced to go over, try to see if he can kill the Axe. Not quite successful in doing so. Illich with some lane shenanigans. A spell hits him. And Kasane just not quite enough mana, but does have a mango. If mana,
Illich is looking.
Kasane, Illich looking for the kill though. Looks for the spins. One more hit takes him down. Well played, and the Arcane Curse is not going to be able to kill him off. Now, Munkushi would love to take him, and He's going to get the phase boots off the courier. Actually just gets the salve, not even phase boots. But he gets the salve off the courier. He's going to be totally fine. And now Munkushi way behind the tower. Illich is very happy. He's going to go try to take another wave as in the mid lane. Squadish takes a lot of damage as well. Kasane TP's in though. And Mago with the curse in the last word. He might just tick down to all of this under the tower. Yeah, he's got a healing word. He's going to be fine. But Darth Mago, we see the power of that silencer. Have these rotations. Unexpected. Matthew comes in though. This is where you pay. It's
Mana
like,
drain kill.
Lion's missing. What happened? It's like, well, we killed Lion. I'm sorry. I couldn't know where he was going to TP into.
Yeah, and it seemed like he was even in the top side, and then he like walked. It was very funny for Matthew. Also, how often do you see Mana Drain actually get a kill? As they punish Swedenstrung a little bit, but Kasane thankfully gets the haste rune away from Dark Mago, so might have to base soon on this Mars. Annoyingly, and Kasane, he's gonna take that haste to do some pretty good damage to Illich. Probably either has to TP out here, yeah. But I mean, Illich he's doing very, very well for himself. It hasn't punished Munkuchi much, but Pyke in the top side. Oh my god.
Way over diving there with the little shred of the minus armor with the bodyguard is so significant. And now Michael, he's going to have to run away as well. They were trying to contest the 7-minute wisdom shrine a little bit early, but instead, safe lane dead. You talked about how Pyke was really good at being active early. Well, sometimes if you're being active, sometimes you pull something. And that's exactly what happened there.
Yeah, pulls a little bit too much attention to himself there, and the little shredder plus the bodyguard, yeah, very, very disgusting.
Interesting from this axe, by the way. He's not going blade mail first item. He's got I mean, Lotus makes a lot of sense this game, but he's got Lotus queued up even before Blink or blade mail.
Yeah, interestingly, Pyke is the one he's eyeing the blade mail, so a little bit of a role reversal here. I don't hate it. I think going straight away, Lotus could be super, super strong for Illich in this game. It does so much, especially if it's going to be a max dagger flop. On Illich.
On to Kasane, you mean, is doesn't quite want to pop the culling blade, surprisingly enough. And now we're going to see Omni Slash going down. Illich, he's going to be able to go and survive that one. Matthew has to run. Snapfire's here, though, and Matthew will die. But importantly, this axe stays alive once again, getting that much closer to the plate mail, which is always nice. Again, stacking armor early is very important on this axe, but the surprise, and maybe it was because of the arcane curse on him, I don't know, but opting not to pop the culling blade to get the kill on the silencer does slow down that armor stacking.
Yeah, I mean, also they wouldn't have died if he pressed it because they would have had that extra armor and the movement speed. So definitely a mistake from Illich, to be certain. I understand why he maybe didn't want to, but I think some players are maybe just too hesitant to get arcane curse another tick. You know, sometimes you just gotta live with that, but doesn't matter. Regardless, Illich is in a great spot, but it has put Munkushi in an even better spot for himself. They can't really gank him as he does have the max spin, but they want to go towards that top side. Triple S does have the Dominator, and
yeah, goes on top of Pyke right now, but Arcane Curse goes down, but they do get Fatal Bonds off as well, but that's a massive Sonic Wave on the backside. No one's dead just yet, though. In fact, it's just not enough. Dark Mago will die at the very end to the little shredder, but Matthew, with the rotation, gets the stun onto this Queen of Pain, takes her down, and Pyke with the Shadow Word on top is going to start to go and chase Heroes down backside. Matthew gets another stun off, but the Unleash proc will make sure that he gets taken down as well. So a mid lane and a support going down both sides. Triple S gets the dispose, though. We'll be able to kill off this Warlock. So 3 for 2, but Pyke, importantly, he finds a stack for himself. And with 4 stacks of Bristleback, well, got to be careful there because the last word Arcane Curse is going to actually be able to force him back. And actually, Squad X TP's back into the mid lane, tries to take Pyke down as well. And Pyke is just going to die here to the Arcane Curse. Not a lot you can do. Dark Mago is trying to save him, but when you have that many stacks of Arcane Curse, he was pretty much just dead anyways.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate for Peru rejects. It's nicely done by Dark Mago onto Squad X, but I mean, at least for that time being, Squad X got pretty punished for that rotation, but I'm a little bit surprised. I think that honestly should have been a worse situation for Peru rejects as one win. I'm a little bit surprised that Triple S waited so long to get the Unleash going there, as I felt it was like a really good fight for him, but either way, ends up being pretty decent for them as Triple S has now propelled himself to top of the net worth. 10-minute runes will spawn. Squad X maybe not the best in contesting them, or at least in the best place to. Here's an invis for Dark Mago, which could be nice. They would love to kill off Triple S, but not quite.
To get TP on out of there is Pyke, at the very least, they should be able to go and take the the Helm Dom creep down. That's always going to be
Yeah, some of
100
it.
gold, and it's something. But now Axe is sitting. Axe is going to have to TP out bottom side. Omni Slash was not used, so that's still available. But Axe getting closer and closer to this Lotus. He has more than enough gold for plate mail and not that much further away from the Lotus Orb. I guess you're just playing to empower this Bristleback. I look at this, I'm like, man, Lotus would be so good for the Bristleback, and Blade Mail is so good for the Axe this game that I'm pretty surprised to see them kind of swap it as they have.
Yeah, it is rather interesting. I mean,
Tower is under attack.
yeah, I don't know. I think that it probably would be a little bit more optimal for them to switch places. Even just Illich, I think, in the kind of game he's having, I almost wonder if they could have both gone Lotus, or if he could have gone straight away for Blink. But Mancushi.
Oh, that's going to be pretty nice. Cookie's going to try to buy a little bit more space. Omni Slash as well, as Illich just tries to soak it with the cookies. Yeah, he's dead, and Mancushi
Has TP.
untouched. He's going to have to TP right on out of there. Golem too late. Oh, no.
Yeah, they'll at least be able to pressure this tower pretty significantly with Golem. Should be able to get it, but he did pop the Grimoire to get that. Maybe was kind of hoping to hold it on Michael. Doesn't need to, but it would have been nice if the game state allowed for it. And they're walking into the top side. No ultis on these supports, but Quadex, he does have Sonic Wave.
Pops the BKB, so Sonic Wave would be very scared, but now the kisses are going to land, and here comes Triple S as well.
Ow.
Front side Sonic Wave. Squadix takes a lot of damage, but does more in return, and now Matthew is here, Illich as well, but it's 4 heroes on the side of 1 with 5, because we got the Helm Dom creep as well, chasing down Matthew. Nice Earth Spike to prevent Triple S from going on top of him, but now Illich is kind of locked on his lonesome, not going to be able to do what he needs to do. But Dark Magos here, pops the arena. There's going to be the spear, and they will be able to go take down the Snapfire. Kasane gets clicked down as well. Eventually, Dark Mago gets a double kill, and everyone else has to run on out of here. But it's Illich dead once again, and this Bristleback.
Yeah, those are the heroes to really get kills onto. Dark Mago getting those kills, it feels nice, as he will finish the blink right away, but definitely want that net worth a little bit more. And Triple S, he even gets Matthew as well on the top side. No, it's not able to Earth Spike as proficiently as he did last time, so he'll die. And now coming out of this kind of early to mid game, which was really awkward previously on Peru Rejects, they are behind by 3,000 gold. Mancushi has a Battle Fury. Triple S, he's even above where Mancushi is in terms of net worth. So
Dire's top tower has
this
fallen.
game is becoming extremely precarious for the side of Peru Rejects, and at least, Illich will be able to clear up some stacks, but they cleared up some stacks already in the top side for 1 win earlier, so they got a ton of net worth there. They have these levels on the supports. Then Sweden Strong, he's got 3 points in Cookie already as well, and still pretty decently far from that Lotus.
Matthew and Michael, they're going to show as Pake runs forward. He's got the Shadow Word on top of him, so a difficult kill, and looks like we'll just be a Helm Dom creep once again. But downside of what... so Pyke has his Blade Mail done. He's going into Lotus after the Blade Mail. But the downside of going for that build, yes, Blade Mail, if you're trying to fight into Queen of Pain, is very, very nice. And Mortimer's Kiss is Snapfire as well. All these different heroes, sure. But you don't have any mana regen. And you don't get any... And he was not lucky, did not... either wasn't lucky or didn't choose the mystical enchantment on his level 1 neutral item as well. So this Bristleback that relies on mana to farm with the Quill Spray without some sort of mana regen. You see he has got the mangoes there. He's trying to play around this Warlock who does have Arcane Boots, but it does also slow your farming down a little bit. So this, like, Bristleback wants to fight. He needs to fight to find some value in these items. And as this game kind of stabilizes and they keep killing him, it's really just adding insult to injury.
Yeah, he at least got the Null Talisman for himself, so he has some sustain, and now he'll get that Perseverance, but it is a bit of an awkward choice as Illich. He's now gotten the Lotus for himself. It does feel very good to have it, but it is slightly later than he wanted to. Archmago, Shield Rune, Arcane Rune, Blink. He can execute.
That he can. For Kasane, though, hits the God's Rebuke, and the last word's going to be there. Doesn't really want to spend the spells, and now he will. Kasane will get dunked down, so Dark Mago, though, that's the arena just used for this Silencer, and Illich, well, Blinks are going to be disabled for just a little bit, although Illich doesn't have the Blink just yet. Downside of this lineup, you don't really have tower push until this bristleback comes online. I can't really imagine a worse duo in terms of hitting towers than like Axe Mars. They don't take these objectives very quickly at all.
Yeah, the phase boot's doing a lot of heavy lifting for sure.
Fair, yeah.
Although it is I do enjoy for Peru rejects. They've drafted, we didn't talk about it, but it is rather important. They have drafted a full red team through and through. Very, very just red across the board. Not even any, kind of like blue in their hero models, just kind of red and brown and orange. So that's, maybe that'll help them as they go forward, having that little bit of extra synergy. But unfortunately, the orange hero on the side of OneWin, that Juggernaut, he has an orange item for the past few minutes that has really been helping him. He's working towards another on the Sanjinyasha, and I'm a little bit scared that Mankushi could potentially start getting out of hand here, as he maybe already has.
And I really like that S and Y as well. I feel like 99% of Jug games, you're going to see just Blade Mail into the Manta. It speeds up your farming, gives you damage, gives you the ability to purge things. But into this Axe Call, it is so important that you can break out of that, get your Omni Slash going so you don't get just like one tapped by this eventual Blink Blade Mail. Now though, smoke in as Warlock and Axe onto the top side. Pake's just gonna run at him, so he's gonna dangle a little bit. Wasted God's gonna try to go on top, or Triple S gonna go on top. BKB's there, just immediate death on the side of this bristleback.
Yeah.
Zilla's trying to chase down the Snapfire, and well, that's not gonna happen. There's the dunk. But you trade your carry for a Snapfire, and that is not what you're looking to do. Now, of course, Illich, they should be able to push this tier 1 tower with the Golem, but you commit the Golem and Pike, you get a Snapfire. It's not worth it, Rojo.
Yeah, I mean, it was really nice by Triple S. He kind of caught them off guard by using the special delivery there to get his BKB off the courier right away. So really good timing for him. Ended up killing Pake, which does feel quite bad for the Bristle. He's not had a very good time this game so far, but at least they got extra, they got the dunk onto Illich. They got extra gold, so he's now finished the Blade Mail for himself. No Blink Axe is a little bit odd, but these items still feel very, very nice for him. Again, Mankushi, it's a hard game to use the Omni Slash, and Triple S, no BKB.
There we go, and you can chain the Axe up very nicely. He's not, yeah, no, he will be able to get the dunk. He has the Lotus here, so 5 times killing spree done. And actually, Dark Mago somehow got the kill, despite the X. Actually, I guess the X didn't get the dunk charge, but even still, that's actually something we weren't talking about. Yes, you can spear someone into the wall. That's very nice, but Axe then shows up on the outside of the arena and just locks someone into the wall. So you just have a much longer period of time where you do have that extra arena damage going in. And on the bottom side here, they'd love to get Sweden strong. But Juggernaut is here, and Axe is dangling a little bit. He's no one to soak any sort of Omni Slash, and now we're going to fire Snap Cookie, go in, and there's the spin. They don't even need to go and spend the Omni on this one. Axe gets a nice call, but he is dead anyways. And the rest of his team just not interested in following up.
Yeah, maybe a little bit overambitious. Probably didn't expect Sweden strong. I do like his build a lot. He's gone for this early shard for himself, and he did max the cookie, so we're not expecting that stun duration. Even Michael, and that's way too much damage coming out from Triple S. So even though they do have good responses here, maybe Illich in this kind of early game as well, maybe misstepping slightly once again, which is unfortunate as he does get punished. They were kind of building themselves back a little bit, but those 2 pickoffs probably allows Mankushi to get this mid lane. He's also eyeing on Mankushi, again, a rather atypical Jug build, but that is kind of what is expected into a Lion. Mars Axe is just raw HP here. He's going for Scotty next, which would be really nice for him to get to. Illich still no blink. So this threat coming out is not too high. At least Matthew, he's finished his blink. That could help Illich a lot to get on these heroes.
Yeah, good news is that Illich, he had the shard queued up for a while, which is good. You're able to go apply multiple battle hungers. It feels really nice. And we should point this out. I didn't notice at the time, but he has a maxed out battle hunger before maxing out his call. Now, generally, what you'll see a lot of axes do is even in this era of armor maxing battle hunger damage, they'll keep battle hunger at like 1 to 2 points because the mana cost is so high, and it'll be like 4-1-4 fairly deep into the game. But he's going for it. It is a damage increase when you do decide to go and take it up to level 4. And he's going back to the shard. 300. He's got it queued up, hasn't bought it just yet, but he is really reliant. He's actually going back and forth, but he's very interested in just allowing the Blinks on his team to give him the initiation that he needs.
Yeah, I don't hate the concept. Even Dark Mago has finished a Yules, which is going to be another annoyance for this Omni Slash, but Mankushi, I think, having picked this jug, he knows quite well that he doesn't need to play for Omni Slash. If they take this Tormentor right away, they can get away from the side of a 1-win, as they're just a little bit late, and they're drawing a smoke, or they're drawing a line as well to potentially stop them from setting up, but everyone's just going to take the gate immediately. Really nicely done by Peru Rejects on the exact same page. Do you like to see that from them as, you know, again, some awkward kind of portion of this game last game, but that move was very nice by them. Just very quick onto the Tormentor and then immediately out.
And that is a great shard for this Lion as well. Debuff immunity on the Lion is, I don't know how relevant it's going to be this game necessarily, because, you know, Jug can just still Omni as you're sitting there, but the ability to go sit there and have that debuff immunity, we could see it be very impactful, like when the Quap dives in, something like that. So now the shard's going to go in. We get the extra 2,500 total net worth onto the side of Peru Rejects, and now the game splits up a little bit. Axe much closer, and in fact will decide to go for the Blink, not opting for the shard just yet. So Blink in right now, actually. The Blink is done. It's going to be on Courier soon. We have any other items we're looking at. Shard is done on the Bristleback as well, so that's a decent amount of minus armor and slow to apply to the fights. We're starting to get to this next round of items, Rojo.
Yeah, there's a little bit of something in the crock pot here. Cooking a little bit on Peru Rejects, and they do have the Roshan available to themselves. Of course, unfortunately not able to... usually God's Rebuke would kill the Courier right away, but because of the Marcy innate, does not do so. A little bit unfortunate, as you would have liked to deny Sweden Strong of that Solar Crest. He's doing pretty well for himself on the Snapfire, even eyeing towards getting that Wisdom Shrine. It is not there for him, unfortunately, and just seeing where the rest of the team is, they're just going to opt to Roche in 1-win. I'm a little bit surprised that they don't have any interest at all in being even remotely in the area. They've just opted to essentially give this away for free.
And they have really good Roche contests between Sonic Wave and Kisses and Global Silence. They have a very good way of, like, when the heroes are clustered in the pit, they have a pretty solid opportunity to go contest that, but they're just not there. They're not willing to do so. Of course, Snapfire, like, deep behind enemy lines, stealing off some camps. And it's not like this is a fast Roche, really, coming in for Peru Rejects either. They will get the Aegis on Pake. That's very nice for them. Can they get Triple S, though? He's backing up for now. Is this Bristleback? Well, he's kind of posturing forward. Doesn't really have his team behind him, though, so doesn't seem like too much is going to happen with that one. And this is actually a really nice opportunity for Quap to get herself closer and closer to the BKB. She's not that farmed. It's not as painful of a game, but BKB's on Courier, or BKB's here now, so with this next fight, it's going to be a lot easier for her to do what she wants to do.
Yeah, and Quap usually ends up in a situation where you don't have too much net worth, but you do go a pretty long distance with the gold that you do end up gaining. So Squad he's in a very happy, I think, position for himself whenever this next fight does come up for him. But of course, they have the Aegis. They have a lot of sustainability. This Lotus is really, really obnoxious for Kasane. Two Solar Crest finished for 1-win, and really, I think the call just has to be... I think Mankushi has got to be a pretty crucial voice here for 1-win. Probably just saying, you know, I'll win this game. And just give me time. It doesn't matter if they take our tier 2s. Doesn't matter if they take the Aegis. Doesn't matter. Whatever they do. He's 15k net worth. He is almost level 19 on the Juggernaut, which is obscene. Absolutely obscene. And he's just saying,
Matthew, though,
you know, nah, I'd win.
Ooh, finds this Queen of Pain, but there's going to be the Blink call. Is there going to be enough to lock her down? No, it's the 9-second BKB charge. Secondary stun. Not going to be there. Has enough time to TP out anyways, so... Queen of Pain makes a lot of space on the north side of the map, forces 3 TPs, and they fail to kill her. Now, that is the BKB reveal, Rojo. That is the 9-second BKB. So, you know, you live, you force a lot of rotations, very much worthwhile there, but not getting the kills you'd like to find with that first BKB charge.
Yeah, and Pike's even looking on the Sweden Strong. Should be a kill for sure, as Illich shows up as well. Everybody coming to kill the Snapfire. Pretty nice kill to get. Any kill onto a support is a decent bit of golden XP injection, which they do desperately need to keep up to the likes of Mankushi, as I don't think, if that's the assessment that he's going for, you know, I have Scotty, Once I have this item, I will pretty much just win the game. It's perfectly fair,
they
but
do,
they're still
they
gonna
do find
try.
him though on the top side, looking for the spear. It's gonna land, and now
Not
Axe is
easy.
here as well. But the global silence gets purged off anyways. Even still gets the spin off in
no.
time, and that means this call
No Lotus.
is not gonna last long enough. Now Makushi pops the Omni Slash on top of Illich, but it bounces onto the creep wave here. Illich is very happy with that one as the arena's gonna go down.
Oh,
but
no.
still 2 heroes are dead, and the rest of the team are nowhere to be seen. So they lose the Lion, they lose the Axe. And that was a clean initiation, but we can see the problems even with the global silence, or with this global silence. It just breaks the chain of engage on this Juggernaut.
Yeah, the Lion does not concern himself with going with his team. I mean, it was nice by Matthew, but they just didn't have enough people. The Scotty just came out for Mankushi, and he has the Sanjay. He even has a poor man shield, which is all playing into just that extra bit of tankiness. But they can kill supports for sure. And no Omni either.
And there's Hex on Mankushi. Does have the spin ready to go if he wants to, and that's a dead Warlock as well. But Pyke there, he's a difficult kill. All things considered, without any Omnis, it's hard to take him down. So Juggernaut's just going to go get on out of there as Triple S continues to get slowed down, rebounds onto the high ground where Spear will hit him. So they should be able to, he's going to TP out of here, but now there's a stun. So many stuns. So they will be able to go and take Triple S down, which is significant gold, 1,200 gold into the coffers, primarily of Matthew, actually. But man, you get that clean initiation on the Juggernaut, and you can't kill him in the span of like 3 or 4 stuns. That is not the story that Peru rejects want to be telling themselves.
No, and I mean, Mankushi, he's going to go into even more stats. He's going to buy the Ags, which will also help him stay on top of these heroes. Very nice build from him. He's level 21 as well, so he's gotten all those extra stats and levels. 2,700 HP. He can still die. Granted, I think if they perfectly layer everything, he can still die. But as you talked about, there's quite a bit of difficulty with perfectly layering things into the likes of a Cookie, into everybody coming else to help him. The Sonic Wave, the Silencer ulti. You pretty much have to catch Mankushi in a position where he's making a mistake, and you know they will get sweet and strong. So he's in the position where they will get a kill onto him.
Oh, no.
Probably,
yeah, okay.
will be a stack for Dark Mago, which is nice. He did opt for Adesso, by the way, this game, so not going BKB straight away. Opting to trust in the Lotuses of his team, opting to trust in the lead he's built himself. He's more farmed than Pyke. And Dark Mago, I like this decision by him, honestly. He's even going into Sanjay Nyasha. I don't know how much I believe in that one, but again, you know, he's got something in the oven. I'll let him keep up with whatever it is, as he's done really well for himself on this Mars. 4-1-6 this game.
It does feel like you need more carry potential, right? Bristleback can snowball, level 25, certainly like Warpath stacks are significant, but it does feel like you do need a little bit more damage in this game. Mars needs to be more than just a massive teamfight control bot. It does have to contribute significant damage in as well. So I understand. I think it makes sense. We're going to have to see if it's going to work out properly, though, as Mankushi, he is very close to his Aghanim Scepter, only about 300, 250 gold away, and that should be the next timing. So Dezo is nice. It does compound with the Viscous Nasal Goo incredibly well, but is that going to be enough to take this Jug down? I remain unconvinced, Rojo.
Yeah, I probably don't think it will be. Like, he'll get this level, or this tier 2 tower, plus a lot of damage himself, but BKB.
Yep. Warlock Golem, though, is going to get dropped here. And with the stuns, though, we see the problem. Lotus not available for 5, and this is just going to be a dead Pyke on the backside. Hey, there's a Golem as well. So Warlock will TP on out, but we're just not seeing the value of the Bristleback in this game. Yes, you do have the Lotus. That's really nice, but once the Lotus is gone, you're just chain controlled. So it does really feel like he's not going for it, but it really does feel like he needs a BKB as well.
Yeah, it's just a hard game for Pyke. This Bristleback not really doing a whole lot, and fortunately as well, you know, this farmed of a Juggernaut is not going to be threatened at all by the Quill. It's not going to be really threatened by the physical damage either. Mankushi is so far ahead of the game that the only way he dies again is like a full chain stun, and Pyke has very little kind of control over that. He's just been pushing waves, and usually he gets a decent bit of gold. He's not by any means underfarmed, but a lot of times it has been causing him to die. So it's a level 22 Juggernaut versus level 17 Bristleback here. So it's been rather unfortunate for him. It has meant the Dark Mago again has, you know, really picked up the space. He's doing great. on the Mars, but a Mars carry it's still just not enough damage to get through Mankushi. Again, the only way they kill him is a very perfect execution. It's so much pressure and very, very difficult to do, and soon the Roshan will be spawning as well. Well, at least it'll be in the window to spawn, and they have position for now on Peru rejects here to keep potentially some wards down here or the likes, but regardless, the fighting shape that 1win are in is pretty uncontestable.
We should point out as well that we're seeing this heavy indexing into minus armor on the side of Peru Rejects. It's going to be an Assault Cuirass for this Bristleback. Viscous Nasal Goo is minus 12 armor. We have the Dezo as well. If you do all of that, Juggernaut's still at about 10 armor, as we're going to see the Tormentor get annihilated going over to Kasane, which is not that useful of a shard.
Pretty bad.
At all, but hey, it is fun, and we can make people more stupider, and that's always a good time.
Taking the Jupiter.
Running in. Triple S, though, in
Good
the trees.
spear.
Actually going to get found out very nicely, Arena, but it's going to be the Global Silence buying some time. He does get hexed up, though. Even still, is going to be able to rebound his way right on out of there as Dark Mago tries to chase him down. The damage is really nice, and there's going to be the finger. So Matthew will be able to go take him down. Cannot find this silencer. And that's Global down. It's a dead Marcy. Now this Juggernaut is relatively close. There's a world where they might be able to find him, and Golem is ready. We do have Axe Call ready to go. They can layer the stuns if they can somehow prevent him from getting the spin-off.
Not under the sword. They shouldn't be able to.
No,
Mankushi. He feels rather safe here. Dark Mago, I mean, very nicely played by this game. He's keeping them in it for sure, but they're walking underneath the ward. Smoke up from Mankushi. They do not need Triple S to win a fight if this Juggernaut is unfettered. But now it's a Global Silence. It's a little bit difficult. They have no real hero to help them execute. It's just damage.
Oh no, the kisses are gonna go in. There's the Omni Slash as well. Golem's gonna try to buy some space, but the Axe is dead immediately. Buy back here on the Warlock, but for what? Dark Mago has to TP on out of here. Looks like he will be able to get out. But this Axe was at like 20% HP before that fight even got started. He was soloing the Roche. And that is just not what, really two players on two different ideas. So now Mankushi gets himself a free Aegis on top of everything. It's a 10,000 net worth lead. And this is where we were talking about, like, yeah, you can go contest Roche, but 1win have so much damage they can pump into the pit.
Yeah, and there wasn't much to execute with, but Squad X still made do. Really, really nice Sonic Wave from them. The vision from Sweden Strong with that extra damage. Just really, really nicely done, Mankushi. He's working towards the Silver Edge, which is incredible this game. It'll give him the damage that he has been lacking from his build, and by this point in the game, he's so far ahead that he is obviously not lacking any form of damage. The Solar Crests are amping him. This game it's looking really, really difficult for the Peru Rejects to play, as Dark Mago is really their only player that is doing a significant amount in every one of these fights, and Mars can only go so far, even on this physical damage build. It feels like Dark Mago at this rate, he might have to opt to go for something like a Rapier, and that I don't think necessarily would be an overreaction, because it's getting rather difficult. I mean, Triple S is incredibly strong. He's going to finish on Nullifier. He's level 20 as well on this Marcy. Not easy by any means to execute. On Squad X is level 20 now as well, in, you know, arguably better state than he was in the previous game. And then, you know, Mankushi is definitely nothing that we need to talk about, as he's now ticked over to level 25 on that plus 50% Blade Dance lifesteal, which is when Jug... this is usually when the hero becomes, I think, really strong. Usually in a game, you're a little bit weak before that. Maybe a couple of items make you feel at par with the enemy carry, but this game, I just don't know how they kill him. It has to genuinely be perfect, and they have to kill the rest of the team around him. He has an Aegis. Yeah, these racks are dead.
Well, they're going to try to go counter push other side, which is probably the best possible move they could find. Fortification goes down on both sets of racks. Now, you talk about the Rapier. Dark Mago does seem to be going in that direction, as well. He had the Satanic queued up, and that's a good way to play that. But now here comes Triple S right on top of the damage here on this Bristleback.
Oh my God.
He's supposed to be tanky, Rojo. He's not tanky at all. The Spear's going to go and keep Triple S back, but now Pike is just dead. This game is a problem. Now we can see the arena go down, looking for the God Dream. You gets really nice, but the duck's not going to land. Kasane, though, heals everyone right back up here as he dies. And now Squad X He's got to run, but Warlock will fall, and with the silences here from the Shard, Dark Mago is slowly, steadily going to get taken down. There's going to be the Ags. There's going to be the Omni Slash. Dark Mago doesn't really take a lot of damage because of the Bulwark, but does not really matter, and it's a triple kill on Squadix. At the very least, they did keep their Axe alive. They did get the tier 3 tower bottom, and this is still 3 heroes dead. Like, in all the perspectives of how this could have gone, not the worst one.
No, definitely not. I mean, they saved themselves for the most part, but they didn't kill Mankushi, so it's still inevitable. He is, he is, as the kids would like to say, Thanos in this game. You know, snap of his finger. Half the game will die, and it won't be his team for that much. But I mean, that goes for building as well. He's just the strongest hero on the map, and there's really no. They're gonna try still to annoy him, but he doesn't die in an actual. Certainly not. Well, the healing ward is up, and even that blade dance lifesteal makes the prospect of an axe blade mail call not even that scary, truthfully. He has a silver edge, so Pike has to be careful, but they are annoying him. They're doing a good job. I mean,
He has
you
less.
can't kill him, but
He has less mana than he did at the start, but he has this magical thing called regen. As we see the Lion, like, slowly but steadily trying to remove the mana so he can't cast spells, and that would be pretty nice. There's going to be a call. Moving in. Can we do anything more? Nope, we can't. Illich is dead. Triple S on the backside takes down Matthew as well. And now with 10 seconds on the Mars, this is certainly 2 sets of rags. Oh my god, the damage. Again, Bristleback is supposed to be tanky. Even before the break, Triple S is just bursting him down 50% HP before it even gets started. And then the break happens, and he is totally dead. There's buybacks, but the global silence perfectly played. And now the taunt is good. The call on this Jug is good, and he does not have Omni Slash just yet, but he's going to go pop the Swift Slash 5 more time. That's a dead Axe. Arena is silenced off. This is just not something the Mars can play. He's going to use himself up. There's the Arena. It's a good double spear, but he just does not have the damage or the controller. Really anything. So the game is over. There's one win. Is going to take the 2-0 lead, or the 2-0 win over Peru Rejects.
yeah, and just a lot of unfortunate things for them in that game. Really, just nobody had an incredible game outside of Dark Mago, and Mankushi, you know, potentially his read. He gave away the Tormentor, he gave away the Roshan, but he knew that at the end of the day, he would win the game, and obviously, the surrounding cast around him did a very significant amount. Squad X, I think, really played this game beautifully. But Mankushi, he didn't die in this game on the Jug. He got to 30,000 net worth. Even if it wasn't very flashy, it was the winning play. Peru Rejects, they weren't able to find that kind of counter to that. They didn't really have the damage as the game went forward. So unfortunate for them. They don't have Parker today, and maybe that's a significant portion of what they could have taken as this kind of high-risk carry who would have beaten one win. But either way, you know, they still played well. I think they had some great moments, but it just wasn't quite there. It wasn't enough to push into a win versus one win, especially considering that, you know, in the first game, they had a great start. In the second game, it really wasn't like that, Bayo.
Yeah, I do have to question as well. Not the items themselves. I think getting a Lotus, getting a Blade Mail on your Bristleback and your Axe, they make a lot of sense. I do have to question the order in which you got these items, because it feels like a very quick Blink Blade Mail would have done so much work for this axe in this game. Making sure that the Bristleback had that first item Lotus so you can purge the last word, you can purge the Arcane Curse and take part in these fights. So impactful. But instead, delegating the Lotus to your offlaner when you're going to get one anyways, it felt like the timing they were trying to hit was not a timing that was the timing they should have been trying to hit, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it also was particularly awkward that before getting either of the items, they both died a pretty good number of times. Pike died, I think it was 4 times by the time he got his Blade Mail, and Illich was having a really great game, and then right before finishing the Lotus, he's sitting on it's Ring of Health Chainmail, and he dies 2 times before he finishes up that Lotus. So the timing just came later than I think they wanted to. Maybe the concept was correct, but the way that it ended out playing just meant that they really got decently behind for quite a while, and the playmaking was just difficult. It's Dark Mago, really, who can only initiate things in the early portion into a silencer that he can't purge onto a Juggernaut with spin. So it's just, in the draft and the way that the lanes played out, it was just very difficult for Peru Rejects. So despite some really nice, I think, mechanical execution from them at times, just overall one win, very consistent, and they took the consistent route this game, and it certainly paid off for them.
Yeah, so now as we are done here today with all the games that are gonna get played, this does mean that one win, they're not guaranteed, I don't think, to be first seed out of the group, because we still have 3 more play days. But they are 4-1. They are doing, or excuse me, 4-0. They're 8-1 in terms of our overall map. So earlier on, Passion UA did slightly overtake them, all right, going to 4-1, 8-3, but one win team here sitting top of the table. Peru Rejects, they do go to 3-2, so still in a decent spot, but now tied for second place instead of first, as we continue to see who moves on, who stays home. Of course, it's important to point out here that you really want to do well in these playoffs, because top 4 get a slot in DreamLeague. It's not just the prize pool. They get a slot in DreamLeague Division 1. They get to play against the big boys. And that is, honestly, talking about the entire goal here is developing the scene. That's a reward in and of itself. So for now, one win, they go to 4-0. They're looking fantastic for a top seed moving into playoffs. But the games today, at least on this broadcast, they are over. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And for myself, for Rojo, for Glem, our producer, and for everyone else, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you next time.
You crack the ceiling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted, the grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted, I'm
a dime when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell